Chapter 810. I used to be Judas. Countless people know this. There's no need to hide it. My mission today is to send her in. The stranger still had a poker face as he pointed at Raven. Thea couldn't tell him that the big shot created a conflict here because she wanted to kill Lawfleets. She pulled Raven and was about to teleport. As long as they left this place, the stranger wouldn't chase after them. He followed the principle of secrecy and couldn't fight with Thea on the streets of New York. A colorless and transparent ripple blocked the two. Keep her here. This is the order of the Supreme. Thea directly broke through the obstruction with brute force and took another step forward. It's fate that she stays here. After a short delay, the stranger was already standing in front of them. Raven was furious. She wanted to resist, but the flow of magic here was very strange. She couldn't mobilize her magic power at all. Fate, it's a tragedy that you're still alive. Thea's expression was very serious. She never thought that she could beat the stranger who had God as his backer. Even if he was just a toy of God, she couldn't beat him. But she wasn't powerless. Thea's body surged with several colors. Green, blue, red, yellow, up, down, left, right, front, and back, surrounding the stranger. A sinner who is drowning in pain. How dare you stand in front of me? The feeling of pity was like a sharp, all-piercing into the stranger's heart. Was there hope? He hoped that he could atone for his sins. At least, that was what the Supreme said. Was there fear? He was afraid that all this was an illusion of his imagination. Was there anger? He hated himself. He hated this fate. Thea not only mobilized the emotional spectrum to attack him, but also used her wealth to trigger a trace of power in the 30 silver coins. The stranger's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Fear returned to his face. He only felt that his breathing was heavy and his hands and feet were suspended in the air. He grabbed his neck with both hands and realized that the 30 silver coins were like a noose, hanging him firmly on a tree. He was wearing a linen robe, and his skin was dark yellow. All kinds of powers had disappeared. He was back to the moment before he was ready to end his life. His throat was choked by the coin noose, but he couldn't die. He couldn't go up, and he couldn't go down. He could only maintain an awkward look as he hung in the air. Just as he was anxiously trying to come up with a solution, he realized that many ordinary people had gathered around him. They were a group of barefoot farmers dressed in coarse clothing. Some of them looked familiar to him. The crowd pointed at him one after another. Some felt pity for him, some felt disdain for him, and some felt disgusted for him. They can see me? Wasn't this an illusion? At first, the stranger thought that it was an illusion. He had seen too many magic spells and didn't think much of it. However, the villagers' discussion made him completely confused. He wanted to explain himself, but he didn't know where to start. In this seemingly real and yet not real place, he was strangled to prevent him from speaking. The light red sunset slowly disappeared into the horizon. The villagers cursed for the whole afternoon and went home satisfied, leaving the poor people still hanging on the tree. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the graceful young lady finally revealed herself. You? How could the stranger not know that this was all her doing? Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of this situation. What about me? Did you feel bad when you heard the villagers' discussion? Did you really choose to hang yourself to atone for your sins? I'm afraid it was because of these words that everyone said you were guilty. You automatically thought that you were guilty and went to atone for your sins. You didn't even know what your sins are. For 30 silver coins, you chose to betray yourself. For some rumors, you chose to end your life. Your fate was never in your own hands. You were like duckweed in the river, floating from one side to the other. It's ridiculous that you are still thinking about atoning for your sins. What sins did Raven have? You want to push her back to the side of the 3 palaces. A kind and righteous soul has been abandoned by you again. Is this how you atone for your sins? Tell me loudly. Thea got angrier as she spoke. Damn it! Are you retarded? The stranger felt the noose around his neck loosen, but he was speechless. Thea wanted to continue, but she found herself back in front of the giant stone array. The stranger was still standing in front of her, and Raven was holding her hand with a nervous expression. Everything around them had lost its original color. Their surroundings were neither black nor white. Instead, there were colors that Sia could not name. In this bizarre world, there was a dirty schnauzer standing there, looking at the three of them curiously. "You have finally appeared. This is the biggest boss I have ever seen." Thea almost jumped up, but she hid her emotions well. Confusion, fear, and a little confusion. Previously, when the silver coins didn't reject her use, Thea knew that God, or rather, God Smuff, was happy to see her succeed. He didn't object to her playing the stranger, and he even had the intention of sharing his experience with her. It was impossible for her to bow down to him. After all, she was an actor in this movie, and Raven was at most an extra. They didn't have a right to talk nonsense with the director. It was better to just watch the show. The young lady chose to observe with some uneasiness. Who is this? Or what? The big lowly Raven was a little confused. The little dog on the ground looked ordinary, but when she felt it carefully, she felt like she was facing the entire universe. This kind of vast and ethereal feeling was something that even the three palaces of demons couldn't compare to. Thea pulled her back, indicating that she should be on guard and not speak. The boss didn't even look at them. He turned to the stranger and said, "I'm afraid you still don't understand. The world doesn't need you to save it. The one you need to save is yourself." The stranger returned to his poker face. He pulled open his cape, revealing the 30 silver coins hanging around his neck. "You said that as long as these silver coins are all removed, my redemption will be complete? You wanted to say, why didn't you keep your words?" But he didn't dare. The boss looked at the three silently, making Thea's hair stand on end. "Your journey has just begun. I'm looking forward to the next part." The Shurzina in front of them suddenly became tall and big. Thea stared at him without blinking. His every movement seemed to contain countless truths. In an instant, it was as if she saw the alternation of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the replacement of races and civilizations. Not knowing how long had passed, Thea suddenly realized that the stranger had turned around and left without a trace. When she regained her senses, she found that she was in a vast wilderness. The sky was dark, the ground was red, and there was a strong smell of sulfur in the air. It made her sneeze twice. Not far away, there were countless souls wandering around. Chapter 8:11. Welcome to Hell, New God. The stranger's tone was unfriendly. She was probably still brooding over the previous illusion. Thea didn't need her to remind her. Hell was on the same level as the new creation star and the apocalypse star. They were all higher than the parallel universe she was in before. She noticed it immediately. "Trust me, I'll definitely find a way home." Raven was trembling from the aura here. Thea patted her shoulder. "I'll first seal the characteristics of your magic power. Bear with it." With that, she drew a magic circle on each of Raven's limbs. The evil magic power unique to the three-palace demon was finally retracted. Raven now looked like an ordinary girl who knew some magic. However, time was short, and there were many problems with her seals. She might be able to hide the characteristics of her magic power, but she couldn't hide her bloodline. They could only pray that this place was far away from the three-palace demon's main body. You should be more concerned about yourself. Your divine power is as dazzling as a torch. You're not welcome here." The stranger continued to speak coldly. Thea rolled her eyes. "Nonsense, do you think I don't know this?" She had already tried. The mother box was directly blocked. She couldn't use the teleportation spell because of the different rules. As for the lantern ring, it was even worse. Her several escape methods were all blocked by the schnauzer. "Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." She rummaged through her wealth space and finally took out a long robe. This was a semi-divine tool. It was a grayish-white, tattered robe with the characteristics of absorbing souls. It was originally an inconspicuous equipment in Hades' treasury. Thea didn't pay much attention to it when she got it. Now it was of great use. She draped the robe over her body, and many of the dead souls wandering outside the gates of hell pounced on her as if they had seen a delicacy. With the help of the many dead souls and the support of his soul divine position, she was now filled with a gloomy aura, a proper necromancer. "You!" The stranger was so shocked that he was speechless when he saw that she had transformed into a living person. Thea's beautiful nose snorted. She looked at the stranger. Are you dumbfounded? I don't need too many aliases. In order to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations, these were all prepared in advance. Can we follow the original route? Raven asked Sia in a low voice. She was referring to the path in Nandarbat that Sia had created when she sealed the 3 palaces. Do you know the terrain around here? How far is it from your original activity area? Thea was a little excited. If she could find her old way back, it would be a lot easier. The big lowly was a little embarrassed. She looked around for a while and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know where she was. The vastness of hell surpasses your imagination. Just wait for the supreme trial. Believe me, this is the only way out. Imoka stood perfectly straight. It could be seen that this was not the first time he had been thrown into an indescribable space. Thea was not going to be polite to him, since she was left in this broken place. She pointed at the stranger's nose and said, "Sinner, do you know the biggest difference between you and me? I will fight to the end and not wait for others to help me." Wasn't it just hell? If she was immortal, she wouldn't have been able to do it. However, with her current strength and various memories, she was confident that she could find a way out by herself. In the ring-shaped God's domain, there were a total of 8 areas. They were Dream World, Heaven, New Creation Star, Heavenly Realm, Nightmare, Hell, Apocalypse Star, and Underworld. Hell had 2 neighbors. One was Apocalypse Star, and the other was Nightmare. If she reached Apocalypse Star and Nightmare, it would be very troublesome. However, Hell was different. Thanks to the various ways of humans, all kinds of teleportation formations and one-way teleportation gates were set up in Hell. She only needed to find a nearby demon lord to borrow the way home. After all, the demon lord only sealed her means and couldn't seal the entire Hell. Imoka chose to ignore her Chinibu declaration. In his opinion, any struggle was meaningless. He had realized this 2,000 years ago. Thea didn't waste any time and pulled Raven in. The demonic aura here wasn't very strong. At most, it was the periphery of Hell. Countless wandering souls had mistakenly entered this place instead of Underworld because of their evil deeds in life. The cruel environment made them lose their consciousness and only had their instincts left. They wandered around the wilderness with endless resentment. When the resentment reached a certain level, the wandering souls would be mixed with the special aura of Hell and become little demons. They would fight, kill, and devour until they became a big demon. This was an iron law that had been formed for hundreds of millions of years. There were too many big demons in Hell. Even Darkseid would have to shrink his head and behave himself here, let alone a small shrimp like her. Unlike Diana, who shone brightly, she had many neutral deity positions and didn't increase her combat strength by much. However, in this environment, she could survive in Hell with a little disguise. No one would think that she was a righteous friend if they saw her covered in ghosts, and Zhou Yuan didn't even dare to approach her. Raven had a residence in Hell and didn't need to disguise herself. The 2 beauties, one big and one small, walked straight ahead. At first, Imoka watched with a cold smile. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't know why God had thrown him here. He thought for a while and hurriedly followed Thea. However, Thea had the deity position of soul. The wandering souls would die if they touched her. No matter how low their intelligence was, they wouldn't dare to provoke her. Imoka didn't. He betrayed Jesus. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 sinner in this world. Many wandering souls smelled the scent on him. It smelled delicious. Countless wandering souls rushed towards him. Imoku wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only put up a defensive barrier and resist. Hey, can you be a little quieter? Are you brainless? Don't you know that you have to keep a low profile? Imoka chose to remain silent. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not know how to keep a low profile? He was here to complete God's mission, not to challenge others. Being so arrogant at the gates of Hell would attract the attention of the big shots. The only outcome was death. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll be magnanimous and help you. Thea gave Imoku a strand of soul power. It was impossible for him to disguise himself, but it wasn't a problem for him to intimidate some wandering souls. The environment at the periphery of hell was harsh. Flying demons patrolled the sky from time to time. The two beauties didn't know the situation nearby and didn't dare to fly. After walking in the wilderness for more than 3 hours, they vaguely saw the outline of a small town. "Hey, stop right there." Thea stopped a demon who was passing by. Previously, there were a few demons who were hunting and collecting supplies. They saw her undead aura from afar and chose to take a detour without exception. Now, the demon she stopped seemed to be doing better than the previous ones. This was because he was wearing a half-body leather armor and was riding a hell warhorse with fiery eyes. Chapter 8:12. Thea's body was surrounded by spiritual light transformed from wandering souls, scaring the demon. Hell wasn't far from the underworld, so it was normal for a few necromancers to come here. "Tell me, who's the lord nearby?" Thea didn't ask for directions directly. In her opinion, most demon lords had a direct route to Earth. She just needed to pick a less powerful one. It's Lord Nibiros," the demon said, trembling. This demon was 7 meters tall, had red skin, no wings, and no spell-like abilities. In short, he was weak, but he could ride a horse in hell, so he was at least at the level of an elite. Thea looked at him a few times, but there was nothing special about him. He was just a little stronger than an ordinary person. He could tell from the soldiers that this Nebaroth was not much stronger than the leader. She remembered that the demon fighting the Blue Devil was called Nibiros. This stupid name was awkward and tongue-twisting, so Thea wasn't sure. "From now on, you're my servant." The demon was a little dissatisfied, but Thea threw him a piece of fine gold the size of a fingernail. His dissatisfaction immediately turned into joy, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. As a servant, he couldn't ride a horse, so he let his master walk. The demon named Tuss handed over the horse, and Thea started riding with Raven in her arms. As for Mr. Phantom Stranger, you can continue with the 11th route. After accepting a servant, Thea asked about the current situation in Hell. Tuss didn't know how the great demons fought with each other, but Hell was severely lacking in basic resources. He kept complaining, and it was shown to Thea. The lack of resources was to the point of being severely lacking. Thea was also stunned. How did this happen? It can't be that God knows I'm rich, so he sent me to Hell to help the economy and stimulate domestic demand, right? She originally wanted to find a portal and leave, but Hell's current situation made her think deeply. She had money. This money included all the daily necessities, minerals, weapons, and precious equipment. The Zergs of Kerrigan didn't produce, and they piled the resources of 2 sectors on the main planet. The insectoids only needed to reproduce, and their need for resources was the lowest in the entire universe. All the assets would be shared, and the consumption would be minimal. There would be no such thing as 6% of the population consuming 50% of the resources. After tens of millions of years, they had plundered hundreds of planets, and their accumulation was a terrifying number. To show his sincerity, Kerrigan handed over 70% of his race's wealth. Now, Thea's inventory space was filled to the brim. It was almost full. The amount of refined gold and mithril in her hands could be measured in thousands of tons. It was simply too much. As if to prove her conjecture, money paved the way for her. She had already recruited more than 300 demons and 12 hell steeds when she arrived at a small town. Although the old Phantom Stranger said that he wasn't willing, his body honestly took over the reins. A few pieces of metal and a few sharp Zerg claws were all that was needed for the deal. Of course, her act of flaunting her wealth and showing off her wealth also attracted a lot of malice. However, she had extracted the souls of all the attackers and turned them into zombies. Now, they were following behind the army mechanically. To symbolically threw 2 coins, and the group entered the town. Paying the entrance tax meant that they acknowledged the rule of the local lord. They could enter the market and do some repair work. If they didn't pay, they could continue to wander in the wilderness. Along the way, there were quite a few groups like them. There was order in the chaos. Thea defeated 2 waves of attacks in a row. The 2 leading demons were killed directly. With a little money, the opposing army became her army. The total number of people exceeded 1,000. The winner had everything. The demons naturally submitted to her, as if they had always been her subordinates. Following that, there were slaves. Slaves of intelligent life, slaves of humans. Men and women with stooped bodies, wrapped in rags, followed the demon soldiers with numb faces and walked her side. You can't save them. They're already dead. The stranger was afraid that her righteous heart would explode, and she would kill them all. Thea felt that he was overthinking. How many good people were there among the humans who had fallen to hell? These people were greedy when they were alive and couldn't wait to sign a bunch of agreements. Naturally, they had to pay the price after death. This was in line with the rules of the trade. She changed the topic. Why are you still following me? Didn't your Supreme give you a mission? The stranger was depressed when this question was brought up. He didn't even receive a notification. He shook his head and didn't say anything. What's the name of the being you serve? Voice of heaven. I didn't serve him. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't judge him with the standards of your new gods. Thea chuckled. What's there to be proud of? If not for your boss being super fierce, I would have killed you long ago. That Nibiros lives in the castle in the northwest. I'm going to take him down and see if there's a way back. If you don't receive a mission notification, you can come and find me. Thea finished speaking and led the large group into a small castle. This was the base of the demons that had attacked her before. Now it was successfully taken over. Spears and armor were distributed. Regardless of the actual combat strength of the demons under Thea, they looked quite impressive from afar now that they were armed. The stranger was speechless. You came to hell to snatch territory, right? You didn't even say anything and directly started fighting for supremacy? He felt that he couldn't understand Thea at all. What exactly was she after? Puzzled, he waved goodbye to them. The stranger felt that the voice of heaven would only give him a hint after leaving this group of people. Leaving the young lady who was preparing to play the game of supremacy, the stranger and the master, God, had a tacit understanding. Just 5 minutes after leaving the large group, he heard a voice that was as vast as the sky. Find yourself and find your family. No, my family is innocent. You can't drag them into this. The stranger's expression changed drastically. It was as if the string in the deepest part of his heart had been touched. He roared at the sky agitatedly. Unfortunately, hell was still the same as before. The blood-red sky seemed to be announcing his tragic fate. They're innocent. They're ordinary people. They don't know my identity. I beg you to let them go. The stranger kept crying. The surroundings were silent. Time and space were still. He could see the malicious gazes of the demons around him. He could see Thea's large group entering the castle, but no one noticed him. He was thrown into the gap between time and space. Okay, I'll look for them. I'll go look for them now. After some time, the stranger calmed down. The surrounding time automatically returned to normal. He searched around like a madman. Not here. These people weren't. After passing through one demon city after another, he finally saw 3 familiar figures after an unknown period of time. Chapter 8:13. Ellie, Tim, Elena, I'm here to save you. After wandering around hell for so many days without Sia's help, Stranger's physical strength and magic power had long been overdrawn by killing demons all day long. Now, a surge of power came out of nowhere, allowing him to send the demon guard flying with a single punch. Only the 3 figures remained in his vision. They were his family in the modern world, or rather, the family he had formed in the past 20 years. He loved his wife and his 2 children, but he never thought that he would drag them into hell. An ordinary woman with 2 ordinary children. They were not Thea, who could fight Darkseid for half an hour. They did not have the wealth of 2 sectors, nor did they have the ability to survive in hell. Time flowed differently, and Stranger did not know how long they had wandered in hell. Heartbroken, Stranger found his wife with her back facing him, lowering her head and gnawing on rotten meat. The light in his 2 children's eyes had long disappeared, and they were numbly following the group. I'm going to kill you all. Stranger raised his arm, wanting to kill these demons. He could not even use a 10,000th of God's power, but that little bit was enough for him to not fear any enemy. The scene of demon corpses littering the ground did not appear. Before he could vent his anger, he was stopped by a demon with a burning head. His unparalleled power was continuously absorbed by the other party. Stranger did not understand how this ordinary-looking demon could absorb supreme power. Stranger, are you surprised? I am you. Do you still recognize me? I'm afraid you have long forgotten me. You stole my name, my family, my originally happy family, my wife, my children. Everything in front of you was caused by you, the demon said with overflowing hatred. The stranger was shocked. Philip? The original Philip? The demon laughed cruelly. That's right, it's me. Look at what you have done. You stole my identity and lived with my family while I fell into hell. Now, our family is reunited. The demon hugged the three pitiful people and laughed mockingly. Seeing that his beloved wife was only left with her instincts to survive, Stranger was so sad that he couldn't control himself. All the sins are mine. Let them go. The power of God seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and he turned back into the sinner in the blood field. His body was full of pain, and his courage, faith, and self-esteem had left him. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. The evil demon stepped on his head with a playful expression and let out an incomparably carefree laugh. Not enough, far from enough. This can't calm my anger. You know what? Those memories that made it hard for me to breathe and the pain that drowned everything. I originally had a kind family. I had my own life, but you've ruined everything. The demon crushed the stranger's head with his foot. You have to pay the price. In their place, I am a sinner who has betrayed Jesus, the Son of God, the most wicked man in history. Let them go and lock me up. It is the only thing I can do for them. Please. Following Stranger's words, the devil pondered for a moment before nodding. Many sinners let out an unknown howl, and the wandering souls in the wilderness also let out mournful cries that reached straight to their souls. The entire hell seemed to be dizzy because of this. The world's greatest sinner had voluntarily entered hell. The will of hell seemed to be cheering, celebrating its great victory. The originally indestructible cape was snatched away by the little demons and was casually torn into a pile of rags. Stranger became Judas once again. This time, it wasn't Thea's illusion, but he voluntarily abandoned the identity bestowed upon him by the Supreme and became immortal again. They are yours. If you can walk out of hell alive. Let's go. You are already my slave. Demon Philip didn't hold back as he lashed his whip on Stranger's hunchback. Becoming immortal again, he took a lash from the whip. Fresh blood instantly flowed from his shoulder to his back, but he didn't care. He carried his unconscious wife and children and staggered along with the group. The weight of the three people made it hard for him to breathe, but he felt that this was what he deserved. Along the way, he endured the ridicule, insults, and beatings of the demons. He wanted to complete this journey of atonement by himself. He didn't know how long he had walked or how far he had walked. His daily schedule was numb and mechanical. Time had lost its effect, and his memories were a little blurry. The demons were also a little tired of his meekness and gradually stopped tormenting him. Instead, they found new toys. In order to help his wife and children regain their consciousness, he subconsciously gathered around some humans. The humans in the group changed frequently. Some escaped, some were killed. Everyone was in trouble, and no one paid attention to his identity as Judas. Hey, big guy, why do you have so many chances? Why don't you run away? A woman who looked quite pretty asked him. Whaley wasn't here, so he didn't know what crime this woman had committed. However, looking at her frivolous expression and the way she hooked up with many humans, he knew that she wasn't a good person. At this moment, Stranger wasn't in the mood to care about other people's business. He answered woodenly, I'm atoning for my sins. The foxy woman didn't want to let him go. Looking at the patrolling demons, she whispered, I heard that a necromancer from the underworld is gathering troops to attack the demon lord. The conditions are frighteningly good. Let's run away together. You're so big. It'll be easy for you to perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield. After that, you could take the money and go home. Hearing that he was going home, Stranger's expression softened a little. He quickly shook his head. I want to atone for my sins. I won't run away. I won't retreat. The foxy woman was a little strange. In the end, she softly said, "Idiot." Stranger didn't care about these external matters. He only heard that the foxy woman had brought a few human slaves and escaped in the night. No one knew where they went. This group of demons was like a chaotic hell. Some joined, some left. The only one who didn't change was the demon Philip, who had been tormenting Stranger. After all the demons lost interest in this number one sinner, only Philip didn't give up. It was ironic. Continue walking. Slaves. Philip was still unscrupulously whipping Stranger. Stranger maintained his old appearance, carrying his wife and children on his back and walking slowly. His shoes were already worn out. Now, he could only walk barefoot on the scorching surface of hell. The small group of demons finally went their separate ways. The scale of the battle in this area escalated. The new necromancer wanted to take over this area and build a city of death. The original demon lord naturally didn't agree. Both sides had been in a tug-of-war for a long time. Most of the demons, except for Philip, were attracted to the battlefield. No matter how slow Stranger was, he knew that this remote corner of hell was in complete chaos. The originally peaceful life had been replaced by the flash of swords. That guy really knew how to cause trouble. Chapter 8:14. In the dead of the night, Stranger would think of Missy. His memory was already a little faint, as though she was a very distant figure. Her unyielding conviction would sometimes cause him to waver a little. Was his current choice correct? It should be correct. Thinking of the various tortures that Philip had inflicted on him, Stranger strengthened his conviction that all of this was a supreme test. However, this conviction of his was shaken the next day when Philip's throat was pierced by a bone arrow from afar. F***CK. How did this guy die? Stranger was shocked. In his mind, Philip must have been arranged by the Supreme. If he didn't suffer 81 tribulations, Philip would always be by his side, tormenting him. Before that bone arrow pierced his throat, Stranger had always thought so. Looking at the demon's body twitching in a pool of blood, he wasn't very sure if this guy was a test given by God. Many skeleton soldiers rushed out from afar. The one leading them was an undead knight. Although it was made from the corpse of a demon, there were also a few demons with crude equipment on the other side. The moment the two sides met, they started fighting in full swing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Stranger was still worried as he touched Philip. This demon that had tortured him for an unknown period of time was bleeding all over the ground. He was already dead. Stranger's heart turned cold. This guy didn't seem to be the target of his atonement. Then why was he tormented for a few months? Where's my cape? Where's my mighty power? How was it possible for him to find back the ability that he had discarded like a pair of worn-out shoes? The scale of the battle wasn't large. Stranger's life experience could be said to be rich. He hid far away from the battlefield. Hey, give me back my ability. I beg you, I want to send my wife and children back. Stranger shouted towards the sky. Unfortunately, no one cared about him. It was as though he had never existed. If he could find someone to help, at least his wife and children could return to Earth. After eliminating all the demons, there was only one choice. He had to turn back and look for Thea. Regardless of whether it was to restore his wife and children's consciousness or to send them back to Earth, the help of the Soul Goddess was indispensable. However, to find someone in the vast hell was really difficult. Fortunately, Thea couldn't stay idle. Now that she was attacking the city, it was easy to find her. The stranger's luck was not bad, or perhaps it was better to say that God looked upon him with pleasure and did not make things difficult for him on this road. Carrying his wife and child on his back, Stranger finally arrived outside Thea's camp. There was an army of nearly 1 million demons stationed here, as well as an equal number of undead. There was a huge bronze city at the end of the line of sight. Countless demons were fighting to the death. Occasionally, high-level demons would join the battlefield to stabilize the battle line and prevent the enemy from climbing the city walls. The city was brightly lit, and there was a huge stone pillar erected in the middle of the city. The light of magic flickered on it, emitting bursts of evil light. The attacking side also lit up the ghost lantern. The pale white light caused the movement of the undead, and the strength of their attacks increased by 10%. The stranger waited bitterly outside the camp for 3 days, but still didn't manage to sneak in. Are you really a god under the Heavenly Father? Hiding behind a large rock, the stranger was very gloomy. Thea didn't dare to make a move, as she was afraid of exposing her identity. Her strategy was to attack the city regardless of the losses. During the day, her demon army would attack fiercely, and at night, the undead would continue to fight. Day and night, the demons suffered heavy casualties. She wasn't afraid. She could recruit soldiers from further away. She could pull a large number of them with a wave of her hand, and the price she had to pay was almost negligible. There were corpses all over the ground, and with her attainments in magic, she could pull up thousands of undead with a wave of her hand. The morale of the defenders declined quickly. The stranger saw it with his own eyes. Demons who didn't know what loyalty was jumped off the city walls and ran to the attacking side to participate in the siege after receiving the bounty. The demon lord, Nibiros, had personally participated in the battle several times, and only then did he barely manage to repel the enemy. But as the difference in numbers between the enemy and their side increased, Nibiros went from fighting occasionally to fighting frequently, and even to the point of being a permanent resident. His destruction was only a matter of time. With a loud bang, the huge gate that weighed dozens of tons was broken by the siege chariot. The 2 broken pieces of the gate seemed to indicate the fall of the city as they fell to the sides. The green-skinned Nibiros was at a loss. He wanted to repel the enemies on the city walls, but he also wanted to block the gate. Unfortunately, there was a limit to what he could do in the face of the flood of enemies. He wasn't strong enough, and his territory was only a remote corner of hell. He didn't attract much attention at all. I'm going to kill you. The green-skinned demon saw a black-robed figure floating in front of him. His claws were like sharp swords. He wanted to tear the enemy apart. Idiot. The person who came was naturally the young miss. Neither Raven nor she could use too much strength. Otherwise, she could take on 10 of these demons with one hand. She pointed a finger, and a large amount of magic power with a trace of soul divine power appeared. Like a drill, it spun at high speed and broke through the demon's mental world, blasting a hole in it. From today onwards, you are a skeleton guard. The demon's flesh and blood quickly melted, turning into the spiritual fire necessary for undead creatures. The originally tall and sturdy bone armor let out crisp cracking sounds. Under the guidance of the soul, the former demon and current skeletal guard Nibiros slowly stood up. The rest of the battle had no suspense. The demon lord had turned into a ghost, so the remaining demons naturally wouldn't fight for him. When they heard that there was a reward, they all put down their weapons happily. All the demons stood together happily like a family. Tuz, gather the undead army. I want you to sweep the city from east to west. Kill all those who don't obey. Wearing full armor, with evil spirit in his eyes, and faintly surrounded by ghosts, this was the first subordinate Thea received in hell. At that time, he was also the one who told the young miss about the shortage of resources in hell. However, this guy was too weak. Even if he was given good equipment, he still died in a previous battle. The young miss was bored, so she pulled him up to continue fighting. She didn't expect him to have some talent as an undead knight. He gradually became one of her generals. It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. The remaining demons were very mixed. She found a few leaders and ordered them to divide their territories. She didn't care about the trivial matters. Sister Thea, when are we going back? The big lowly raven was bored. In the first few days, she was unbearably worried, afraid that the 3 demons would come to kill her. She slowly relaxed after a while. We can't leave until we find that guy. At first, Thea only recruited a few servants to make herself more comfortable. Later, she slowly understood. She was just a background in this movie, used to set off Stranger's misery. The better she was, the more she hurt Stranger, and the happier that Supreme would be. Chapter 8:15. After carefully probing a few times, she realized that hell did not care about her taking over a piece of land, and God did not care either. Hence, she began to play this game happily. Raven was not an idiot. On the contrary, the black-bellied lowly was frighteningly smart. Seeing Thea's strange expression and the mention of him, she immediately understood half of it. It was that person's order to let you enter hell. No one can resist, so you have to come. No matter what, you have to do something in hell. Thea was careful with her words. Seeing that the big lowly seemed to understand, she immediately shut up. She could not say too much about this. In short, if the big boss told you to come, you had to come even if you didn't want to. After you come, you could do whatever you want. The big boss is only responsible for building the stage. After that, he will naturally move a stool to watch the show. Act according to his script. If he is happy, even if it is slightly different, it will be a surprise. Thea did not know if her guess was right. She seemed to have a plan, but in fact, every step she took was like walking on thin ice. Fortunately, she had tested it a few times. This script was very loose, and she had a lot of space to act freely. She completed the mission with trepidation. Unexpectedly, the will of hell was also very satisfied. It gave her a feeling of, "You are very good." She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Slowly, the small fights became fierce attacks. Raven's eyes were twinkling. She went to look for Nibiru's collection. She put her right hand behind her head and rested her 2 long legs on the table. She was thinking about the next step of the plan. After some time, she realized that she had fallen asleep and Raven was shaking her. She quickly put on the necromancer's vest, tied up her hair, and put on the hood. "Oh, we found him." Raven felt that this big sister had overslept. "There are no outsiders here, so you don't have to pretend." Thea rolled her eyes with a stern face. "I am being cautious, do you understand?" She carried the rack and walked out of the inner room. "Master," an unusually coquettish female demon knelt down on one knee. "Oh, Mechanset, you have done well this time. Go and rest." The coquettish female demon was full of joy and left immediately. Only then did Thea take off her hood and look at the stranger who was brought in after finally meeting someone she knew. "Yo, Sir Stranger, what are you doing? To experience life?" At this moment, the phantom stranger was a perfect example of what it meant to be down and out. He had no shirt, no shoes, and only wore ragged linen pants. His body was covered in whip marks, and his forehead looked like it had been hit by a stick. Blood was still flowing down his face. In order to see Thea, he really spent a lot of effort. It was not until he saw Mechanut, the demonized woman who had persuaded him to escape together, that he finally found the organization. The sadness in his heart was indescribable. He didn't even hear the teasing about experiencing life. Instead, he asked the most important question, "Can you restore my strength?" Thea looked at him in amusement. "Ha ha, you think too highly of me. I can't do it." The eldest miss directly refused. "The power of God? Can I help you recover?" No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. "Actually, that power has never left you. It is in you." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the stranger. "Beside me? You said so too. I admit that guy is weird, but you're not qualified. I have seen greater existences. Do you really think you are God? What new God? You are just a bunch of pitiful worms. The difference is too great. You are not qualified to preach to me." The anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally exploded, making the stranger almost crazy. The grief in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He madly grabbed everything, smashed it, and cursed. From God to Thea in front of him, and then to those stingy neighbors when he lived with his wife and children. It was as if the whole world was laughing at him and teasing him. "Come on, what other tricks do you have? Come at me. I don't want to guess anymore. Either kill me, or tell me the answer." The stranger was like a madman. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were popping. "You are crazy." Raven waved a black flame. It was a demonic flame that belonged to hell. Only few people could use it. Raven wanted to knock down this maniac. If not for the stranger trying to trick her into hell, none of this would have happened. "Don't worry, it is not time yet." Thea stretched out her hand to stop her. This made Raven a little surprised. In her impression, Thea was not a person with a big heart. She had never seen such a scene where she was scolding someone in front of them. Raven humphed gloomily. The two beauties, one big and one small, sat steadily and watched the stranger lose his temper. Not long after, the wife and children who had been carried on the stranger's back and were now on the ground let out a cry. The stranger, who had fallen into the spiritual world, felt as if he was struck by lightning. He scrambled to the side of his wife and children, tears falling down his cheeks. "I beg you, save them. They're only mortals. You must have a way, right?" Thea closed her eyes and savored the taste for 5 minutes like a charlatan. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips. "Phantom stranger, or Judas, you interrupted me just now. You have paid the price for your recklessness once again." The stranger thought that Thea was unwilling to help. His expression was as cold as death. Then, as if he had seen a ghost, he looked at the ordinary silver coin between Thea's fingers. "Me? My silver coin?" The appearance of the 30 silver coins had long been engraved in the deepest part of his soul. He hurriedly touched his neck. There was nothing there. The silver coin in Thea's hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Thea wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. One of the 30 silver coins was in her hand. The material of this silver coin was ordinary, but the power it contained was enough to restart the multiverse. It was not like the Flash's timeline, which could be restarted in a few days or a few years. It was to restore the time when the universe was born. Everything had not yet been born and was still waiting for the opportunity to break out. Even if it was not restarted, she could use the power to create her own universe. She did not want to restart it or create a new one. She could still observe it, just like the shadow on Earth too. Just looking at it would benefit her a lot. It could be said that the stranger's trash talk gave Thea an unprecedented opportunity. Therefore, the young mistress was in a particularly good mood. "You betrayed Jesus and exchanged his life for silver coins. I wanted to help you, but you misinterpreted my kindness. Those 30 silver coins and the one in my hand are the price." The stranger was speechless. He did not know what to say. "Don't think too much. I know the agreement between you and that existence. If he did not agree, this thing would not have been in my hands. Right? You have to do something for me in the future to pay for today's mistake." The stranger was not a fool. From Thea's words, he could tell that his ability could definitely be restored. Otherwise, what would she want him to do? He could not be the gatekeeper of the Quinn Group. Chapter 8:16. Seeing the stranger's expression soften, Thea laughed inwardly. This guy was completely fooled by God. You betrayed him, and you still expect him to save you? Just look at how the Supreme threw the stranger's wife and children into hell without any burden. Human values couldn't restrain him. Toing, 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 watching the stranger toss and turn in the sea of bitterness. This was the Supreme's attitude. Your family is very happy? I'll throw you into hell. You want to be saved? I'll give 1 silver coin to Thea. I'll make you wish you were dead, unable to go up or down. The stranger's situation was exactly the same as when he hanged himself that day, but he didn't realize it at all. The stranger wanted to do something incomparably difficult to get the silver coin back. Thea could only say that he thought too much. She didn't intend to hand over what she got. Until the end of the world, his journey to atone for his sins wouldn't end. Although she had become a tool for the Supreme to torture the stranger, Thea didn't mind. She cleared her throat. You interrupted me just now. What I meant was, the power is by your side, right, Your Highness? After saying that, she looked at the air to the stranger's left. Who's by my side? The stranger looked left and right, but he couldn't find any clues. However, he had an intuition that he was a big step closer to the truth. You shouldn't have called out my identity. A person with a pair of huge wings on his back walked out of the void, accompanied by countless hymns and the roar of the will of hell. An angel! Raven was shocked, and then hurriedly covered her mouth. Greetings, I'm Thea Quinn of A New Creation Star. May the holy light of heaven shine on the mortal world. I'm the eagle Angel Zorier of heaven. Thea and the angel greeted each other. The angel's strength was slightly lower than hers, and he seemed to be on par with Diana. This angel spoke as if he was singing. Thea got the benefits and directly handed the stage to him. The rest of the matter, you can settle it yourselves. The stranger looked at Thea and then at the angel. This matter revealed a sense of strangeness. Have you been by my side all this time? he asked tentatively. Thea coughed and interrupted him. If I'm not mistaken, he was already by your side when you were still Judas. Hearing that there was a fellow by his side who had been following him for 2,000 years, Stranger could no longer remain calm. In these 2,000 years, he had formed countless families. Could it be that this fellow had always been by his side? How is this possible? He loves the world. Even if you are as sinful as you are still his people. Angels protect everyone. Everyone has an angel by their side. Zal continued in his unique aria. Raven glanced at Sia suspiciously. Everyone has one, she thought. Do I have one? Thea rolled her eyes expressionlessly. What nonsense are you talking about? One for each person? You angels have trillions of them. With this number, they would have already flattened hell. This angel business was very familiar, but the rhetoric used was too crude. From the moment you were born and landed on the ground, I've always been by your side, phantom stranger. The gay tone in the angel's words made Thea shiver. In her memory, this angel died and was reborn as a woman. She couldn't afford to offend him. Where's my power? The angel took out Stranger's blue robe. He will always be there waiting for you, as long as you understand the meaning of your existence. Thea looked at Stranger, who couldn't wait to put on the robe again. She knew that he probably still didn't understand, but that had nothing to do with her. Stranger waved his hand. The familiar energy came from the robe and from the depths of his soul. His wife and children's eyes were filled with vigor. Their dull skin regained its texture. They were alive from the bottom of their hearts. What's going on? They are not in the right state. Stranger was shocked. His wife and children were his sore point. Anything could be discussed. He turned to Thea and the angel. They can no longer be revived. What you have recovered is their souls. At least, that's what I think. Thea checked carefully. Angel Zorier was much more perfunctory than her. He said casually, take them to heaven. They will welcome a new life there. Stranger's expression changed. He knew too well what a new life meant. It would be a brand new life. His memories of the past would all disappear. His wife and children would be lost forever. He would never be able to find them again. Help me save them, and I will give you another silver coin, he said with some hope. Oh, Thea's spirit was immediately lifted. If she could get another silver coin, she could choose to create the world directly. Observing the various changes, her realm would instantly rise to an unimaginable level. However, she quickly cut off her greed. Going too far was as bad as falling short. This was Stranger's test, but he didn't say that it wasn't hers. Heaven wanted Stranger to give up his wife and children. Why did she have to interfere? After a mental journey, her heart finally regained clarity. She had already achieved some success in controlling her greedy emotions. Sorry, I can't do it. They don't have much time left in this world. She pretended to check again and told Stranger the bad news. She didn't say anything else. The very gay angel gave her a kind smile and brought Stranger's wife and children to heaven to be reincarnated. After that, he continued to stay together with Stranger contentedly. Before he left, he invited Thea, but she directly rejected him. She had to borrow a path to heaven, so she might as well go through hell. Moreover, heaven's environment wasn't suitable for her. If she put up a sign in heaven, can buy anything, sell anything, the big boss would teach her a lesson. Seeing Stranger and the angel leave, Thea heaved a sigh of relief. The main actors were gone. This drama was over. She could be more casual and not be so restrained. She searched with Raven and found Nibiru's teleportation circle. No one knew where it led to. After Nibiru's occupied this place, he was so poor that he didn't even use it. She checked twice and guessed that it was going to Earth. However, she wasn't very sure. It was possible that they were going to an unknown destination. This made Thea more cautious. She had to protect her escape route. If it was Earth, then everything would be fine. If she entered Apocalypse Star and was surrounded by the new gods, she had to make sure that she could retreat. She couldn't lose the territory she conquered. There were many specialties in hell, such as alchemical fire oil that could burn for 3 days continuously, the Earth's core that contained a large amount of heat energy buried deep underground, and the remains of some unknown strong people left here from time to time. Many mages who had nothing better to do came to hell to play and ended up with all kinds of magic books left behind after they died. Moreover, there were countless evil souls here. Thea couldn't figure out how the souls floated from the underworld to hell. Was it because the underworld was cold and hell was warm here? The market here was huge, and there were many special products. The things she had to pay were very cheap. The Zergs didn't even need to do anything. Any trash picked up by the Zergs could be sold for a sky-high price here. Seeing that the will of hell didn't want to drive her away, she settled down with a clear conscience. Tuss' undead army could be said to be completely loyal to her, but Mechanut, who had transformed from a human into a succubus, was not so sure. The will of hell was very chaotic. Even if there was a spiritual imprint to control it, it was not certain. The Lord of Hell needed to be a demon. Thea could only support Mechanut as the boss, and then leave Tuss and the former Lord, now the skeleton guards, to help. The legitimate demon lord, his powerful subordinates, and the former demon lord formed a balance of power between the three parties. Knowing that Thea and Raven had left, the territory was handed over to her to manage. Mechanut, who was more charming, directly crawled on the ground to show her obedience. Your strength is still a lot worse. She looked at the succubus. She was too weak to control the situation. In the future, this territory would be the window city between hell and the outside world. Mechanut's strength must be stronger. You're lucky. Hell passed a lot of chaotic energy to her. She had no use for it, so she just instilled it into the succubus body. After half an hour of body transformation, when the succubus came out, she was wearing a very revealing red silk robe, a studded belt, a white and smooth back, huge wings, and a slender demon tail. At this time, Mechanut had completely become a demon lord. For the loyalty of the demon, she could only be vigilant. Fear penetrated into the deepest part of Mechanut's heart. Her loyalty for 2 or 3 years should be guaranteed. Thea pulled Raven and stepped on the portal under the eyes of her subordinates. When she stepped out and looked up again, she had already arrived in another world. Chapter 817. Who are you? Where's Raven? Thea suddenly realized that the big lowly beside her had disappeared and was replaced by a tall and skinny man. He was wearing a brown robe, and his eyes were rolled back. He was holding a huge book that was copied together with himself. The tall and skinny man looked at her blankly, as if he had seen through her countless secrets. Who are you? Where's Raven? Thea was really frightened. This guy was neither human nor god. He didn't seem to have any strength, but he also seemed to have endless power. Ghosts were probably inferior to him, not to mention stranger. Other than that Shurzina, this was the fiercest guy she had ever seen. Thea missed the good times on Earth. She was the strongest there. Now that she was in the outer realm, any random cat or dog would be stronger than her. Those days were really boring. That girl has already returned to her original world. I'm here to look for you. The brown robe man's voice was hoarse, but his tone was very polite. The young mistress' beautiful eyes kept sizing up this strange guy. She had some guesses in her heart. There were many big shots in this world, but there were only a few who were so strong that they didn't have any friends. Looking at his appearance, there was only one left. As expected, the brown-robed man seemed to have seen through her thoughts. I'm a member of the Endless family. I'm Fate. Fate? Thea was really shocked. This was a super big shot, the boss of the Endless family. It was said that he was on the same level as Lucifer, the son of God. Lucifer was said to have 50% of God's strength. This was a big shot that surpassed the Heavenly Father, Uncle Da, as well as the Watchers and Anti-Watchers. Sia bitterly smiled and made a dumbfounded expression, waiting for the big boss to continue. The meaning of the Endless family isn't control. It's transcendence. It's a higher level of sublimation. Fate is freedom. Death is life. Dreams are reality. Destruction is creation. Desire is hatred. Despair is hope. Fanaticism is rationality. When Fate's boss mentioned that fate is freedom, he glanced at Sia with a meaningful look. His next words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Your desire for freedom has freed you from the shackles of your original destiny. Thea's face turned pale. Before she could even cover it up, the other party's next sentence made her so excited that she almost jumped up. You have the qualifications to become a member of the Endless Clan. Fate, death, sleep, destruction, desire, despair, fanaticism. These are the family members of the Endless Clan. Which avatar would he be using? Thea's imagination ran wild. In front of the Limitless Clan, the new deity was nothing. Just as she was wondering if she should submit to fate, fate spoke again. Female who has transcended her own fate, you shall be my sister. Death. Thea waited for 2 seconds. Her bright eyes looked left and right, but she didn't find anything different. Her divine power and magic power were exactly the same as before, unless this death had a power that she didn't know about. What's going on? She was dumbfounded. Was fate playing with her? Or did the higher-ups reject this suggestion? Just as she was at a loss, fate spoke in a tone that seemed to know everything. Not now. Come with me to the starting point of time. That is our home. You still need to know many things. Thea's vision blurred. She felt an indescribable discomfort. After experiencing time travel a few times, she knew that she must have jumped a step on the timeline, or rather, jumped to the starting point. She gently rubbed her forehead. When her vision recovered, she was already in a huge building. It wasn't a traditional square, nor was it a circular building or any building structure that could be used for human habitation. If she had to describe it forcefully, this place was like an irregular 7-sided building. The building seemed to have a life of its own and could extend itself according to some kind of will. What was displayed in front of her was a hodgepodge. Color lost its meaning here. Thea looked at it for a long time. It seemed like she could decipher any color from the decorations on the walls, but when she looked closely, it wasn't. From her artistic perspective, this building didn't have any sense of beauty. It was even a perfunctory combination of several different styles to form this building. In the middle of this bizarre scene, a long table stood in the middle of her vision. A high chair was at the head of the table, and there were 3 chairs on each side of the long table. There was a picture of an open book and shackles on the back of the high chair. This should be Fate's chair. Thea felt that the first chair on her left had some connection to her, but at most, it wouldn't resist. If she sat down now, what awaited her would definitely not be good. The aura on this chair that symbolized death was extremely mixed, which meant that there were many competitors. I was happy for nothing. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The young miss frowned and pondered. She looked at the other chairs. Some were empty, and some were a mess. This gave her some confidence. Apart from fate, it seemed like the others hadn't returned to their seats. However, the competition for the other 5 chairs added together wasn't as intense as the one on Death's side. This made her heart heavy. Fate has shown that Death must be a female. You're currently the most suitable candidate. I hope that you'll become my little sister. As a candidate, Death's area can be open to you. If you have any questions, you can get answers there. Before you become my little sister, we won't meet again. After Big Brother Fate finished his cool words, he disappeared before her eyes. Thea was alone in the empty room. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. She breathed lightly, trying to find something that could be called order in this chaotic situation. Where was Death's area? She looked around for a long time, but there was definitely no road sign. She didn't know who to ask for directions. Could she really become the second sister of the Endless family? Death's setting was too high in her memory. It was omnipotent and wasn't restricted by any rules. Anyone, God, or anything could die. From this perspective, it was already the ultimate power of this world. A salted fish like her, who could only shout liar when the big shots were fighting, would she really have such an awesome future? She wasn't very confident. Thinking about it wouldn't solve the problem at hand. No matter what, she had to fight for it. There were 7 directions. There was a wide, flat path in the middle. Compared to the other 6, some were empty, while some were just winding paths. This path could even be used as a highway. Thea felt it with her heart. This was Fate's path. She had already turned her back on Fate for a long time. She would rather choose nothing than walk down her old path. Could it be this way? She chose another pitch-black path. Suddenly, she woke up. This was the place of her dreams, and it wasn't her. She hurriedly looked to the other side. Gray filled the air. Laughter and curses could be heard in the smoke. It was as if countless souls were telling her that this was the place. Chapter 8:18. After confirming her position, Thea no longer hesitated and stepped into the gray fog. The space in front of her changed drastically. The spacious and simple hall immediately turned into a void where she couldn't see the sky or the ground. She was surrounded by gray fog, and her position was a floating piece of gravel in the void. Up, down, left, right, front, back, there were hundreds and thousands of gravel like the one under her feet. The thick fog blocked her vision, but there were countless more where she couldn't see. She looked around and didn't know where to go. This was a path that symbolized death. If she couldn't find the right path, then what awaited her was death. As a new god, she still had this knowledge. Here, it was a competition of understanding of death. The deeper the understanding, the better the path to the end. All roads lead to Rome. It was impossible here. There was only one truth. There was only one path that led to death. Damn it, I'm just a reserve. Do you have to make it so complicated? Thea couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, she didn't stick to good or evil. She changed her avatar to study souls. Her knowledge of death was much higher than that of a new god. Otherwise, wouldn't she have died here? Although the path ahead wasn't clear, she wasn't in a hopeless situation. The stranger coin was still in her hands. She could use the power of the coin to restart everything, but that was just a chance. No matter how she thought about it, it was a loss. Moreover, the whole world had been rebooted. Was her family still there? Was Diana still there? Returning to the beginning of the world, being alone wasn't a happy thing. She looked at the gravel in front of her with melancholy. She had to choose a path that led to her goal. It was simply too difficult. Moreover, judging from her senses, although there were more than 10 gravel around her, there were only 3 or 4 that could really make her stop. The rest were either traps or didn't suit her. She kept looking at the 3 gravel. She was very sure that her path was one of them. However, there were still many choices for her to choose from. This made her very depressed. Could she send a clone to explore the path? Unfortunately, in the face of death, everything was equal. Humans and new gods were the same. She couldn't use many of her techniques, and her physical fitness was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The consequence of flying in the air was falling into the void. He carefully thought about the description of the Limitless clan in his memories. They transcended the world, and every single one of them had the strength of an overseer or anti-overseer. Big Brother Fate and Second Sister Death were powerful existences that surpassed this level. The end of all things. Thea sat cross-legged, her elbows supporting her head as she pondered. It seemed that she could only use this move. She made up her mind, and a colorless and transparent energy appeared in her hand. This was the prayers in her order scale. Back then, she had relied on it to connect with a vital origin. Now that she had reached a critical juncture, she felt that only the prayers would be able to guide her. He had helped the ordinary people so much, so the ordinary people should help him too. She was absolutely certain of this. Both of them were formed from the faith of the masses. From a certain perspective, the power of will shared some similarities with the Limitless race. Which way should I go? Thea asked in her mind. The transparent energy was quickly consumed and finally pointed to a piece of rock. Ha! Thea wanted to laugh out loud. This piece of rock was one of the 3 pieces that she had been hesitating about. She didn't hesitate any longer. She quickly jumped onto the piece of gravel. Time had lost its meaning here. Thea kept moving forward without stopping. Everything was difficult at the beginning. There were many choices at the beginning, so she had to be careful and cautious. At the same time, she had to conserve the power of will. Who knew how long this path would be? She had to analyze every step she took, and then use the power of will to choose the correct path from the rocks that she had chosen. Although her speed was slow, she still had a 60 to 70% chance of reaching the end. The only thing that troubled her was that the power of will had been used up, and the road ahead was vast. That would be shocking. She didn't know if it was because God was satisfied with her as an actress, or if Big Brother Fate was going easy on her. But when 2/3 of the power of will had been used up, she finally walked out of the void and stepped on a flat ground. The young mistress relaxed and lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. She muttered a few words of thanks to God. After a long time, she regained her strength. She stood up and looked around. The space wasn't small, but other than a lonely house, there was only a large stone tablet. Compared to the big house from before, the house in front of her wasn't even as big as a bathroom. Out of caution, she first looked at the stone tablet. It was as if it had been standing there since the beginning of the universe. It was a black stone made of unknown material, and there were some words on it. When she looked at the stone tablet, she didn't know if she had become smaller or the stone tablet had become bigger. The stone tablet, which was originally only 10 meters tall, suddenly became more than 10,000 meters tall. Fortunately, she had recovered all of her abilities after leaving the void-shattered area. Sia flew to the top and looked down from above. The first place was undoubtedly empty. Second place, third place. The young mistress was speechless as she looked down. Finally, she found her name at the 78th place. Her shining name appeared on the stone tablet. She was actually a little excited, but this ranking was a pain in the ass. Before Thea could make a face, a message was transmitted from the stone tablet. The message wasn't complicated. It was describing the selection criteria. As for why they hid the selection criteria in their house and didn't disclose it to the outside world or provide any explanation, Thea felt that she could understand. This was because she was the one who benefited from it. This rule made sense to her, and it made a lot of sense. There were tens of thousands of names on the stone tablet, but she was ranked 78th. Everyone else's names were black, but only her name was shining. She knew how fishy this was. For example, her and Diana's old friend, Hades, was ranked 4,119. Death God Hypnos was ranked beyond 8,000. The Black Death Emperor, who she had never seen before, was ranked 105. Darkseid was ranked 319. There was also the King of Tears, who died when he saw her face, and Doomsday, who could create death, were ranked around 1,000. This ranking didn't mean that their understanding of death was inferior to that of the young mistress. Uncle to aside, the Black Death Emperor's understanding of death was much better than Thea's. However, the reason he was ranked lower was that they didn't know the selection criteria. The first one, which Thea felt was the most important, was the one that made her stand out. When Big Brother Fate first revealed the veil of all the worlds, he had already stipulated that the death of his second sister would be his second sister. In other words, the candidate for this position must be female. 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 Important things must be repeated 3 times. Uncle the Black Death Emperor, and the others were eliminated from the beginning. It was useless no matter how deep their understanding of death was. Chapter 819. In terms of understanding of death, Thea estimated that no one could surpass the Black Death Emperor. After all, he existed at the beginning of life. The death of the Black Death Emperor was the death of all life before it was born. The second sister that Thea wanted to fight for represented the death at the beginning of the universe. The death of the Black Death Emperor could not affect the stone because the stone had no life. However, the second sister could, and the stone could also die. There was a huge gap between the two. Even so, the Black Death Emperor's understanding of death had reached the extreme, and she could not even scratch the surface of it. Without this female restriction, Thea would not have anything to do with the stone tablet and the small house. It could be said that Big Brother Fate was very cunning. He not only looked at the realm, but also set a lot of conditions. For example, the rule that the god of death must be a female eliminated 90% of the gods of death. Uncle Da, for example, had worked hard for hundreds of millions of years to figure out the rules of death. In the end, he made up his mind and let the Flash and the Black Runner kill him. He walked the path of life again, abandoned his cultivation, and washed away all the troubles. In the end, it was useless, and he did not learn anything. This was a typical case of the god of death who was tortured by the dark rules, who knew that there was a gender requirement for the position. There were many conditions for the god of death's second sister. In addition to the gender requirement, she could not hurt her family. This rule eliminated all the gods who had fought with each other. Hades, for example, was not weak. The reason why he was ranked so low was that he had too many relatives in his household register, which was more than 1 meter thick, and he had killed them too ruthlessly. In the end, Big Brother Fate decided that the partner of the second sister could not be immortal. This rule eliminated a lot of gods who liked to play around in the human world. In short, under these messy rules, Thea's ranking broke through the top 100. If she got the first place, she would automatically succeed the position. The stone tablet explained it very clearly. The only thing that limited her now was the realm. If she got the position of the new god of death, she felt that she could enter the top 20. After that, she could integrate her understanding and use it. She would most likely be higher than that. But the god of death position was not easy to obtain. It was of a higher level than the god of soul position. In the new god system, it could be considered a top god position. She didn't dwell too much on the rankings and chose to focus on what was in front of her. Looking away from the stone tablet, the whole world seemed to return to normal. The stone tablet returned to its original height of 10 meters, standing there quietly, waiting for the next time to look at it. Thea was slightly on guard. She pushed the door open and walked into the house. A dressing mirror, a bed, and nothing else. After she entered the room, a set of clothes appeared beside the bed. Divine artifact? She picked it up and looked at it. It seemed to be ordinary clothes, and there was nothing special about it. Halter top, black ripped jeans, a wide belt, leather gloves, and leather boots. An amulet appeared on the dressing table. It was in the shape of an Egyptian cross, symbolizing life. Death carries a talisman that symbolizes life? Eldest Miss felt a little dizzy, but she followed his advice and put on obediently. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her belly button and arms were exposed. She was dressed in a punk style, which was completely different from her usual style. She was a little speechless. It still seems a little out of place. Oh, right, the hair. When she realized the problem, she saw that her blonde hair had turned black. Her eyes were still emerald green, but there was a lot of black eyeshadow. Her lips had also turned bright black. Oh my, how unconventional. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she had returned to her original appearance. This set of clothes was more like an exclusive set. She could change into it with a thought and revert back to normal when she didn't want to. The only thing that couldn't be changed was the Anka amulet. Thea searched the house for a long time. There were no secret martial arts manuals, no cultivation notes, no words on the wall, and no divine artifact under the bed. She could only walk out of the house slowly. When she looked at the stone tablet again, she found that her ranking had risen by 1 place to 77th. It was not hard to guess that it had something to do with the amulet. If there were 3 or 4 competitors, this amulet would have to fight for a while. Now, she had benefited from it. Death, but wearing the amulet that symbolized life. These two seemingly contradictory things were now combined. The amulet had given her a big hint. Finding death from life would be her mission for a long time in the future. This idea did not come from Thea's thinking. It suddenly appeared in her mind, as if she had known it for a long time. Could it be that the increase in ranking could also lead to the understanding of the realm? Without anyone to guide her, she could only guess blindly. I think I can rise by 1 place. Thea used up the remaining 1/3 of her willpower. The power of belief burned fiercely. Her ranking barely jumped by 1 place to 76th. Following that was another part of the understanding of death. After absorbing the new knowledge, Thea smiled. The willpower was effective. This made things easier. She had a feeling that if she burned like this for another 17 or 18 times, even if she did not look for the source, which represented death, it would come to her. As for whether or not the Black Death Emperor had the source, she did not think so. He did not have a soul. Compared to the growth of a new god, it was a completely different system. She reached out and held Anka's amulet. This amulet allowed her to leave and enter this area at will. This was undoubtedly good news. She could now play hopscotch every time she came. At the same time, it allowed her to teleport to areas with death. In other words, as long as someone died in a certain area, she could teleport there. Seeing that she did not miss anything, she left the room that represented death. The 52 parallel worlds were at the center of the world. Outside them were the gods' realm, including Hell, the Apocalypse Star, and the New Creation Star. Outside them were the Watchers and Anti-Watchers, as well as her endless family's base. The rapid passage of time made her realize that she could actually enter the timeline with her main body. The power of Anka's amulet was far beyond her imagination. From the origin of time to her timeline, then from the god's realm to the god's realm, to the parallel worlds, to Earth, the violent fluctuations of teleportation made her dizzy. "Are you okay?" The big lowly raven was puzzled. She did not know why Anka's expression had suddenly turned so ugly. In her mind, the two of them had just stepped through the teleportation door together a second ago. She did not know that Anka had just completed a series of emotional and wondrous journeys. "I'm fine. Let's hurry up and leave. I'm really tired. I need a rest for 2 days." First, it was the Sharp Insect Tribe. Then it was Orange Lamp, Stranger, Hell, and the Endless Family. She was exhausted. The big lowly maiden and did not say anything else. The two of them walked out of the teleportation formation. Their luck was good. This was Earth. Looking at the time, it was less than a month since they entered Hell. In reality, they had been slaughtering their way through Hell for at least half a year. This trip was daunting but not dangerous. Raven had avoided the fate of falling into the hands of the Ghost Father, while Thea had obtained great benefits. The two of them bade farewell and went back to rest. After taking a bath, she lay on her big bed. She could finally rest. Although she wanted to rest, she could not help but think about death. Currently, the one who had the most competition for her position was the Black Death Emperor. Her advantage was in objective conditions, while the Black Death Emperor's advantage was his high realm. Realms were things that accumulated over time. Thea was not confident that she could surpass the Black Death Emperor in a short period of time. Chapter 820. It was hard to say what would restrict Black Death Emperor. For example, the gay angel Zoriel, who was always by Stranger's side, turned into a woman when he was resurrected. Thea, who was lying on the bed, was worried. What if Black Death Emperor changed his personality and turned into a woman? What would she do? At that time, death would be in his bag. Black Death Emperor must die. Although she couldn't kill him, she could beat him into an idiot. It was difficult to keep everything pure, but it was easy to blaspheme. Adding some green of all things or red of all things into his pure body, and then finding a corner to seal him with 100 layers of seals was the idea that the young miss came up with. Raising the banner of justice and gathering the power of the entire universe to help her eliminate potential competitors. This was a business worth doing. Moreover, Anka's amulet hinted that she could see death from life, so the study of life equation was indispensable. In short, Black Death Emperor must be eliminated. After staying at home for 3 days, Milady finally recovered from her fatigue. She started to patrol around. First, she took a stroll around Star City's novice village. Damien Dark, who would appear in the original timeline, was captured by her to plant corn. The criminals in Star City were no longer a threat. This was also the reason why Tommy and Laurel ran to Gotham when Barbara summoned them. There were too many people and too little food, so they could only go out and hunt. Shadow, who was 7 months pregnant, moved to the new continent to prepare to give birth to the next generation of the Quinn family. Red Arrow Roy Harper, like many young heroes, chose to travel in order to find his own path. The pitiful Green Arrow had run to Central City to help Barry beat up Savitar. These past few days, Thea was given the cold shoulder, so she could only go to work obediently. On the way, she received a call from Louise Ryan. She was surprised. The two agreed to meet at a coffee shop. After a simple greeting, Louise talked about the main topic of the day. She had a fight with Clark. Clark is too stubborn. The Daily Planet was acquired, so he changed his policy and leaned toward the online media. What's wrong with that? After giving birth, Louise wasn't as fierce as she was when she was young. Her words were very appropriate. Stubborn old man. He's like an old man in his 70s or 80s, clinging to the old ways of the print media. I can't even explain it to him. Does Krypton still have the habit of buying newspapers? Louise complained indignantly. Sia sipped her coffee leisurely and finally figured out the connection between the two. This was indeed a tragedy. The decline of print media was inevitable. Young people and even old people had begun to abandon print media. They had chosen online media, which allowed them to obtain information faster. It didn't involve the issue of justice or evil. It was a complete change of concept. No matter how powerful one's strength was or how powerful one's magic was, it was useless. The Daily Planet, a newspaper established in 1826, was now faltering. It had reached the end of its life. In order to take care of Superman's emotions, whether it was her Quinn Corporation, Wayne Corporation, or even a few rich superheroes, everyone tacitly avoided the Daily Planet. Today, they had all avoided it, and the result was neither good nor bad. The Daily Planet was acquired by a neutral financial group. The new boss wasn't good, but he wasn't bad either. Student Clark, who was unhappy, found out that the new boss had evaded taxes. He loudly questioned Louise, who wanted a compromise, whether her conscience or money was more important. Thea was also speechless. There was almost no one who didn't evade taxes these days. From her Quinn, to Wayne, to the Palmer Corporation, all of them had this habit. It could be said that the new boss of the Daily Planet was just very unlucky to have run into Brother Superman's gun. She didn't know what the new boss was thinking. He got rid of the old editor-in-chief, Perry, and chose Louise as the new editor-in-chief. This escalated the already tense family atmosphere. Clark felt that his wife didn't support him and instead chose to side with the enemy. For the first time, he slammed the table at Louise. Louise was now the producer of the new corporation's evening news department and the executive vice president of a new media. This was a much higher level than her previous position as a reporter. What do you think I should do? This isn't my compromise, it's the progress of society. Louise poured out her grievances. Thea was speechless. What could she say? It wouldn't be good to say too much. It would seem that she and Superman were very close, and it would seem insincere if she said too much. She chose to swirl her coffee spoon and listen to the story slowly. This is what I think. I should have more in common with Clark. Maybe this will make things more harmonious, Louise said carefully. It could be seen that she had thought about it for a long time. She wasn't just complaining, but putting it into action. She was trying to prove that she valued her relationship and insisted on the truth. She didn't want to break up their relationship because of her principles, so she could only find common ground from another perspective. Thea felt that Louise was becoming more and more intelligent. She was much better than when she went to question Zod. You want to join the Alliance? No, I want to learn the Kryptonian language and customs. It would be best if I have the ability to fight alongside Clark, Louise said earnestly. Thea looked at her. She could buy anything and sell anything. She definitely couldn't use it on her. After all, she was a friend. She couldn't trick her. To package a normal person to the level of Superman was an epic mission. However, it wasn't difficult for those who didn't know how to do it. Thea still had some confidence. Louise looked like a weakling, but she had the potential to become a strong person. The Super Queen of Earth 3 corresponded to Wonder Woman, and her counterpart was Louise. However, the fate of this world made her ordinary, and she became Superman's accessory. She led Louise to her lab and created a high-tech bracelet in front of her. It's purely technological equipment. It's similar to the smart bracelets you use at home. It can provide you with all kinds of knowledge when you're asleep. Thea pressed a button as she spoke, and a screen popped up. You can download any information you need. I've saved the Kryptonian language and customs and all the martial arts on Earth. Learning this won't take up too much of your brain power. Conservatively speaking, you can finish it in 30 days. As for how well you can use it, that's up to you. Decent martial arts and armor. You have the combat ability to be a first-rate heroine. That's great. Thank you, Thea. Louise hugged her happily and went home to do her research. Thea wanted to leave immediately, but she accidentally saw Superman looking at her from afar. Well, it was far enough. Dude was sitting on the moon. It didn't seem appropriate to pretend not to see him and just walk away. Thea could only fly up. Chapter 821. Superman was a little dispirited today. He didn't shave his beard, and he didn't wear a blue shirt or a red cape, which was rare. Instead, he wore a shirt and jeans, sitting alone in the crater. It was obvious that the couple's quarrel had affected him more than Louise. My father sent me to Earth, and it took me 30 years to find my own principles. I used Clark to report the truth, and Superman to bring hope and encouragement to mankind. I don't know if it's my fault or the world's fault. He obviously heard their previous conversation and wanted to continue the topic. Thea didn't understand why the couple liked to talk to her. There was no elegant environment like a coffee shop, so she could only take out a wine barrel. It was very rough, a specialty of hell. It was ironic. The wine was unusually light and had a long aftertaste. Drinking it could clear one's mind and quicken one's thinking. It was very popular with the demons in hell who were dizzy from the impact of chaos. It was a rare wine. Thea handed Superman a glass. Ignoring the moon's gravity, the two of them drank one glass each. Good wine. Clark didn't know that this was a specialty of hell. He thought it was a new product from Quinn Group and kept cheering. Superman complained as he drank the wine. His wife didn't understand the change in the work environment and the fickleness of his colleagues. Shouldn't journalists report the truth? Louise said that she wants to give ordinary people the reports they want to see. God, she actually said something like that. Is the truth more important or the demand more important? You and Diana are gods walking on Earth. Can you tell me the answer? Being called the god of the human world, the eldest miss is still very happy. She chooses her words carefully and says, in the past, believers thought that they were priests and shepherds, while ordinary people were a flock of sheep. They naturally placed themselves in a high position. Superman frowned. Now it's equal. Everyone has the right to pursue their interests. That's right. The monopoly of knowledge has been broken. People have the right to choose, so she dragged her voice. Why do you stubbornly think that people need your reports? Superman was a little confused. Are the facts not important anymore? Thea finally had a new understanding of her stubbornness. Let's talk about the priests later. There are bad people among them, but there are also some good people who are devout and virtuous, right? Superman nodded. He had read a lot of human works. Many scientists were part-time priests. It could be said that they had contributed to the development of mankind. The ancient priests grasped knowledge and understood the world. They did not tell the world the truth directly, but guided it bit by bit. Today's superheroes were doing similar things to them. Could you tell ordinary people about Darkseid's brutality? Can you tell me how harsh the environment of the human universe is? The information won't be disclosed. Will you disclose the technology in the Fortress of Solitude? Would Batman reveal all the secrets he had? None of us will, but as long as we maintain a righteous heart and selectively tell the people the truth, this is the safest way. Superman felt that Thea's words were a little twisted, but he didn't know how to refute them. Actually, by the way, I think the problem between you two isn't whether the news is true or not. It's that you don't talk much and have too few common topics. Thea had long seen through it. Whether the news was true or not, it was all nonsense. The key was that there was a problem with the absolutely righteous foundation of their relationship. When Louise, who was obsessed with death, met Superman, who was incomparably delusional, it was like a golden wind and morning dew meeting. The two of them were extremely in love. It must have felt good to have sex while shouting that justice would prevail. It must have been a great feeling. Now that she was a mother, Louise was a lot more realistic, but Superman was still the same. This caused a rift between the two of them. The wiser Louise wanted to fully enter her husband's world. She worked hard to learn all kinds of combat skills because she saw this. Clark, I don't know what Joel said to you, but it's not right for you to divide yourself into two roles. Your so-called ordinary life is going to and from work day after day. Ordinary people don't live like that. You don't have any entertainment. Look at Kara. She's very happy now. Superman was dizzy. He followed her instructions and looked in Kara's direction with his supervision. He saw Kara and Nakaneel carrying all kinds of bags. Her face was a little ugly, and her tongue was almost sticking out. Lena was walking through countless shops in high spirits. She talked to Kara from time to time and asked for her opinion. Kara, who was exhausted from shopping, could only nod and shake her head to express her opinion. Lena didn't care. She dragged the dispirited Kara into another shop like she was dragging a dead dog. Superman looked at Thea with a strange expression. Is this what you mean by happiness? Why do I feel like my little cousin is about to faint? Thea also covered her face. They usually had a lot of fun. What a coincidence today. But she was very thick-skinned. She nodded. Yes, living a normal life like an ordinary person and enjoying life. That's happiness. If you want to give people hope, then you have to be full of hope yourself. You have to experience all kinds of beauty in life and believe that everything will be fine. That's the problem. Superman was a little enlightened. Everything will be fine. That's a good saying. Thea narrowed her eyes. Next time I introduce you to the saint, you'll have a lot in common. She couldn't solve practical problems with words. She gave Superman a bracelet. The red sun radiation inside could suppress Superman's various abilities. He could eat, sleep, go shopping, and accompany his wife like an ordinary person. Before she left, she gave Superman a bunch of books on household, food, and shopping. She also suggested that he change his hairstyle to add a little freshness. Superman's super-thinking ability was not a bluff. He finished reading a thick clothing guide and a whole year's worth of fashion magazines in less than 3 seconds. Thea asked a few questions casually, and Superman answered them fluently. Okay, with this professional knowledge, I'll be a good advisor when I go shopping with my wife in the future. Thea collected a lot of books on clothing, home decorations, lawn maintenance, and food. Superman flipped through them as if he had found a treasure. He flew back home happily. Is this the knowledge of a house husband? The young lady was speechless. Although the method was a little unorthodox, it solved Superman's family crisis. This was a great thing. Back on Earth, she went to several places. The world was peaceful. Finally, she went to the vanishing point. Chapter 822. At the end of time at the vanishing point. You still haven't found Bruce? Golden Vanguard shook his head. He was maliciously teleported before, and his trajectory deviated from Omega's setting. It's more difficult to find him now. Thea didn't have a good solution either. From regular teleportation to irregular teleportation, Golden Vanguard led a group of old soldiers to fix the time error behind him. As for when it would end, Golden Vanguard, who had a great sense of honor, expressed that he didn't know. Dealing with various matters at the vanishing point, they tried to find out Bruce's trajectory. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. Today, in the self-proclaimed Time Master Council, there were more than 100 old bureaucrats, 5 spaceships, and their comprehensive technological level was only 20 years more advanced than Earth's. There were less than 10 young people who could fight, and their weapons were also counterfeit energy guns. They were too lazy to fight the nameless ones, and they couldn't beat the famous ones. In short, it was a very awkward organization. The work of the 2 speedsters was quite effective. Those who randomly teleported in the timeline were now almost extinct. Back on Earth, her brother Oliver found her and told her his purpose for coming. Barry's actions are very fast. Wally was rescued. Savitar is Barry? So you want to hide from him and find a way to deal with Savitar? After her brother, who had brought his own food to Central City to fight monsters, finished telling the story, Sia searched her wealth and threw a green grenade to her brother. What is this? Oliver didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Needless to say, this color was very similar to his fighting style. According to the inert grenade made by the Turtle Man's cells, after the explosion, it will create a strong deceleration zone with a diameter of about 500 meters. After Savitar decelerates, you guys go together and shoot him to death. She said indifferently. The reality was more or less the same as what she estimated. The Flash Barry, Lightning Kid Wally West, Pulse Bart Allen, and Savitar, the 4 speedsters ran madly in the center of the city. In the end, Green Arrow used the grenade given by her sister to create a deceleration zone at the meeting point. It was impossible to shoot him to death. The speedsters were all decelerated to the level of a normal person, and the bullets were almost stationary in the zone. At this moment, it was time for Green Arrow to perform. She calculated the direction the enemy could dodge in and calculated the time in advance. As the #1 archery master in the world, Oliver did not stop and shot out 20 arrows in one breath. Even though the arrows were almost stationary, they sealed off all directions. Savita was finally defeated. The naturally kind-hearted Barry was like him in the future, choosing to banish Savitar to the seraphic space. It could be said that history had taken an astonishing turn to the right path. Savitar's fate seemed to be to stay in the seraphic space. Miraculous fate. Thea didn't alarm anyone as she watched from the sky by herself. Savitar's calculations had turned into nothing in the end. The fetters of fate were not so easy to break away from. For the next half a month, she kept moving between Earth and other planets. In order to get rid of the Black Death King, she planned to use a more active attitude to deal with the Dark Knight. After the Dark Knight, it was the White Death King. At her current level of power, the White Death King seemed a bit ridiculous. It was just the descent of the Black Death King. A little bit of death chi had polluted the will of Earth, causing the green of all things and red of all things to go berserk. That little bit of death chi could not even be compared to the surface. She directly bypassed the tree parliament and used the hidden lines on the swamp monsters to enter the green of all things. She set up a big net around the entire Earth's will. Even if the Black Death King penetrated some of his power, it would not have a big impact. Seeing that Earth had stopped the indiscriminate cutting, whether it was the natural environment or the development of human society, she extracted some energy from the green of all things and created 10 fake green light rings. After arranging the matters of Earth, she rushed to the main planet of Ura. Unfortunately, the suggestion of the Allied forces was rejected from the beginning. The little blue man was as stubborn as a rock. Your vision is too narrow. I can ignore the matter of you informing Laughless to ambush me, but why do you still insist on that ridiculous idea? Yellow Lamp is evil. Blue Lamp is Abin Sajigian. So he is a traitor? Blue Lamp is a traitor? Don't you know that the crisis of a universe is coming? The relationship between the two sides had fallen to the lowest point in history. She was not stupid enough to walk into someone else's home and start a war. She wanted the position of death, but she did not want to die yet. The little blue man was a classic example of hiding his strength. After hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, it was hard to say whether or not he had a special method to restrain her. She directly used an illusion to enter Ura, trying to make a last effort. The little blue man did the same thing and proposed 3 conditions. Give up the protection of the blue lamp, hand over the blue lamp, and disband the yellow lamp. Thea was so angry that she laughed. You will die a horrible death. After saying that, she canceled the illusion. In order to beat the Black Death King into a fool, she could not stop the Dark Knight. However, in order to increase the power of will in the order scale, she had to do something. She could not let it go, but she also had to let the Black Death King be successfully summoned. It was difficult to control the balance. Fortunately, the little blue man did not listen to her. Otherwise, she would be very troubled if the Black Death King could not jump out. The trip to Ura was not a fruitless one. There were originally 12 guardians. Back then, one was possessed by a parallax and killed in Seaside City. 2 more were exiled from Gantherside. The last time Thea went to Ura, there were 9, but today she only saw 8. Excluding the factors such as diarrhea, menstruation, and childbirth, this absent guardian was most likely the one who triggered the Dark Knight, Scarface. There was a 90% chance that he would go to the 666 sector and start summoning the Black Lamp Ring. Thea estimated that the whole thing was coming soon. Although she did not have much hope, she still used an illusion to go to the base of the Purple Lamp Core, planet Zamarin. The Purple Lamp of Love, also known as the Bluestone Core, was very friendly to her. They were also the descendants of a famous family. Their founder was of the same race as the little blue man, but there was a difference in the treatment of the Black Lamp Ring. Several female guardians left Ura and came here to find the total energy of love and then established the Purple Lamp Core. Your Majesty, please come and see our burning love. Queen Zamarin, who also had blue skin and was of the same race as the little blue man, brought her to see the total energy of the purple lamp. Thea was shocked by what she saw. There were 2 corpses wrapped in a huge purple crystal. What is this? Thea looked at the shape of the corpses and the weapons wrapped in the same crystal and asked curiously. They're a pair of lovers, a pair that will never change until death do us part. Their love for each other has already crossed the boundaries of mortals and is the source of our strength. Queen Zamelin spoke as if she was singing a song, expressing her views on love. Thea was a little speechless. The 2 corpses wrapped in the crystal had turned into fossils. They seemed to be Hawkman and Hawkgirl, right? And looking at the time when the crystal was formed, it was at least 4,000 years old, or even older. She had been wondering why the two weaklings, Hawkman and Hawkgirl, didn't exist in her normal timeline. Now the truth was out. Horus was killed by Lady Zamarin, and the two of them were unlucky enough to be brought to this planet by an alien spaceship. The Queen's love did exist, and their love made them never separate. This strange crystal protected their souls, and their souls stayed together forever, without reincarnation or departure. Naturally, Hawkman and Hawkgirl would not appear in Thea's timeline. Thea wanted to remind the Purple Lamp that these two corpses would be the priority of the Black Lamp Ring's resurrection, but she was in no position to say that. Once the corpses were taken out, the Purple Lamp core would be destroyed. It didn't make much difference whether the Purple Lamp destroyed the crystal or the Black Lamp destroyed it. She could only express some feelings of love. Now, anger, fear, hope, and pity, these four emotions have been controlled freely. Greed had been tested by God and could be considered a small success. Only the courage of the green lamp and the love of the purple lamp were left. Queen Zamarin's words were too extreme, in her opinion. As long as it was love, it was right. If you love someone, you could do anything, disregard the rules, the law, and universal values. This was a little crazy and really didn't suit her. At the end of the conversation, she still talked about the Dark Knight. The Queen's optimism surprised her. In her understanding, this level of crisis happened a few times in the universe every 100 years. It was not a big deal. She even looked down on Thea, the new god, for being unable to keep her cool. Thea chuckled and didn't say anything more. Just like the saints said, everything will be fine. She was happy to see it happen. Since you're not afraid, why should I be? Let's just sit and wait. Chapter 823. 3 days later, Thea was in a secret base in the metropolis. Her hands were behind her head, and her long legs were propped up on the table as she stared intently at the surveillance screen. On the screen, a pale-skinned man was cleaning up a corpse. The man was agitated and mumbling to himself as if he was on a pilgrimage. Is this necrophiliac really worth our attention? Death Knell, who was tall and burly like a brown bear, was puzzled. Why did Thea care so much about this person? He was just a normal psychopath who killed his entire family and cleaned up the corpses. Lord Death Knell could kill 3 of these scumbags with a single slash. Io, this is a psychopath. Just as Death Knell finished his sentence, the man smiled unusually happily and adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. He then took out a technological device and aimed it at his head before pressing the switch. A flame flashed, and the man lay in a pool of blood with a creepy smile on his face. He lay where the blood of his entire family gathered. Death Knell was dumbfounded. He had killed many people. Even if it wasn't 1,000, it was at least 800. Of course, he had seen people who committed suicide in desperation, but it was the first time he had seen someone commit suicide so happily. This person who committed suicide was no ordinary person. This was the intuition that he had honed after years of being a mercenary. When he was alive, he was nothing special, but after he died, he seemed to have become stronger in an instant. The surveillance screen went black. The two of them waited for 3 minutes before the man in the pool of blood stood up again. He was wearing a black leather mask, and there was an inverted triangle and 5 vertical lines on his chest. From afar, it looked like a palm print. He was wearing a dark cloak and tights, and there was still a smile on the man's lips as if he was mocking the world. The most eye-catching thing was the black ring on his right middle finger. A black ring? Is that why you're so cautious? Death Knell had the yellow light ring too, so he could naturally see through it. Thea looked at the first black light and remained silent for a long time. She put down her leg and sighed. Everything has begun. Increase the security around my mother's place. Tell our people to be careful. Pull back the front line and gather in a few strong fortresses. Wait for an opportunity to counterattack. So pessimistic? Is this necrophiliac that powerful? Death Knell had never seen Thea take the initiative to defend herself. He was in disbelief. According to the prophecy, it's very powerful. It's never wrong to be careful. She had never told anyone how to deal with it. Actually, if he cast a resurrection spell on William Hand, codenamed Black Hand, everything would be fine. Resurrection spells were rare, but not impossible. Others aside, as the god of souls, she could also cast resurrection spells with a little effort. It could be said that the Night of Darkness was a huge event, but it could be delayed for a short period of time. The Black Hand was the connection between the Black Death Emperor and the world. Once the Black Hand was revived, the Black Death Emperor could only return to his home. However, this could only be delayed. Black Hand was a very stubborn person. He would do everything he could to court death. He was literally courting death. How could they possibly defend against it? What's more, Thea wanted to fight the Black Death Emperor. Even if she couldn't kill him, she had to at least injure him. How could she let him go home? What if he cross-dressed? He instructed Death Knell to gather the hidden forces that belonged to him and preserve the elites. As for the outer forces, they could only be considered unlucky if they died. Thea teleported back to her home. She had an emergency meeting with Moira and waited for the situation to develop further. At the same time, her clone was in Sector 666 of the universe. The dead sector was like a terrifying beast with its mouth wide open, waiting to devour the flesh and blood of the living. Kerrigan of the Sharp Insectoids was beside her. She didn't know what the Queen of Blades was waiting for, but Thea did not explain. Not long after, the clone received a signal from the main body and knew that it was time. The darkest day in the universe had finally arrived. Tell your people to prepare. The prophecy says that countless dangers will fly out from here. I want your people to do their best to stop them. Stop as many as you can. Although she was full of questions, Kerrigan still did as she was told. The insectoids blotted out the sea of stars. There are all kinds of giant insectoids everywhere. It couldn't be helped. Normal insectoids could not enter space. Most of the insectoids on the battlefield were elites and above. If they were all wiped out, it would greatly affect Kerrigan's rule. Don't worry, the losses won't be too big. Thea was very confident. Even if the Black Lanterns could come back from the dead, they would not care about the insectoids. They were just too weak. After waiting for a while, suddenly, there were many reflective dots in space that could absorb light. The dots looked like little bugs, but compared to the vastness of the universe, the shiny objects were too small. However, from the initial 1 or 2 light dots, they quickly grew to thousands and even hundreds of millions. They rose to an uncountable level, and the entire sector seemed to be filled with them. Thea stared at the dots. They were rings, Black Lantern rings. The Black Death Emperor used the Anti-Watchers as the main energy source for the Black Lanterns, and the souls of the entire Sector 666 as the carrier of death energy. Except for the first ring, which was given to the Black Hand on Earth, all the other rings were here. The Black Death Emperor was the death before all life began. He was not in this world and needed the Black Lantern rings to gather energy and summon him from the void to the material world. Although Thea did not intend to stop the summoning process, she did not want it to go too smoothly in the early stages. Tell your people to get ready. Kerrigan's eyes glowed with a unique light. Many gigantic insects with sharp horns on their bodies stood at the front line. Behind them were long-range insects with all kinds of trapping abilities, slowing down, and restricting movement. At the back were 500,000 frog-like insects with big heads, small bodies, and bulging eyes. Their mouths lit up when they opened and closed. These were new insects that Kerrigan specially created according to Thea's request. Destroying the Black Lantern rings was not easy, but it was not difficult either. The White Lanterns could be completely extinguished, the resurrection spell could be completely extinguished, and even the angel Zoriel beside the stranger could be wiped out. This was because they all had strong life energy and would cause damage to the Black Lantern rings made of death energy. Other than that, there was the traditional method of the 7 Lantern Corps. Green Lantern and any one of the other 6 lanterns could destroy the Black Lantern rings. In general, the Guardians of OUA had a unique vision. They had realized the uniqueness of Green Lantern billions of years ago. But considering OUA's refusal to cooperate, Thea had to find another way. Some heroes and villains could send out strange emotional projections that could also destroy the Black Lantern. Thea remembered that the female fox could imitate a deep-sea anglerfish and send out a weak white light to destroy the Black Lantern. However, She was not strong enough and would be paralyzed after one shot. The Zerg's genes could avoid this problem. They gave up on attack, defense, and speed on a genetic level, just to have more shots in battle. Chapter 824. Thea didn't use her trump card right away. 500,000 bugs were nothing compared to the huge number of Zergs. She just didn't do any experiments. Out of caution, she didn't know if the frog bugs could restrain the black lights. She needed to do some preliminary research. Endless black light rings flew out from the depths of the sector, rolling and spreading like a black curtain. The giant beetles, which were the size of hills, were the first to fight. As the main battle unit of the Sharp Zerg, their hard cuticle could withstand any bombardment of artillery and laser. Their limbs had sharp saw teeth. They relied on their weight to overwhelm the enemy and then madly cut the enemy's body. This was the simple and fatal attack of this kind of bug. However, they suffered a great loss when they encountered the black light rings today. The giant beetles, which were in the front line, were directly penetrated. The black light rings pierced countless small holes in their tough and thick carapaces, like ultra-long-range sniper bullets. The first few beetles to bear the brunt of the attack were smashed into pieces. This was not the attack method of the rings. They were simply blocked. The hunters on the second line of defense used their own methods. Some of them spat out spider webs, some of them spat out strong acids, and some of them had extremely tough stomachs. They opened their mouths and swallowed countless light rings, preparing to digest these little things with the several layers of stomachs in their bodies. Thea took action at the same time. She grabbed a black light ring with her magic power and studied it carefully. The result was not very good. Even with her strength, she could not destroy the ring by brute force. Although her strength was her shortcoming, not as good as Father Heaven and Uncle Duh, she was not weaker than Superman. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the black light ring was not damaged at all. She used her own emotional power to attack the ring. The black light ring sizzled and emitted white smoke, but it was not damaged. When she mobilized the emotion of fear and attacked with nearly 30% of the energy, the black light ring made a crisp sound and shattered into a pile of powder. It seems that the green light is not necessary. It's just that the single emotion energy must be very high. It's not as convenient as the green light. Thea felt that she had gained something. At least it explained how the female fox could simulate the process of the lantern fish destroying the black light. There was no green light involved in this. Next, she experimented one by one. If anger and fear were to be consumed by 30%, pity and hope would only need to be consumed by 20%. In general, positive emotions had a greater advantage over black lamp. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to control emotional energy freely. Among the 7 Lantern Corps, except for the firstborn, who was a god with a strong will and could control compassion with divine power, the others were nothing if their rings were removed. Thea thought for a moment before putting on her yellow light ring and taking out a green light ring. This was the green version of the light ring that she had made for Alan Scott when she was on Earth. Her spiritual imprint was in the ring, so she could use it with ease. Seeing that the Zerg's first line of defense had completely collapsed, she shot a green light at a black light ring that was slightly closer to her, followed by a yellow light. The ring also sent out a connection-disconnected signal and shattered into powder. Thea was very happy, but looking down at the color of the ring, she was a little depressed. This imitation green light ring was effective, but this place was too far away from the green of all things. Earth was the home of the green of all things, and there were also ordinary planets, but not many. But now they were in space, and the green of all things could not reach here, so the ring ran out of power after a few shots. Let the follow-up troops press on and focus on restraining. Leave the killing to the special bugs. She turned and ordered Kerrigan. Anyway, it was only for one night. In order to deal with the Dark Knight, those bugs only needed to play their role. There was no need to name them. The Zerg Queen began to mobilize the troops in her mind. The giant beetles had suffered heavy losses. The enemy was too small, and they were too big. They could not exert much combat power, and were instead riddled with holes. The task of restraining the enemy was handed over to the Zerg called Hunters. Countless giant nets began to cover the void. The black light ring's unstoppable speed was restrained, and as a trump card, using the Rainbow Bandit's angry, emotional cells, combined with the genes of the Earth's lanternfish and the sharp Zerg, the frog-like bugs rushed to the black light rings that were caught in the nets. A faint white light shot out from their mouths, and the black light rings disintegrated and turned into dust. Good, very good. Thea was not stingy with her praise. The Zerg Queen was even more motivated now. She used all her commanding abilities to destroy as many rings as possible. Unfortunately, the emotional energy of the bugs was too thin, and the specially tuned genes could not withstand such squandering. At most, she could only spit out 3 times, and a bug would no longer be able to hold on. Kerrigan could not make bricks without straw. No matter how good her commanding was, it was useless. Get out of the way. Block as many as you can. Thea's words made her sigh in relief. It was good news that they did not have to fight to the death. Getting out of the way, the black light rings did not have any consciousness. Like a black flood, they passed through the sharp Zerg's line of defense and rushed out of Sector 666, mechanically according to the set track. They flew to their designated targets according to the settings. The Zerg kept sniping, but unfortunately, it was not very effective. Thea also kept using various methods to knock down the black light rings. Kerrigan only let out a sigh of relief when all the black light rings disappeared. In the past, the Zerg were all in one wave. It was the first time for her to use such meticulous control. The command went into the Zerg's battleship. The Zerg's strong vitality once again opened Thea's eyes. Many of the giant beetles were beaten until they looked like honeycombs. They were thrown into the nutrient solution and rolled twice, and immediately revived with full health. The specially modified bugs also recovered some of their strength after rolling twice. How many targets are there? Can you calculate it? Thea asked Kerrigan. The Zerg Queen activated the biological computer on the mothership and quickly came up with a number. Almost 3. 9 billion black light rings had flown into the universe. The result of their sniping was less than 2 million. Compared to this huge number, it was not even a drop in the ocean. 9 billion. Sia was a little speechless. This was not just 9 billion pigs. It would create 9 billion Black Lantern warriors. Only the most outstanding people in the entire universe would be chosen by the Black Lantern. For example, the sharp bug tribe that had died before, the Black Lantern did not even spare them a glance. In theory, the black light rings could use black to materialize, just like the other black light rings. However, because they were all puppets of the Black Death Emperor controlling 9 billion combat units at once was something that even the Black Death Emperor could not do. He could only let the puppets move according to their memories and reduce the amount of control. In other words, those who did not use the black light rings when they were alive would not use them after they died. This was the only good news. Now, what they had to worry about was the main planet of Ura, the graveyard of the Green Lantern Corps' base. Millions of the greatest Green Lanterns were buried there. Once they were turned into black light puppets, even if they could only use half of their strength, it would be enough to make the Guardians suffer. Chapter 825. 9 billion Black Lantern warriors. Just think of that scene. It was a universal disaster. Thea ordered the Razorback insectoids to wait for orders near Ura's main planet. Scarface had betrayed her and imprisoned her own kind. Thea did not know the actual situation now, but she estimated that the Guardians or the Green Lantern Corps could hold them off for a while. The Lantern Ring was a true warrior with a host. Otherwise, it was just some metal that could fly. Thousands of Green Lantern rings could hold them off for a few hours. The Razorback insectoids teleported to Ura. She took off her Soul King costume and changed into another one. She wanted to save Zamalon's Purple Lantern Corps, which was the Bluestone Corps. Considering that there would be many battles to come, she canceled her doppelgangers and went with her original body. Anka's amulet gave her the ability to teleport between life forms. She found the Saint first. Even the Black Lanterns could not get close to Ura's light of hope. The Saint and Ching Nu were waiting for her there. Ching Nu was a little anxious, while the firstborn held his sword and closed his eyes in deep thought. Darkness is coming. Abinsu's arrangements were not in vain. Let the light of the green lanterns shine on the universe. Thea looked at the green lanterns who were ready to go and said loudly, New, new. The green lanterns made a very unique call. They notified the green lanterns in the universe to gather and help teleport the yellow lanterns. The yellow lanterns dared to fight and kill. The green lanterns replenished health, and the blue lanterns replenished mana. Under Thea's control, the three lanterns were getting closer and closer to each other. Thea was going to make Yura her base camp. The strong emotions of Hope and Mogo's killing machine made it an impregnable fortress. She would be very busy tonight. Earth and Yura, she had won at least half of the battle if she defended both. Where Ganther and said, she asked the saint. Ganther seems to have seen the Dark Knight. He went back to Yura to warn the green lanterns. Said went to Okero to look for the orange lanterns. The saint was still optimistic. Speaking of the orange lantern, Thea thought of Lawfleets. In the original timeline, Lawfleets refused to leave Earth and wrote a long piece of paper, claiming that he wanted to ask Santa Claus for a present. Speaking of this bastard, her head was filled with anger. There was no reason for her to be angry. She took 2 deep breaths before she shifted her attention away. All right, that's all for now. Interesting. You go ahead and set it up. I'll be right back. Thea then teleported away. Now, the teleportation didn't have any light, so she didn't need to cast any spells. She appeared in an underground building with 2 small boxes behind her and 2 hooded figures standing in front of her. Did you hide the 2 boxes behind me back then? Old friend, why didn't you come and find me when you returned to the material world? Sinisto, Lisa Draka, it's been a few years. I really miss those days. The tall man took off his hood. It was Sinisto, the first leader of the greatest Green Lantern, the Yellow Lantern. He was still tall and thin, but he looked tired. The short one bowed slightly to her. She was Lisa Draka, who was very sensitive to mysterious auras. Why aren't you speaking? I remember that we aren't enemies. Sinisto kept his mouth shut. Lisa hurriedly bowed. Lord Sinisto was severely injured in the anti-material universe. His voice, Tisk, it's not a big deal. Thea stretched out her finger, and a white light flashed. Sinisto's eyes were a little surprised as he touched his mouth. All right, I've said it before. We're still friends. Do you want to return to the Yellow Lanterns? Sinisto glanced at her and said with a hoarse voice, I won't wag my tail and beg. You can take my voice away. Another stubborn person. Thea was ready to use her ultimate move. She stretched out her hands. Her 10 fingers were as white as jade, like the most precious art in the world. Look at my fingers. I don't need a ring anymore. Then, a yellow cloud appeared in her palm. This is the fear that you're most familiar with. Then it changed. This is the hope of the Blue Lantern. This is the anger of the Red Lantern. This is the pity of the Blue Lantern. Suddenly seeing so many colors, Sinisto was a little dumbfounded. In his impression, the universe only had green lanterns and yellow lanterns. What was this mess? This world was changing too quickly. We've pulled apart to the extent of heaven and earth. You're no longer a threat to me, Sinisto. Seeing that we're old friends, I'll give you a piece of advice. The great upheaval of the universe has begun. If you want power, you have to give up something. Sinisto looked at Thea in confusion. You want to recruit me? Fight against the Green Lanterns? Thea was full of Charlotte and aura. Tonight, don't look at me like that. I'm not a primitive person. Of course, I know about the rotation of the stars. When I said tonight, I meant it literally. The entire universe will be covered by darkness regardless of day or night. Unless you hide in the anti-material universe, you'll definitely be implicated. After saying that, she received another ultra-long-distance transmission. She turned back to look at Sinisto. You won't be able to deal with tonight's disaster alone. It's not just targeting Adia and Earth. Even your Korriga won't be spared. If you want help, you can come to Odium. The Blue Lanterns, Yellow Lanterns, and Blue Lanterns are all there. After saying that, she left Sinisto to ponder and returned to Odium. Did Planet Zamalon still refuse our help? Sigh, they're so stubborn. Ching Nu gave her a piece of bad news. Queen Zamalon didn't agree to let the 3 lanterns enter her planet. In her opinion, the Purple Lantern Corps could resist any enemy. Love triumphed over everything. Everyone, let's go. The Purple Lanterns are also an important force. Save as many as you can. Thea was helpless. A choice at a critical moment could lead to irreversible consequences. The Black Lantern rings were flying too fast. In the time it took for them to go back and forth, the Purple Lantern's main planet might not be saved. She could only do her best and leave it to fate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Blue Lanterns worked together to form a large-scale teleportation array. The three lanterns jumped twice and arrived at the periphery of Zamalon. The high-tech planet that was originally covered in love had now become a sea of fire. Hundreds and thousands of Black Lanterns were wreaking havoc nearby. The Purple Lanterns were panicking. They didn't know why their dead sister, the hero, had been resurrected and became their enemy. Are these people worth saving? Sinisto arrived before the main force set off. At this time, he put on his yellow lantern ring again and looked down at the chaotic Zamalon people below. His tone was full of disdain. Their total energy source has been destroyed. The Purple Lanterns of love can't be replenished. Akiro, you lead the team to stop those Black Lanterns. Saint, you help him stabilize the front line. Qingnu, you lead the tribe to save the ordinary people. Thea quickly issued the order. Sinisto's expression was ugly. Akiro, who was originally extremely loyal to him, was now acting as if he didn't see him. If even this confidant of his was like this, one could imagine the other Yellow Lanterns. Chapter 826. He didn't want to charge in a battle like a follower, but he couldn't just float in the air and watch. Thea threw him a ring. He picked it up and saw that it was a green light ring. What do you mean? This light ring is different. As the greatest Green Lantern, he was more familiar with the green light than his wife. Thea used the green of all things to create a fake ring, and he immediately saw the difference. We don't have much time, so I'll keep it short. Akiro and the others are only there to stop the enemy. The Black Lanterns can't be destroyed by any weapons. The only way to destroy them is to use green light and any other light. You've worn the green light before, so you should be able to control two emotions. Can you do that? Her fake green light had to come into contact with the green of all things to obtain energy, or else it would be a rootless tree. This required the wearer to be on the surface of the planet where they could come into contact with plants, not in space. The members of the three lanterns couldn't accept the green light because they didn't have the emotions. Thea had no choice. It was too rare to see someone wearing two rings at the same time. She asked deliberately. Sinisto wasn't an idiot, but he was used to being arrogant. He was quite proud that he could handle the most difficult task. Of course I can. Without hesitation, he put on the fake green light. He frowned. With a yellow light in his left hand and a green light in his right, he carefully felt the difference between the two. There was no difference in usage, but this origin felt weird. Sinisto went to the front line to snipe the Black Lanterns with the two rings. Thea looked to the other side. The Purple Lantern Army's main energy source had been blown to pieces from the inside. The first generation of Hawkman and Hawkgirl, or the ancient Egyptian Prince Khufu and the priest Chiara, had been resurrected. There was a large black light symbol on their chests. The two skeletons stood up from the main energy source. Their withered and stiff flesh grew back, and their muscles and skin returned to how they were when they were alive. However, their bodies that were full of vitality had become lifeless. The Black Lanterns had copied all of their memories. They didn't know that they were the puppets of the Black Death Emperor. They just looked around as they usually did when they were alive. Their eyes shone with the light that belonged to the dead. The group of female warriors guarding around the main energy source were all at a loss. They had been listening to the story of a pair of lovers for thousands of years. Now that the other party stood up again in a strange state, they did not know how to react. The awakened Khufu Chayalas grinned maliciously at each other. Their black wings spread open, and each of them wielded a hammer, attacking the Purple Lanterns without restraint. Are these two fellows really that powerful? When Thea arrived, she saw the two of them chasing after more than 30 Purple Lanterns. This result made her a little surprised. Eagle Hero and Eagle Girl were two weak chickens. No matter how she looked at them, they didn't look like such strong people. Could it be that they were strong in their first life, but the more they reincarnated, the weaker they became? No, she quickly overturned this conclusion. The strong ones were not them, but the weapons in their hands, in metal. This metal greatly increased their strength, speed, and endurance. At the same time, it also came with a bunch of effects such as damage reduction, increased recovery speed, and so on. Thea saw with her own eyes that the purple lamp was bounced off by Chayala's body. The toughness of her body was evident. At the same time, the hammer also had the characteristic of attacking the soul. Once it hit, it would cause a trance for a while. If the purple lanterns did not stick together to defend, there would be a lot of casualties. The two's hammers were made of metal. They had various physical attributes and were accompanied by soul attacks. It could be said that it was a weapon that combined both attack and defense. Unfortunately, their success was due to the hammer, and their failure was also due to the hammer. After all, they could not reincarnate with a hammer. This was not a treasure that could be big or small. It was made of pure metal. Which pregnant woman could give birth to a hammer that weighed dozens of kilograms? That would be too scary. That was why their first generation was the strongest. From the second generation onwards, they were weak. This thing is fated with me. Young mistress looked at the hammers in their hands and the wrist guard on Khufu's arm. She silently muttered in her heart. No matter how strong the two were, they were not in her eyes. Her attention was attracted by a huge monster not far away. Purple curled around it. It had a huge skeletal body, a huge head, and a long tail like an alien. The monster's body was faintly discernible. As if it felt Thea's gaze, it suddenly ran. Where do you think you're going? You're the lantern beast plunderer of the purple lamp, right? Come back. For this manifestation of love, she did not use the fire-type or wind-type spells. Instead, she used the earth-type spells that she was not good at. Huge soil tumbled and rolled backward, trapping the plunderer on the spot. At the same time, Khufu and Chayala rushed over. Leave this to me. You guys go and rescue your people. Also, inform your queen how you dealt with this lantern beast. Send someone to take over. Thea waved her hand, and several cyclones wrapped around the two of them. Chayala resisted with all her might. Unfortunately, her strength was still lacking. There was a limit to the strength that metal gave them. However, Khufu was stronger than her. The wrist guard on his arm glowed. With a shake of his arms, the cyclones were broken. He placed the hammer in his left hand and used his right hand to break Chayala's chains. The two of them had already seen Thea. At the same time, they shouted in ancient Egyptian and charged at her. Scram, weaklings! Thea formed a palm with her left hand and sent a wall of fire into the air. The two birdmen did not have time to turn around and crashed into it. I recognize your queen. I'm here to help. If you have time to watch, why don't you go outside and help your people? She turned around and scolded the purple lamps. The group of purple lamps was at a loss. They had been living peacefully for too long, and things had happened too suddenly. The leader of the group seemed to have contacted the outside world. She bowed to Thea and led the way out. While talking to the group of purple lamp guards, Khufu and Chayala rushed out of the flames again. Thea was a bit speechless. Their first generation was indeed quite powerful. Now, the black lamp had given them a bunch of characteristics. First of all, they had no soul. Thea's greatest trump card was crippled. Secondly, they were immune to a bunch of mind control. She could not use emotional shock either. Finally, those debuff spells were also useless in front of the black lamp's terrifying recovery. They were immune to instant death, confusion, petrification, and other abnormal statuses. With powerful immunity, Khufu and Chayala's high attributes, and the two hammers, their combined strength was not weaker than Diana's when she had just left the island. Fortunately, the lantern rings were their weakness. Thea did not plan to fight them head-on. She easily dodged their attacks. Then, with a green light in one hand and a yellow light in the other, she shot out 4 beams of light and turned the two lovers back into bones. Only then did she have the time to tug of war with the lantern beasts. If the yellow lamp parallax was a Chinibu and the green lamp changer was a lowly, then the purple lamp marauder was a young girl blinded by love. Chapter 827. It was too crazy, but its ability was indeed very strong. With such a huge body, Thea almost didn't notice it at first. Love makes one blind. This saying was not false at all. This fellow was the third lantern beast she had seen. Thea had never seen the blue lantern beast. She guessed that it was because there were too few hope emotions in the universe. Furthermore, the hope she gave to the saint came from Earth too, so the blue lantern beast might be squatting in some corner now. A large amount of soil and sand bound the purple lantern beast tightly. Thea couldn't let it escape. Would she chase it all over the universe? She cast 7 or 8 seals consecutively before giving up. He turned his head and used Mage's hand to pick up the 2 metal hammers. He shook them in his hands and struck a pose. They were as dumb as they could get. It was very useful for ordinary people, but it had almost no effect on her. Furthermore, a weapon like a hammer had nothing to do with beauty. She would rather fight empty-handed than use a hammer. She kept it and prepared to study it later. Khufu's gauntlet was actually a divine weapon. Its aura was weak, but Thea was very familiar with it. It was her old friend, Horus. Or rather, it was the remnant of a god's will. After all, Horus's main body gave up his divine position, so it could be said that this remnant of his will had nothing to do with it. She only needed to touch it lightly to erase that remnant of will. However, Thea didn't do so. Horus had helped her a lot. Now that he only had a remnant of will left in the gauntlet, there was no need for her to kill him. As a reserve member of the Endless Clan, the future second sister of death, she still had this bit of tolerance. She lowered her head to study the 2 corpses. Queen Zamalin also rushed over. Our energy source. When the queen entered and saw the shattered amethyst on the ground, she wailed. Thea knew that she was pretending, but she still played along. The purple lantern's energy source can be restored. The most important thing is the people. As long as they're still around, the energy source will be reignited. She wasn't trying to comfort her. The Green Lantern's energy source in the original space-time had been destroyed and rebuilt many times. But she didn't see the Green Lantern banging its head against the wall in frustration. She estimated that with these amethysts, she could find 40 to 50 purple lanterns, inject energy into the amethyst, purify it, and rebuild it. The Zamalin Queen's acting was slightly exaggerated, and she stopped crying instantly. She ordered her subordinates to take the purple crystal shards away. The lantern beasts on the side also had methods to collect them. Thea directly handed them over to them, but the 2 corpses on the ground made it a little difficult for her. This was the idol of her own people. Logically speaking, she should take him away. However, when she thought about how Black Lamp could revive them at any time and how such a ticking time bomb was still by her side, she felt a little reluctant to take him away. However, she couldn't say that she would burn him or chop him up. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. Thea wasn't afraid. The hammer had been taken away. Even if they resurrected, they wouldn't be that powerful. There were 9 billion Black Lanterns in the universe. It didn't matter if they had more or less. Let them continue to stay in this land that they love so much. She helped the queen out of her predicament at the right time. As the leader, the queen could not give up the totem herself, so she could only let an outsider like her do it. In fact, love my ass. The Zamalin people had been here for less than 3,000 years. In other words, there was nothing here 3,000 years ago. Khufu and Chayala were thrown to this place by the ancient aliens. The 2 of them could only hug each other to death. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't like this place when they were alive. Most likely, before they died, they yelled something like, "Damn, the heavens will die a horrible death." However, no one cared about what Thea said. The 2 piles of corpses didn't jump up to refute her. A bunch of the queen's guards even showed an expression of acceptance. Thea and the queen threw away the corpses with a look of disgust and left the palace with a pile of crystal shards. The princess took 2 of the best crystal shards and put them in her pocket. She wanted to study the feelings of love in the future. The queen tacitly pretended not to see anything. The battle outside was still intense. The population of Zamalin wasn't large, only a little over 1 million. After all, love was too extreme. There were only a few who could maintain love even in death. There were only a few dozen members of the Purple Lanterns, but they also maintained the custom of burial. When the Black Lanterns came, they directly pulled up hundreds of former Purple Lanterns and turned them into Black Lanterns. They all knew how to use manifestation, and there were so many of them that the Purple Lanterns were defeated in the first place. Seeing their acquaintances, relatives, and elders standing in front of them again, talking about the happy times of the past, the Purple Lanterns, who were already very emotional, were not alert at all. Even when the Black Lanterns revealed their true colors, they still didn't realize that their end was coming. In just one wave of attack, more than 20 Purple Lanterns were killed. These 20 were resurrected by the Black Lanterns and joined the battle. At the same time, the Purple Lantern's total energy was destroyed by Kufu Chayala, who was resurrected from the inside. They couldn't replenish their energy, and the situation could be said to be extremely urgent. Fortunately, the Three Lanterns Coalition arrived in time and replaced the Purple Lanterns, barely holding the line. When Thea flew out, she saw Sinisto killing everywhere. He was the only one who had the willpower and skill to wear 2 lantern rings. The others couldn't. The firstborn had the qualifications, but he had little research on the use of the lantern rings. Compared to the lantern rings, he preferred his own greatsword. Now he was like a firefighter, relying on his strong physical fitness to constantly support the various battlefronts. Thea saw a Black Lantern ring fly by in front of her and hurriedly wrapped the ring with a huge amount of magic. Flesh and blood, from Tnar of Zamalin, connection failed. Flesh and blood, from Tnar of Zamalin, connection failed. The ring was very mechanical, and it kept repeating some information. Thea listened patiently. When the ring repeated it for the 3rd time, it finally said the information she was interested in. Energy value 1, 15%. She sighed. It had actually been less than half an hour since the insect sniper ring. The rings had already begun to provide energy to the Black Death Emperor. When the energy reached 100%, the Emperor of the Realm of Death would enter the universe. This speed would become extremely fast as more and more people died. She didn't have much time. Only by gathering the 7 lanterns could the battle be maintained. Ching knew. Start the teleportation in batches. We don't want to waste our energy here. Sinisto, this is not a stage for you to show off. Can't you tell which side is in danger? Those meaningless targets, what a waste of green light. Saint, go to the front line and help Sinisto replenish the lantern ring's energy. The women and children are taken care of by their people. Don't make trouble. Ching Nu really didn't have the ability to see the big picture. Sinisto seemed to be beating the Black Lanterns, but Thea could see that wearing 2 lantern rings of different colors at the same time consumed a lot of his mental power. He was just holding on, not to mention the Saint, who would help a child when they fell. Did he have time to worry about such trivial things in the chaos of war? Chapter 828. After teaching her subordinates a lesson, she personally joined the battle and finally managed to mobilize the cooperation of the 3 lanterns. Although the Black Lantern's attacks were still fierce, they could only retreat in the face of all kinds of powerful magic. On the other side, Ching Nu began to teleport in batches. Each Green Lantern could take away tens of thousands of people. Shrink the defense line. Thea raised her hand and a huge fire tornado swept up a bunch of Black Lanterns. Not to mention the lethality, it would take at least a few minutes for them to escape. They retreated as they fought. When the last batch of civilians was evacuated, they left the planet and returned to Odium. As the host, the Holy Walker promoted his everything will be fine theory while taking Queen Zamalin to settle her people. Thea received all kinds of information remotely. The Black Lantern rings were getting closer and closer to Earth. After thinking about it, she left the clone and used the Anka talisman to teleport back to Earth. Entering the Justice League Hall, she immediately sounded the highest level alarm. Superman was the first to arrive, followed by Diana, the 3 speedsters of the Lightning family, Barry Allen, Wally West, Bart Allen, the Martian Manhunter, Supergirl, and Green Lantern John Stewart. They rushed over without any preparation. Diana was wearing casual clothes, Superman was unshaven, and there was a lipstick mark on Barry's face. Wally gave him a few looks before he wiped it off. What happened? Diana was shocked. The Justice League's highest-level alarm was set up for superheroes all over the world. It was not limited to the League. This setting was secretly done by Bruce Wayne. They only discovered this function after Dick took over. There's a huge disaster in the universe that will affect Earth soon. We only have a few minutes, Thea replied. The Green Lantern will solve all problems. Before Jon Stewart could finish, he was interrupted by Thea. Idiot, your main planet Odium is surrounded. Don't you know that? Thea casually scolded this idiot. Then she picked up the phone and called the secretary. After all, not all heroes could fly. Even if some could, they couldn't fly fast. They were thousands of miles away. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. Quinn Group employees all over the world could inform them to participate in this large-scale video conference with the help of a local network. Princess Starfire, Starchaser, Raven, the younger version of the Golden Vanguard, Green Lantern Guy Gardner, Blue Beetle, Animal Man, Atom Man, Shockwave, Fiora, Electric Lady, Firestorm, Battle Eagle, and White Dove entered the venue one after another. Thea's eyes narrowed as she looked at Warhawk and White Dove. These two tall men had absorbed the fate that she had given up. For example, Warhawk, who was already violent to begin with, had become even more violent, like a red light. For example, the White Dove was even more holy than the angel Zoriel. In Thea's eyes, he was even more holy than the angel. It could be said that their fates had reached a new fork in the road, and it was hard to predict whether it was a blessing or a curse. She hardened her heart. She had to give up those things, move forward lightly, and never look back. She used a faint layer of soul power to isolate the breath inside and outside. Warhawk and White Dove, who were originally a little restless, felt slightly uncomfortable, but soon returned to normal. They thought that they were nervous because of seeing so many superheroes. As for the few mages from the magic school, Sia ordered them to stay put. Black Lanterns could not enter the New World, and magic was also not very useful to Black Lanterns. The young lady knew very well that there was really no need to sacrifice the fragile mages here. She looked at her watch. Less than a minute had passed. She knew many heroes, but she didn't know most of them. They gathered in twos and threes, watching Thea make a call. She looked at the big screen. Some heroes who couldn't fly, such as the new Batman, the Green Arrow, and some leaders of countries were online. Everyone was waiting for her to speak. Everyone, time is tight. What I want to say is that an hour ago, countless black rings appeared in the depths of the universe. She paused, waiting for everyone to digest the news. Several heroes with sharp minds looked at the Green Lanterns, Guy Gardner and Jon Stewart, who were present. It's similar to what you guessed. This time it's Black Lanterns, Black Lantern rings. As for the number, a conservative estimate is 9 billion. Impossible. How can it be? Everyone exclaimed. The leaders of several countries online were even more shocked. Except for Moira, who knew some information from Thea, all the leaders looked as if their parents had died. Previously, there were 2 Green Lanterns on Earth. They began to think about how to get the rings. After all, they knew that with the rings, they had abilities. Now, there was no need to grab them. 9 billion rings came all of a sudden. The 2 of them only had 1 lantern ring. How happy? Happy my ass. According to their narrow vision, this must be a conspiracy against Earth. If Thea could read minds through the network, she would definitely tell them, "Congratulations, you guessed right." The truth was really against Earth. At the thought of 9 billion people like the Green Lanterns appearing all of a sudden, the leaders, including the heroes, were dumbfounded. A member of the International Justice League, Guy Gardner, who had the temperament of a veteran, looked at Jon Stewart with his mouth agape. They had tried to contact War before, but they did not receive any communication signal. What abilities do they have? Have you fought with them? Now, the only person who could ask this question was his family member, Diana. It's another kind of resurrection of the dead. They can choose the corpses of the most elite warriors in the universe and reinstill their memories, turning them into Black Lantern warriors with abilities from when they were alive, Thea replied. The 2 Green Lanterns looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Jon Stewart asked Thea, "Can they use materialization abilities too?" "Yes. Otherwise, What force do you think can prevent war from transmitting any information? I know about your martyr's cemetery. Now, I'm afraid I don't believe it. John Stewart could not accept the current situation. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Stewart's colleague, what she said is true. The fall of war is only a matter of time. Two figures, one big and one small, flew in. Hal. The heroes greeted Hal Jordan. The husky was quite popular, but he was extremely tired at the moment. He only nodded at them as a greeting. Thea was a little confused. She looked at the small man beside him and asked, Gonda, I went to Odium to look for you. What's the symbol on your chest? You joined the Green Lantern Corps? I gave up my identity as a Guardian. Now, I want to be a part of the universe and participate in the war as a Green Lantern, the small man, Gonda, said solemnly. Thea expressed her admiration. The Guardians saw the Green Lanterns as tools. Gonda was able to abandon his comrades and all his inherent beliefs to fight side by side with the so-called bumpkins. He was an amazing person. After a few seconds of silence, she threw out a time stop and prepared to talk to Gonda alone. The small blue man, Gonda, looked at the different flow of time around him. His old face was expressionless. It seems that you know about that existence on Earth. Is that why you came back here to defend it? Spirit of existence. You don't have to test me. I know of its existence. It's the materialization of the first beam of light in this world. Chapter 829. Gonda was relieved. So you do know about the spirits of existence. Then you must know that their target is Earth, right? It was a question, but he was sure that Thea knew. Of course she knew. She even wanted to blaspheme the Black Death Emperor. Both the universe and Earth need the power of the green light. Thea showed him the battle on Xamarin. No matter how the yellow light, blue light, and green light fought, the black light would recover instantly. Only when the green light and any other light were mixed together would the black light be destroyed. Is this the power of the green light? Gonda ignored Sinisto in the image and showed no interest in the green light ring on his hand. However, he showed some interest in the battle between Qing Nu and the others. The green light could temporarily change its color. In other words, it could borrow any light spectrum from the seven lights and emit it. However, Thea created a fake green light. If she changed it and lent it out, it would be even more fake. On average, it would take 3 or 4 green lights to destroy a black light. Just as they were about to say something, they heard a crack, and the time stop effect was broken. Thea was a little surprised. Her control of time had reached a very high level. She could sense that the attack was not targeted at her, but more like some kind of collateral effect. She felt it with her heart and said in disbelief, Our world has been pierced through. Who did this? The heroes were dumbfounded. Can you say something we can understand? A cutting-edge technology laboratory. Zephyr Sisko seemed to have received some kind of warning. His expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and opened a portal. He jumped through it. The few speedsters who were also worried about their home also followed. Thea shouted to stop everyone's restlessness. The Lightning Squad's ability is trustworthy. They will send back more information. She looked at her watch again. In less than 3 minutes, the first wave of black light rings will descend on Earth. Leaders of all countries and heroes of the world. The ones who will stand up again will be our family, friends, and lovers. But I want to say that it is only their bodies and their memories that have been copied. The people you remember are not in front of you. No attack can destroy the Black Lantern ring. At present, the only way we have found to deal with it is the green light of the Green Lantern Man and any one of the lights in the Lantern Ring Corps. So the 3 Green Lanterns on the field are the main force. Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, and John Stewart felt a lot of pressure, but they stood up bravely. I can help. I'm also a green light now. Gantz raised the ring on his finger. Thea couldn't care less about the people around her. Is your former Guardian colleague still on the main planet of Ura? A few thousand Green Lanterns won't be able to withstand 1,000,000 Black Lanterns. What O needs now is a Guardian, not a Green Lantern. Do you understand what I mean? But I can't go back. Europe has been surrounded. I'll teleport you back and leave your ring behind. This way, OUA's Guardian can cooperate with the rest of the Lanterns to keep the green light as much as possible. Gantz had an imperceptible smile on his face. I've only been a Green Lantern for half a day, and this is the result. Fate has made me go back to my old path. He took off the ring and changed back into his little blue man costume. The ring rose into the sky. Thea teleported Gantz away and passed the news here to her clone on the distant alien planet. Gantz's ring flew quickly and came back quickly. A young man was directly pulled back by the ring. Suddenly seeing a room full of heroes, the young man was a little confused. Hal, tell him what to do next. Considering the feud between the Green Lanterns and the Yellow Lanterns, and the lack of Blue Lanterns, Thea summoned 4 Green Lanterns to cooperate with them. The 2 lights together can destroy the Black Lanterns, and the teleportation of the Green Lanterns can also make them act as firefighters. Finally, I want to say that no matter who the Black Lantern resurrects, it will not be the person you know. Your loved ones have fallen into eternal sleep, and now it's only their remains that have been awakened. Thea had to repeatedly emphasize this point. The heroes were a group of sentimental people. They didn't show any of their abilities, and many of them were foolishly killed by the Black Lanterns in the original time and space. Boom! As if to let the heroes see with their own eyes what the darkest night was, there was a loud noise as soon as she finished her sentence. It seemed that something had landed in the city. Several heroes with supervision looked over. The man was wearing a black suit of armor that was filled with the charm of technology. He had a robust face. He landed in the city center and flew at an extremely high speed. Due to the impact of the impact, web-like cracks appeared on the ground where he landed. The cracks extended for thousands of meters, ignoring the ordinary people. The man sensed their gazes and looked over. Thea pursed her lips slightly and turned to look at the Kryptonians. I'll deal with him. Fiora flew out with a cold face. Superman's face was pale. He tried to rush out a few times, but he stopped himself several times. Who is it? Diana didn't have X-ray vision, so she asked in a low voice. It's General Zod. Thea was also a little angry. The butterfly effect was a little too strong. The first thing they did was to give her a big surprise. When they buried General Zod's body in the Kryptonian debris, they didn't expect him to be the first to fly back. Fortunately, the Kryptonian exploded into pieces and not a single body was left. If hundreds of thousands of Kryptonians jumped out at once, Earth wouldn't be able to defend itself. Thea took a few more glances. Fiora, who was shocked and angry, flew out at the fastest speed, grabbed Zod, and rushed to the suburbs. Zod's body was dead, and the Black Lantern could only return to the state he was in before he died. Fiora, who had been on Earth for many years, was now able to suppress her former boss. She signaled Superman with her eyes to not act rashly. Hal Jordan and the other 2 Green Lanterns explained the various ways to use the Lantern Ring to the newcomer. Kyle Rayner was the name of the newcomer. He got the ring made by Gantz. Although he was dizzy, he was still learning hard, even though he was sleeping at home 2 minutes ago. Thea looked at him playfully. This artistic superhero, the future holder of the 7 lanterns, the White Lantern Kyle Rayner, could control the 7 emotions with a mortal body. He was simply a destined protagonist. Sinisto was amazing, and his life experience was rich. He had been through ups and downs several times, but even so, he could only control 2 emotions at the same time. Kyle Rayner was like Duan Yu in the Sky Dragon Temple. Others could only use the one yang finger, and only those with profound skills could use it at the same time. Kyle Rayner, on the other hand, had achieved 6 meridians inexplicably. The young lady had only mastered 4 emotions after all her planning. She wasn't immortal, nor was she an immortal like the little blue man. She was a god of a higher level, and among the gods, she was one of the top few. She didn't dare to say that she could control the 7 emotions freely. An ordinary person could achieve so much in the future. This must be fate's arrangement. Compared to Kyle Rayner, Hal Jordan was like a rampaging bull. Chapter 830. She smiled playfully. Kyle Rayner was not as dazzling in this time and space. She only needed to wear 3 rings to master the 4 emotions. It was not difficult for her. She retracted her gaze and looked at the universe. In less than 30 seconds, her voice spread throughout the hall and every corner of the world that could receive the signal. They're here. The heroes used their powers and flew out of the hall. They saw that the bright mirror-like night sky was tainted by a layer of black ink. Countless spots connected into a black fog and occupied their entire vision. The huge group of rings seemed to have seen the heroes and flew all over the sky, as if mocking them. They paused for a moment and then scattered to find their respective hosts. Even though Thea said that normal attacks were ineffective against the rings, they still used their own means to attack. Superman's Supergirl's Heat Ray, Firestorm's Flame Impact, Starchaser's Staff, everyone attacked. Unfortunately, neither the Kryptonians' superpower nor Firestorm's atomic recombination could do anything to the black light rings. Only the 4 Green Lanterns cooperated with Green Lantern and knocked down a few rings. Diana believed every word her lover said. She did not attack. Thea did not attack either. As long as the superheroes on Earth were mentally prepared, they could deal with the crisis. She needed to accumulate strength and gather the 7 emotions to become a white light to deal with the Black Death King. She reached out and grabbed a light ring that flew in front of her. The mechanical sound inside was still so harsh, like an old broken machine. After several failed attempts to break free from the ring, the sound from the inside finally came intermittently. Flesh and blood. Earth's Solomon Grundy has awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's Boston Brand has awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's John Grayson and Mary Grayson have awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's Maxwell Lloyd has awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's Ted Court has awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's Robert Quinn has awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's George Harkness has awakened. Flesh and blood. Earth's has awakened. Thea quickly read all kinds of information from the ring. She was a little annoyed as she destroyed the ring with one hand and a yellow light. All his acquaintances had been resurrected. He wasn't some hermit expert, so naturally, his relatives were among them. Old Robert Quinn had been resurrected. The Black Death Arch behind the scenes seemed to be mocking all the resistance. The priority of resurrection was the heroes' relatives. For example, Dick Grayson's parents were completely side characters, yet they had been resurrected. Superman's adoptive father, the Sea King's biological father, and the aunts and uncles of the various heroes were all pulled up again. The only bright spot was that Barry's mother did not come back to life. It was unknown whether or not it was because of the power of speed. Casualties were inevitable tonight. The governments of various countries were mobilizing their armies to attack these resurrected people. However, their weapons could not cause much damage. 3 of the Heaven's Eye Society's bases were breached. Captain Boomerang, Rick Flag, and the Charm Witches, who had come back from the dead, attacked at the same time. Together with the many prisoners on death row who had been secretly dealt with, their numbers snowballed. In the end, Katana, Death Shooter, Dr. Light, and a few other second-rate heroes and villains covered Amanda, and Lara retreated. Killer Croc, who fell behind, was killed directly and revived as a Black Lantern warrior. Gotham was also hit hard. Many of the dead returned to the streets, venting their fear and destruction. As Batman's successor, Dick Grayson and the Raptor Squad were under a lot of pressure. Stubborn as he was unwilling to ask for help from the Alliance. However, Thea estimated that it was only a matter of time. Thea, we're in big trouble here, Barry said in the communication channel. Thea nodded and gestured for him to continue. Those little blue-skinned people seemed to have opened up a passage to Earth too. I saw it with my own eyes just now. A large number of rings flew in like a flood. Thea was a little shocked. Was this going to escalate from a single-universe disaster to a multi-universe disaster? No. She calmed down and thought about it. This was impossible. There were definitely people who could open up a passage to the multi-universe, but it was definitely not those little blue people. Moreover, they were now being controlled by Scarface. They could not even use 20% of their strength. Superman, Diana, let's go to Central City. I'm afraid there's big trouble there. The few of them did not know what was going on, but they followed her through the teleportation. Supergirl wanted to go as well, but Thea sent her back to Nathaniel City. Her sister Alex and Lena needed help. The originally orderly state-of-the-art laboratory was now like a ruin. A huge crater flattened the buildings on the ground. Countless broken pieces of equipment were scattered around, indicating that this used to be a high-tech research facility. Are those the Guardians? Diana was fully armed as she looked at the little blue people in the air. The little blue people did not look good. Each of them looked ferocious, as if they wanted to eat people. 8 black chains robbed them of their will. They were currently fighting with a few extremely fast people. Meanwhile, the other end of the chains was in the hands of a female Guardian. The one in the middle with the scar on her face is the main culprit. The chains in her hands seemed to be controlling the other 8, Thea explained. Thea was surprised that the other party could use the realm gap here to open up a passage between the two worlds. Back on Earth 2, she had fought with Darkseid, and the remnant energy had broken through the realm barrier. After that, she patched it up and thought that it was fine. She did not expect the other party to use this point to create so many variables for no reason. You're courting death. Thea looked coldly at Scarface. The short Guardian did not say anything and controlled the chains. The 8 Guardians were like 8 vicious dogs, and the energy bullets in their hands shot toward her. I'll stop them. You go seal the realm barrier. Diana raised her cloak and flew up. She blocked and slashed as she fought with the 8 vicious dogs. The Valkyrie's decision was not wrong. Only Thea was good at sealing the two worlds. After telling her lover to be careful, she went down to the ground. After this inspection, she was also dumbfounded. Maybe it was just a gap in the past. A few people could run through it, but large machines could not pass through. Now that they had violently destroyed it, the gap had become a big hole at least 10 meters high and more than 50 meters wide. It could not be sealed in a short time. Hi, Dr. Quinn, long time no see. Just as she was thinking carefully, a red lightning ran out from the other side. It was an old acquaintance, Albert Swan, Reverse Lightning, who died in the hands of Extreme Lightning. Thea raised her hand and cast Ice Ring. The last thing she wanted to see now was the Black Lantern Extreme Lightning. It was very fast and immune to a lot of control, which made her, a magic god, very uncomfortable. She put on the double lantern ring again. She wanted to end this guy first. The green light in her left hand hit Reverse Lightning, but as soon as she raised her right hand, it was entangled by a golden lasso and pulled in the opposite direction. Truth lasso? Thea's mood finally fluctuated. These people's unscrupulous practice of resurrecting the dead was really disgusting. Slightly hindered by the lasso, Reverse Lightning smoothly escaped, ran quickly, and threw a lightning arrow at her. At the same time, the owner of the lasso also pulled her to the other side. My strength is poor, but it's not to this extent. How dare a few puppets look down on me? She grabbed the lasso and pulled out the enemy hiding in the dark. She didn't even look at the enemy and punched her. With shoulder-length hair, an eagle breastplate, a battle skirt, a shield on her back, and a short sword at her waist, the one she hit was Wonder Woman, who came to Earth 2 and was killed by the Wasteland Wolf. Chapter 831. Thea sent the imposter flying with one punch. That's right, this guy was an imposter in her heart. She then dispersed Reverse Lightning's lightning. Her heart felt heavy. She thought that if Wonder Woman was resurrected, then the dead on Earth 2 would have to stand up as well. Sure enough, a strong wind blew past, and a tall and strong figure rushed out from the other side of the passage. His face was covered in black gas, and there was an S mark on his chest and a large cape. The other party caught Wonder Woman in the air, twisted his waist, and punched her in the face without stopping. You're no match for him either. Go away. Using the same posture, she sent the imitation Superman flying with another punch. However, this time, she used all her strength. She was a magical deity, yet she had been reduced to punching a bunch of muscular men every day. What a tragedy. Then, am I a match for him? A sharp arrow shot from behind. Thea caught it with her hand and crushed it into powder. You're a weakling. The woman in front of her was wearing a red leather jacket, carrying a quiver of arrows, and holding a composite bow. 2 sharp arrows were placed on the bowstring and aimed at her from afar. This made her unable to suppress her anger. This is too much. Black Lantern resurrected Thea Quinn from Earth 2. Then a bunch of people jumped out. There was Batman, Oliver, Malcolm, Tommy, and Moira. What AF asterisk king bastard. Thea hated this Black Lantern more and more. Whether he did it intentionally or not, this was a big problem. I'll deal with him, Barry said, and began to provoke his old acquaintance, Reverse Lightning. At the same time, Superman also took on Black Lantern Superman, and the two of them began a fight. Whether it was Barry or Superman, they were stronger than their opponents at this time. However, their opponents could resurrect endlessly and could not be killed. This was annoying. Once the battle was prolonged, they would definitely not be a match for Black Lantern, who had eternal energy. Thea did not hesitate anymore. She asked Caitlin to cooperate with her to use speed-limiting means. She took 2 light rings and cleaned up the crowd. Why? Why are you doing so well? How am I inferior to you? Am I not you? Black Lantern Thea had been shooting arrows from the periphery. The power of the Black Lantern was distributed among the 3. 9 billion rings, and the various functions were reduced in a straight line. However, it was still a lantern ring, and it still had the ability to fly. Coupled with her martial arts skills when she was alive, she could be considered to be quite skilled. You're inferior to me in every way. You're just a mortal. In the past, Thea would not talk about gods and mortals because she knew that compared to the big boss was the god, and she was just a slightly bigger ant. But today, she felt that if she didn't refute, she wouldn't be able to sleep at home. She grabbed Black Lamp Oliver's arm. The stench of the corpse made her dizzy, and she stepped on this guy's neck. Earth 2's Oliver had died in a shipwreck. He hadn't been able to reach his potential, and he could be said to be a typical example of a good-for-nothing. She extinguished it effortlessly, and with 2 flashes of light, Black Lamp Oliver was turned into a pile of dried bones. On the other side, Black Lamp Malcolm and Black Lamp Batman still retained their fighting wisdom from when they were alive. They bypassed Thea and sneaked up on Caitlin and Psycho respectively. Fortunately, they were stopped by Bart Allen and Wally West. Thea pointed at them separately. You're just shells. I'm not your family, and you have nothing to do with me. She turned to Thea and said, Do you want to see the difference between gods and mortals? I'll let you see the gap that you can never cross. She stretched her palms, and countless fragments of light appeared between her fingers. A small ball of extremely hot energy was created out of thin air. Thea's eyes were extremely focused, and her lips were softly chanting. This legendary spell was called Yamin Eider's Eternal Blaze, which she had accidentally discovered in Hell. The spell would compress magic to create a miniature sun, which was a super weapon against the traditional army of the dead. It was hard to say whether it could kill the Black Lamps, but it would definitely cause damage to their rotten bodies. Thea was familiar with the Ring of Lights and with death. She knew that death was not endless. Everything had an end, and at least the Black Death had an end. The Black Lamps could recover their bodies, but how many times could they recover? Once? 10 times? 100 times? This energy would not appear out of thin air. In other words, every bit of death consumed here actually came from the Black Death. It was just that the total amount was so huge that it could not be seen at all. Thea's idea was to fight a war of attrition. If you have the ability, you can keep wasting time with me. At first, it emitted a faint light, and then it became brighter and brighter. Even her skin felt unbearably hot. The surrounding light was affected by the high temperature and was a little distorted. Thea pushed the ball of energy into the sky with both hands. At first, the Black Lamps only felt that the light around them became stronger, and they felt a little uncomfortable in their dim vision. But as time went on, the Black Lamps flying in the sky felt that they were affected. Black Lantern Superman was no match for Clark to begin with. After exchanging a dozen blows, he was beaten to a pulp. Superman, on the other hand, was getting braver and braver as he fought. Facing this imposter, he had a rare outburst of temper. With a boom, he punched his opponent's chest. The Black Lamp Superman retreated and prepared to dodge the punch. But suddenly, his speed dropped a lot. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was hit by the punch. Struggling out of the soil, he looked at his hands in confusion. The originally black and gray muscles were now smoking. He reached out and clenched his fist. He did not expect that one of his fingers would fall off. He looked around numbly. The Black Lamp Diana and the Black Lamp Reverse Lightning were all affected. As for the black lamps that were transformed from ordinary people, some of them staggered, and some of them had already collapsed to the ground. A large amount of black muscles were melted by the sun. The black lamp rings hurriedly repaired them. Unfortunately, they were in the area of strong light. The flesh that was forcibly restored could not withstand this kind of exposure. As soon as the flesh was restored, it was turned into black smoke in the blink of an eye. The black lamp rings fell into a vicious circle. Their program was rigid and mechanical, and they had a bit of service-oriented spirit. As long as the host was still there, they would continue to repair. Melt, repair, melt again, and repair again. The direct effect was that the combat power of the black lamps fluctuated. After all, their combat power was greatly limited by their bodies. Without a body, they were just bones. Even the Superman could not exert much power. Superman and the Flash had the upper hand at the same time. The Black Lamp Superman could still rely on himself to hold on. Reverse Lightning could not do it. With his left foot, his pace was steady. When his right foot stepped out, the flesh of his forefoot turned into black smoke. He could not run at all. At the critical moment, the Black Lamp Diana kept attacking the civilians around her, causing the Flash to come to her rescue. Only then did the crisis of Reverse Lightning be resolved. It wasn't just them. Scarface, who was like a dog leashed, was also affected. The strong light shone on his body and made a light sizzling sound. The colors of the 8 black chains were changing rapidly. 2 of them were even slightly damaged. The 8 mad dogs that were attacking Diana in a frenzy began to slow down. Their dull eyes also showed some signs of recovery. Chapter 832. Scarface had never seen such a legendary spell before. She was very decisive. For Guardians continued to attack Diana, while the other 4 turned around and tried to destroy the miniature sun created by Thea. Unfortunately, the Guardians did not understand the principles of magic. She was still using the traditional method, which was to bombard the sun with energy. She had seen Angel Zorier before. According to his aura, Thea's spell was even more powerful than the original version. Through the magic channel, it was the positive energy from heaven. The Black Death Monarch could ignore this energy, but his soldiers could not. The energy bombs launched by the 4 Guardians did not destroy the miniature sun. Instead, they seemed to be trying to put out the fire. The miniature sun did not shrink. Instead, it grew bigger. After the 4 Guardians were sent away, Diana's pressure was greatly reduced. She raised the shield with her left hand and smashed it at the nearest blue man. These guys are not good people. She had heard from Thea a long time ago that these guys were not good people. She did not feel guilty at all. With a crisp sound, the thick shield made close contact with the blue man's old face. The force was so great that the face of the so-called immortal blue man was smashed out of shape. She raised the long sword in her right hand and wanted to chop off the enemy's head. Suddenly, she remembered that this guy was still alive. If she were to chop him to death, she would definitely be pulled up by the black lamp in an instant. Diana cursed her bad luck and turned her wrist into a cut to cut the chain behind him. With the power of thousands of pounds, the sword ignited with a raging fire. The real fire god's sword slashed at the chain. It was just a chain made of energy. It could not block Diana's long-prepared attack at all. The chain was cut off. The Guardian, whose face was smashed out of shape, instantly regained his senses. There were still benefits to being deprived of emotions. He glanced at Diana expressionlessly and then turned back to look at his former colleague, Scarface. He realized that things were not going well. They could not destroy the miniature sun, but they had lost one of their Guardians. Scarface, the female Guardian who had been bewitched by the Black Death Monarch, made a prompt decision. She raised her hand and gathered the strength of the 7 to defeat Diana. She then teleported away with her former colleague and now her new pet. After releasing the legendary spell, Thea was a little tired. She was a little slow in sealing the space. Seeing that Scarface was about to escape, she happily chose to go easy on him. After all, without Scarface, an Earthling would not be able to summon the Black Death Emperor by relying on Black Hand. The temporary commander had been chased away, and the remaining Black Lanterns were still rushing out from the other side of the passage. The situation had not changed much. Diana felt a lot of emotions as she faced the black-lit version of herself. Eagle armor, battle skirt, boots, silver bracelet of protection, lasso of truth. In the Black Lantern version, she only knew how to wield her sword blindly. There was no creed, no goal. She was lost and hesitant. Now that her soul had disappeared, only her body was pulled up by the Black Lantern. The Diana of this world? Wonder Woman? Ha! Today, you will die here too. A sinister smile appeared on the withered face of the Black Lantern Wonder Woman. The spiritual light in her eyes was sizing up Diana as if she was looking at a toy. I've spoken to your soul before. You're just a copy of the original's memories. You're not her. You're just a puppet. She was a new deity, and the other party was just a puppet. There was a huge gap between their strength and speed. After hanging out with Thea for so many years, she was no longer limited to Greek martial arts. It could be said that she crushed the Earth's second version of Wonder Woman in all aspects. Diana raised her eyebrows and kicked the other party's shield away. She waved the long sword in her right hand and cut off one of the Black Lantern's arms. Under the strong light, the Black Lantern's recovery speed was greatly delayed. Diana's lasso of truth was tied up on her body. Even though she was a puppet, Diana still wanted to save her. The Valkyrie roared, "Speak under the lasso of truth." Who are you? The Black Lantern Wonder Woman struggled violently, but it was useless under Diana's power. As the new deity poured her divine power into the lasso of truth, a force of rules firmly held her body. The Black Lantern struggled violently. Diana didn't know why the other party still had energy left. In the past, she would be subdued if she was caught by the lasso. This Black Lantern was the first one who could still resist. She didn't have time to think. The perseverance in her personality won out. She returned the favor. The originally golden lasso turned silver-white under the infusion of divine power. Diana's hair fluttered. Divine power surged all over her body. She used all her strength. On the other side, Thea hurriedly repelled a few small fries and teleported to her side to protect her. Her gaze was distant and deep. She was worried. Diana was too impatient. She actually used the Black Lantern to cross dimensions and fight the Black Death Emperor directly. Diana was one of the best on Earth, but she was nothing in front of the Black Death Emperor. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 seconds. The silver-white lasso showed signs of turning from white to black. If it wasn't for the Perseverance divine position, she would have been defeated directly. Golden sweat flowed down her neck. Diana held the lasso with both hands. She was barely holding on. It seemed like she was questioning the Black Lantern Diana, but she was actually asking the Black Death Emperor. This involved a huge amount of rules. Thea was anxious. She couldn't help much in this kind of battle. No matter how close they were, the attributes of their divine power were completely different. It was impossible for them to continuously transfer their internal energy to each other just by patting on the back like in wuxia novels. Their attributes were different, and they had nothing in common. The Heavenly Father's divine power of justice might be able to help Diana repel the Black Death Emperor, but Thea definitely couldn't do that. Thea suddenly had an idea when she saw the citizens running for their lives with Saxus on their backs. She took out a flute, which was also a specialty of hell. It was left behind by a demon lord who didn't do proper work and was quite artistic. The main material was 12 dragon bones, which were polished and bored. When she played the flute, it carried the heat and decadence of hell. Thea, as the god of art and art, had maxed out all her skills. She thought about it and decided that she couldn't play funeral music to help Diana. Although her soul divine position could enhance these songs, she estimated that the Black Death Emperor's enhancement would be even greater. Songs full of positive energy were also not suitable. First of all, this flute came from hell, so it naturally didn't match those high and mighty tunes. Besides, strengthening Diana wouldn't help. From 100 to 150, she still couldn't defeat the Black Death Emperor. Fortunately, she had pondered for a long time about how to deal with the Black Death Emperor. She had all kinds of ideas, but her principle was still the same. Since she couldn't beat him in terms of realm and understanding, she would blaspheme him. It was hard to learn good things, but easy to learn bad things. The purity that had been maintained for 10,000 years could be destroyed in a few minutes. She would mix sand into his purity and pull him to the same level as Thea. Then, she would defeat him with her rich experience. Her red lips gently brushed past the flute, and the corners of her mouth drew a beautiful arc decadent. Ethereal music slowly and powerlessly sounded from the specially made flute of hell. Chapter 833. She's like the setting sun. Think more, who knows how to appreciate. Come on, be merry, there's plenty of time. Come on, love, there's plenty of foolishness. Come on, wander, there's plenty of direction. Come on, create, there's plenty of glory, wandering back and forth, falling in love with dreams. The more I panicked, the more I itched, the more I scratched. She had used her soul power to support her divine position, and the hell flute to play the song. The echoes lingered in the air, and the aftertaste was endless. The unfinished meaning of the song caused people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. With her divine power playing, mortals wouldn't be able to hear her song. They would only feel their body heat up. Just like Superman, he attributed his inexplicable excitement to being under the sun too much. Diana, on the other hand, wasn't afraid. She was an experienced driver who didn't care about anything. The two of them had interacted for so many years, so what hadn't they done? Singing a little song? That's nothing, it's just a drizzle. On the other hand, the Black Death Emperor was different. He wasn't even a newbie, so he expressed that he had never heard of such a thing before. The shock that struck his soul caused his emotions to fluctuate for the first time. Even though it was very weak and inconspicuous, ripples still appeared in his tranquil state. The confusion that lingered in his heart made him recognize something other than death for the first time. Born before life, the Black Death Emperor was the embodiment of life and death. He had seen the birth and death of countless lives. Now that he heard Thea's soul-stirring, decadent music, he felt a tinge of jealousy towards mortals for the first time. Those mortals with souls might be able to feel more emotions. Milady's gaze pierced through countless dimensions and looked directly at the Black Death Emperor's lifeless and confused gaze. Grandson, open your eyes wide and watch how the divine art god defeats you. The Black Death Emperor was still expressionless. However, his simple and direct mission of returning everything to death was covered by a thin veil. On the other hand, Diana's control over the Black Lantern instantly weakened to the extreme. At the same time, Diana began to exert her strength. Silver-white, divine power once again suppressed the Black Death aura. Tell me, who are you? The Valkyrie's body was weak. Her divine power had dried up, but her aura was at its peak. The Black Lantern's struggle became weaker and weaker. I'm not. I am. The Black Death Emperor on the other side saw that the situation was hopeless and quickly withdrew his consciousness. I'm Diana Prince, Wonder Woman. As Black Lamp roared this sentence, his entire body exploded into powder from the inside out. Earth 2's Wonder Woman, with the help of the lasso of truth, relied on her physical instincts and finally broke free from Black Lamp's control. Thea's mouth was slightly agape. She looked at Diana with a dumbfounded expression. In that instant, the Valkyrie had gained another source in her body. Diana had told her that the new source's name was courage. She questioned an existence that was higher than herself. She was not afraid of danger. She was not afraid of sacrifice. She bravely moved forward. Even if everyone retreated, she still had the courage to face countless enemies. Thea had always thought that the divine seat belonged to her father, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Her father did not even have the divine seat of bravery. It was no wonder that he had been defeated by Darkseid for so many years. She felt that the divine seats of the new gods should be divided into 4 levels. The divine seats that were related to the origin, which was the composition of the material world, were the first level. Time, space, life, and death were all in this category. Unfortunately, none of the new gods could touch this level. After that, there were the divine seats that had a great impact on life or were indispensable, such as justice, evil, and soul. Among them, The soul was slightly more important than justice and evil. Strictly speaking, it was not essential. Without a soul, or even if one's soul was thin, one could still live well. The divine seats that were derived from life activities, such as Thea's trade and wealth, Diana's protection, bravery, and the hatred and pain of the wasteland wolves. Finally, there were the divine seats that were dispensable and did not affect life, such as Art and Lady Canopy's tracking. It was fine to have them, but not having them would not affect the overall situation. Diana was sweating all over. Her divine power was exhausted, and she looked like she had just been fished out of the water. However, when she thought of her new source, she licked her lips at Thea. Her eyes were full of vigor. "Look, I caught up to you again. I'll teach you a lesson tonight." She had a second-class divine seat, 2 third-class divine seats, and 1 fourth-class divine seat. In theory, she still had the upper hand against Diana, who had 3 third-class divine seats. However, her personality was not as domineering, and she was naturally weaker. She quickly shrank her neck. She grabbed Anka's amulet and saw the latest data projected from the Death Hut. She almost laughed out loud. Black Death King's ranking had dropped by 3 places, and now he was 108. This proved that the blasphemy strategy was completely feasible. He sent Diana aside to rest. She did not have the strength to fight anymore, so she stood aside and experienced the various magical effects of the new divine seat. The decadent music helped Diana defeat Black Death King, and indirectly helped Reverse Lightning escape from the hopeless situation. Barry and Wally were both young men. They could not hear the melody, but the notes that hit their souls still made them react. They did not know why they had such a big physiological reaction when they saw Reverse Lightning. Both of them were dumbfounded. Should they go back and see a psychiatrist? His thoughts were all over the place. Blacklight Reverse Lightning, naturally, did not have any reaction. Taking advantage of Bard Allen's lack of experience, he quickly ran out of Central City. Blacklight Superman also wanted to run, but he was stopped by Thea. They attacked together. In the end, 1 green and 1 yellow directly made Blacklight Reverse Lightning go offline. He turned into a pile of bones and fell to the ground. What about this passage? Diana looked at the passage between the 2 worlds that could pass through an elephant and was a little worried. The black lights on the other side were endless, and many of them were their acquaintances. Steve Trevor, Laurel Lance, a bunch of people were pulled up by the black lights to fight against them. "I can't seal it in a short time. I'll blow it up." Thea's hands were filled with a huge amount of magic power, but she did not make up her mind. The balance of the universe was very fragile. Once Earth 2 was blown away, who knew what kind of chain reaction it would cause? This was why it was easier to be a villain than a hero. They only cared about destruction and did not have to think about all kinds of problems. Thea had to think about it. Earth 2 had given her a lot of benefits. Whether it was hope, emotion, or the divine position of the soul, they were all inseparable from Earth 2. Was it appropriate to push it away now? Fortunately, an acquaintance appeared and solved her problem. "Child, it's me." The old man who ran out of the passage saw her gathering power in her hands and hurriedly stopped her. "Old Robert, why are you here?" Thea was puzzled. After that, a large group of people flew out of the tunnel like defeated soldiers. Earth 2 Superman Farzad, followed by Dr. Fate Khaled, Green Lantern Alan Scott, and Flash J. Garrick all ran out. Chapter 834. "Help us. We can't hold on any longer. There are 2 guys behind us. Stop them." Old Robert supported Old Batman and ran at the front. He was out of breath and waved at Thea urgently. "Who? Where did Earth 2 get so many strong people?" Seeing how miserable these people were, Thea hurriedly looked behind them. Dr. Fate used magic to cover the area behind them from time to time. Green Lantern Alan Scott kept throwing all kinds of weapons behind them, trying to stop the enemy. Farzad was fighting and stopping. In order to cover the few ordinary superheroes, they fought for a minute before rushing out of the tunnel. "Who's behind you?" Thea asked Old Robert, who ran out first. "Nah, boo." Old Robert uttered the strange word. As soon as he finished, Farzad was hit by a flame explosion and flew a dozen meters away. Dr. Fate's magic shield was broken, and Green Lantern Alan Scott was also burned by a fire pillar and fainted. black rotting flesh, stinking, and eyes emitting a terrifying light. Nabu, the mage who became a god on Earth 1 and chose to sacrifice himself on Earth 2, was reawakened by the black light. Thousands of years had caused most of his clothes to rot, but Thea automatically ignored the clothes that could be called rags and focused on Nabu. At this time, Nabu was floating in the air, sitting cross-legged, wearing a half-broken mask that was very characteristic of Pharaoh. This guy was very rich, as expected of a great mage who was half a step away from becoming a god. Earrings, rings, nose rings, wrist guards, belt, ankle bracelets. This tycoon not only had rings on his fingers, but also several on his toes. The magic light of various attributes made her dizzy. Looking at this, it was not too surprising that he could easily crush the heroes on Earth 2. Nabu uttered a few syllables. Before Thea could understand what was going on, she saw that the opponent was not looking at the scene at all. The magic equipment on his body emitted different lights, and through Nabu's own magic communication, they cooperated with each other like a precision calculating machine. The magic power was used just right, neither wasted nor delayed. He raised his hand, and a zigzagging flame rain was released outside the tunnel. The spell contained many meteorites with flames. If they landed on the ground, at least half of the central city would be destroyed. Ancient spells? Thea's interest was piqued. There weren't many people who could compete with her in magic these days. She softly chanted a spell and quickly found a few special nodes of the opponent's spell. She waved her hand and broke one of the nodes, trying to interrupt the spell. Nabu was slightly stunned. This person did not have the demeanor of a villain at all. He did not speak at all. He connected to a magic equipment on his body, and the rain of fire in the sky paused for a moment before continuing to fall. Thea's interest was completely aroused, and she chose to counterattack again. Then, the other side changed their casting rhythm. The two of them went back and forth, and the rain of flames in the sky seemed to be stuck, falling down one after another. Nabu was extremely stubborn. He insisted on releasing the spell, but Thea wouldn't let him. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 blows in an instant, but there was no clear winner because Superman, Diana, Farzad, and the others had split up and destroyed the rain of fire. Don't worry about me. There are enemies on the other side of the passage. Thea stared at Nabu without blinking. She did not know if it was because he was cautious when he was alive, or if it was just a coincidence. This guy had 7 or 8 layers of magic shields on him. To deal with a normal Black Lantern, the strategy of green left hand and yellow right hand would not work. She had to first destroy the messy shields on him. As if to confirm her words, a golden figure rushed out from the other side of the passage. The original golden armor now seemed to be splashed with a layer of thick ink. He wore a winged helmet and held a double snake staff in his hand. The person ran with a flash of lightning towards Diana. The power of speed? Diana felt that the person was familiar, but she could not be sure. Her divine power had only recovered a little, but she was still a battle-hardened warrior. Her eyes tried to track the opponent's speed. She raised her shield in front of her. The moment she felt the shield touch something solid, she rushed forward and slashed with her sword. The opponent lowered his head and ran away from the side. Hermes? Diana looked at the new enemy. She was a little dizzy. His appearance was completely different, but if the rotten muscles were removed, he would be the tall and handsome god of speed that was recorded in the Greek classics. This guy is Hermes from Earth 2. He is the fastest person on their side. Jade Garrick's power of speed was given to him before he died. Thea saw this scene from the corner of her eyes and explained without looking back. She had already fought with Nabu. Nabu's magic was at the peak, but she was not bad either. She was at a higher level, so it was only a matter of time before she defeated the opponent. Hearing that it was a fast person, Barry was excited and ran to support Diana. This run showed the difference. Hermes was too fast. He used the power of speed. The opponent was a god, and Barry was just a human. Hermes could do many incredible moves easily, but Barry could not do it because of his limited body. The remaining few fast people were not as fast as Barry, so they could only be anxious. Earth 2's Sea King Arthur Curry came out. Atlantis did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but it was attacked by the Great Plains wolves in the first place. Arthur naturally died. At this time, Black Lantern Sea King was holding a trident, accompanied by Black Lantern Mela. Superman faced the two of them, but he was ambushed by Black Lantern Batman. A kryptonite dart almost killed him. It was Psyker, Caitlin, and the rest of the people who worked together to save the big boss of the Justice League. Seeing that the situation was not optimistic, Thea began to attack Nabu. This mage, who was only one step away from becoming a god, was unusually tenacious. He defended 70% and attacked 30%. When a shield was broken, it was immediately repaired. When a magic trap was removed, another one was placed. Thea was tired of it. If a normal human mage played with her like this, the battle would be over with 3 soul attacks at most, but Black Lantern was immune to all soul attacks. She could only counter the opponent's attacks in a textbook way. On average, the opponent cast 9 spells, and she could counter 10 in the same time. She could still win, but it would take a lot of time. She still had to save power to deal with Black Death King. It was not worth it to fight Nabu to the death. However, the opponent's magic was very powerful, and no one could block it except her. Diana had previously saved the Guardian, and Sia was prepared to ask him for help. Unexpectedly, when she looked around from the corner of her eye, this grandson had already run away without saying a word. She had no choice but to ask others for help. Thea summoned the big lowly raven to help her break the shield. The demon princess, who was very violent in her bones, was also interested when she heard that it was such a mission. Chapter 835. All kinds of dark magic were thrown at Nebraska. It was simple and crude, and the big lowly could not see the difference between magic shields and magic traps. She just relied on her abundant magic power to attack. A magic incarnation appeared behind Raven, and a dark raven that covered the sky directly hit Neb's shield. This hit directly broke 3 layers of shield, and Neb finally began to panic. The magic equipment on his body flashed fiercely. His battle wisdom was still there, and he judged that Raven was a strong support for Thea. He relied on a few pieces of equipment to resist Thea's disintegrate spell. At the same time, his hand shot out a colorful beam of light, directly hitting Raven. Thea hurriedly turned her head, and Raven also looked at her. The 2 beauties, one big and one small, were happy. Neb thought that Raven was young and weak, so he used a very advanced chaos spell. This spell was effective even against archmages. Unfortunately, Neb did not know Raven's bloodline. She was the daughter of the 3 palace demons, a born demon. Demons' resistance to magic was second only to dragons, and they were almost immune to mental magic. Thea, with her high attainments, could not say that she could control Mechanut for a few years after implanting her mental power when he was the weakest. Neb's external will, which was forcibly injected by magic, did not affect Raven at all. Neb's efforts were in vain, and he was defeated even faster. But this person was really tough. The 2 of them attacked wildly, and Raven used her ultimate skill several times, summoning the Dark Raven to hit hard. It took a full 2 minutes to destroy all the shields, and Thea destroyed the black lamp with one hand green and the other yellow. The rest of the battle was also clear after Thea and Raven joined in. Hermes' divine body was very resistant to the miniature sun in the sky, and unlike ordinary extreme speed, this guy could fly. Several people chased after him and finally took him down with difficulty. Because of Neb and Hermes' interference, many of the black lamps ran away. Seeing the final result of the battle, Thea was a little speechless. Black Lamp Batman, Black Lamp Malcolm, and Black Lamp Reverse Lightning. It seemed that the 3 with the highest IQ had run away. "Please don't destroy the tunnel," old Robert pleaded earnestly. Thea's mind was filled with a multitude of thoughts. Earth 2 had already been ruined by the Wasteland Wolves, and now that Ji-Hei was affecting them, it could be said that things had gotten even worse. They didn't have the help of other colored lights. They only relied on a fake green light like Alan Scott. God knows how long it would take to calm this storm. Furthermore, this was originally a disaster on Earth 1. Earth 2 was a little innocent. If she blew up the passage, the many Black Lanterns left there would destroy Earth 2. This was something she did not want to see. I'm willing to help you. Those undead can come to our side. Thea finally made up her mind. Superman and Diana had no objections. If they had the ability, they should help. The Flash and everyone on Earth 2 were friends, so they were duty-bound. The heroes of Earth 2 cried tears of joy as they sat on the ground to rest. This battle was too sudden. They were not prepared at all and were beaten to a pulp. Where's Eagle Girl? Where's the Iron Captain? Only. Thea looked around for a long time. All that appeared in the passage were black lanterns. They've all died in battle, old Robert said sadly. Thea wasn't feeling too good either. Earth 2 had been used as a sacrifice by Scarface. She had lost the little bit of vitality that she had just recovered. She did not feel guilty. This matter had little to do with her. The passage was there, and it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. If Scarface could discover it, it meant that she had stayed on Earth for a long time. It was not a last-minute decision. Everything was arranged by fate. She felt much better after putting the blame on Big Brother Fate. Superman flew to her side and looked at Farzad, who was not far away. He was a little stunned. Blue tights, a red cape, and an S symbol on his chest. This person is Farzad. He's the Superman from another world. The Superman from before. All right, it's the guy you knocked down just now. In their world, Zod is a refined scholar. Frankly speaking, Thea felt a little confused. The resurrection of the dead, and now it involved a parallel universe. It was even more confusing. After all, in the suburbs of Metropolis, Fiora was fighting the real Zod. Now that his son from a parallel universe was here, it was strange no matter how she looked at it. While they were talking, there was still a steady stream of enemies coming out from the other side of the passage. However, with Superman, Diana, the Flash, and a group of heroes from Earth 2 working together with the Central City Police Department and the National Guard, the front line was barely maintained in the area around the original cutting-edge technology laboratory. The miniature suns would continuously weaken the Black Lanterns. Ordinary firearms could also repel the enemies. The endless stream of human troops could be considered to have the upper hand. Thea greeted them and rushed to the other battlefields. Other things aside, Star City, Metropolis, and Washington also needed a few miniature suns. Whoosh, whoosh. A strange sound pierced through the air. Black-armored Avatar hurriedly lowered his head. The Death Archer had shattered the boomerang with a shot. The Heaven's Eye Society was defeated. The agents were not weak, but in front of the resurrected Black Lanterns, they did not have the upper hand. They could not kill the other party at all. This was very shameless. The Black Lantern Boomerang Captain had learned how to use the Black Lanterns to create Black Lantern rings. Under the cover of the night, the lightless boomerang could kill without a trace. Dr. Light, who could deal damage to Black Lantern, was injured and unconscious in the first round of attacks. If it weren't for the fact that Amanda had done so many bad things and was so paranoid that she had prepared a lot of backup plans, they would have been trapped in the Heaven's Eye Society's base. As they fled, there were less than 300 agents left out of the 500, and half of them were clerks. Change vehicles, hurry up. The convoy was trekking with difficulty. Along the way, vehicles were constantly damaged. They could only try their best to move forward. If they could not find a vehicle, they would have to pray for their own good. The Boomerang Captain did not have much ability when he was alive, but after he died, he was very powerful. His invisible boomerangs tormented them greatly. Avatar, my old boss, are you okay? Dr. Munn and I are here to see you. Rick Flegg, the ace agent that Avatar had been very optimistic about and had prepared to nurture as the leader of the Suicide Squad, was now chasing madly in the distance with a dark glow in his eyes. As if to illustrate his words, the Charm Witch, who had been pulled up by Black Lantern again, raised her hands high. Dark magic surged, and she cast several shadow arrows at Avatar and the others. At the same time, the dark magic summoned countless shadow creatures, which surged toward the agents. The shadow arrows were blocked by Dr. Mist, who was good at reflecting magic. This superhero from Africa had magic arrays all over his body. With the magic arrays, he could block any directional magic. However, there was nothing he could do against the shadow creatures. Fortunately, Katana, a Japanese female warrior, lived up to her reputation. Holding a long sword that could attack the soul, she flew up and down, killing several shadow creatures in a row and barely alleviating the crisis. Chapter 836. Roar. With a roar, a black shadow jumped over from afar. It was Killer Crocodile, who was killed by Black Lantern and resurrected. Chatter. Amanda yelled at the vengeful demon beside her. This former gangster, who could control Hellfire, was stunned for a moment. He raised his hands, and a pillar of fire repelled Killer Crocodile. Chi. An icy aura formed an ice wall behind everyone's car, temporarily blocking the enemy. Captain Lung, with a hoarse voice, met them on the road. To be precise, he escaped from the prison and took back his freeze gun. Alone, he chose to escape with Amanda's team. Amanda didn't have time to think about how this prisoner escaped. It was better not to mention it. So she silently agreed to this fact. Black Lantern couldn't be steamed or boiled. Everyone pouted. If this fight continued, there would be no end. The enemy could fly, and they could only drive. There was no way they could escape. Commander Waller, where are we going? Captain Lung asked, as if they were close friends. Amanda was still calm. Go to Washington. As an old acquaintance, her intuition told her that Thea would most likely have some way to protect her mother. It was safest for her to go to Washington in the name of rescuing her mother. Her little plan, in the eyes of the agents, became a pillar of the Gongzhou nation. Being chased like a dead dog, she still couldn't forget the country's leader. Ms. Amanda was really amazing. They're chasing us again. A sharp-eyed agent turned around and was shocked. Hundreds of Black Lanterns were chasing them again. Not only were the former members of the Suicide Squad chasing them, but there were also many criminals who died in the Sky Eye Society. These guys were all famous criminals when they were alive. Many of them had superpowers. Now, Black Lantern commanded them to take revenge on the living again. Some were extremely strong, some could spit acid and make bombs. All kinds of abilities were used one by one. The two groups of people started a race of life and death on the road. Amanda, go to hell. The charm, which turned into a cloud of black smoke and teleported into the Jeep. She opened her left hand, and her fingernails were like 5 sharp knives, stabbing into Black Lantern's chest. A few members of the Suicide Squad pretended not to see it and simultaneously slowed down a step. Katana was very aware of the big picture. She kicked at the Charming Witch, but felt as if she had kicked a rock. With her obstruction, Laura Michaels pulled her boss away. However, her sharp nails still left 5 bloody wounds on Amanda's shoulder. Attack her! Avatar roared at the members of the Death Squad. These guys still needed to be taught a lesson. What a scam. Death Archer, Vengeance Demon, and martial artist Bronze Tiger were a little displeased when they saw that she had escaped with her life. However, they didn't dare to disobey her orders. The 3 of them worked together to defeat the Charming Witch. By right, the devil in Chata Santana's body wasn't much weaker than the Charm Witch's. Unfortunately, Thea had almost destroyed his soul back then. As the host, his strength had also decreased by more than half. Saying that it was Hellfire was just putting gold on his face. In fact, it would take a lot of effort to even open a barbecue in hell. Chata Santana's fireballs came one after another, but the Charming Witch easily dodged them all. Even if she hit twice, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Veins popped out on Death Archer's forehead. No matter how good his marksmanship was, it was useless. This enemy couldn't be killed at all. On the other side, Bronze Tiger was even worse. He was one of the few martial artists in the world, but in the face of extraordinary power, he could barely protect himself. He couldn't do anything more. Running on the ground was ultimately inferior to the Black Lanterns flying in the sky. The Black Lanterns were like cats chasing mice, chasing and intercepting them, slowly forcing the people of the Heavenly Eye Society into a dead end. Seeing that the route was getting more and more out of the way, Amanda was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Along the way, the number of enemies chasing them increased. She didn't see many allies, but the burden had increased by quite a lot. She could trick the ordinary citizens to go home and hide, but she couldn't do anything to the nobles. Looking at the 2 members of Parliament who were in the middle of the convoy and claimed that they were going to protect the president, she couldn't help but want to kick these burdens away. Originally, there were only about 100 Black Lanterns. Now, including the agents who had died in battle, there were nearly 300 people chasing after them. Amanda shrunk her neck to avoid a boomerang that flew from behind and asked her adjutant, Laura, in a low voice, "Is there any news from our rescue team?" Laura and the Black brother, Digger, often exchanged news. Whether it was Thea or Amanda, they all turned a blind eye to them. Amanda knew that the management committee wasn't affected at all. No one lived here in Nevada, so naturally there were no corpses. "No, I'm afraid that we," Black Panther glared at her, wanting to say why she affected the morale. They're here in the sky." Laura suddenly controlled the device on her wrist, looked at it for a while, and suddenly raised her head to look at the clouds. A huge mothership descended from the clouds, and countless weapons aimed at the Black Lanterns, firing in unison. In the original Green Arrow Iron Triangle, Thea's former bodyguard, the Black brother, John Digger, was wearing a long black trench coat, his hands behind his back, and constantly giving out orders on the bridge. Several high-tech weapons were aimed at the Black Lanterns, and their regenerative abilities were suppressed under the saturation attack. Today, he was like a hero who had killed his way out of the clouds and could finally hold his head high in front of his wife. The Black brother was very satisfied that Thea had given this mission to him. Thinking of the suggestion that Thea had given him when she saw his outfit, he took out an eye mask and put it on his left eye. Looking at the mirror on the command deck, his face changed from an honest brother to an iron-blooded general. As a commander, he seemed quite dignified. Not bad, not bad. The Black brother was very satisfied and was ready to show his wife his new look later. When the people on the ground saw the reinforcements, their morale was greatly boosted. Even the Suicide Squad gave up on their grudge against Amanda and worked together to build a defensive circle, waiting for the mothership to airdrop lifeboats. The mothership kept attacking the targets on the ground, and Firestorm and Violent Wolf Robber guarded the two sides of the mothership. Seeing that his conversion ability couldn't destroy the Black Lantern ring, Firestorm started to throw fireballs continuously. The nuclear energy converted by Firestorm's matrix was much hotter than Chatter Santana's flames. The Black Lantern Killer Crocodile was lit into a torch by him, and even the Charm Witch, who was a magician, chose to avoid it temporarily. On the other side, Violent Wolf Robber was playing around, riding his flying Harley-Davidson motorcycle, whizzing through the sky, and sitting in the side compartment was someone familiar to Death Archer. "Ha ha, little wolf, hurry up." Accompanied by crazy laughter and all kinds of explosions, Death Archer looked at the ugly girl waving at him from afar. Seeing that she wanted to greet him with a bomb, he hurriedly raised his gun. Chapter 837. Reality proved that Clown Girl was not that crazy. She looked at the bomb in her hand and then at Deathshot, who had a strange expression on his face. She smiled brightly and placed the bomb in her left hand while waving her right hand at her former colleagues on the ground. "What's the big deal?" Deathshot was very unhappy. His close comrade had been pardoned for a groundless reason. This made him feel sour. During one of the missions, Amanda accidentally brought up this taboo topic in the Suicide Squad. He finally found out the whole story. The ugly girl was a woman. Because of such a ridiculous reason, he still continued to risk his life. And the other party seemed to be having a lot of fun. This alien is also an idiot. Sooner or later, he will be killed by that troublemaker. Deathshot was famous for his good eyesight. He immediately saw Violent Wolf Robber beside Clown Girl. This skin color, this appearance, he was definitely not from Earth. 2 seconds later, he felt that he was wrong. Who knew who would be the one to kill who? Violent Wolf Robber was not afraid at all. He rode Harley and charged into a large group of Black Lanterns. This guy was still shouting as he killed. His voice was so loud that it was like he had a human speaker. He was afraid that others would ignore him. "Haha, your Earth is too lively. Only Macho Man likes it here." Clown Girl in the side compartment also displayed her death-seeking spirit to the extreme. This new friend was crazier than her. This made her very happy. She threw all kinds of bombs at the Black Lanterns. The Black Lanterns did not feel pain, but their memories were still there. They were all unruly criminals and had never seen such arrogant people. They all turned their guns and wanted to take them down. Go to hell. Trash. Among them, Charm, which was the fastest. She turned into black smoke with a whoosh and was already behind Violent Wolf when she appeared again. Her 10 fingers were like sharp swords. Before Berserk Wolf could react, she had already pierced his neck. After that, she moved her hand horizontally. A huge head was tilted to the side. His spine was also exposed to the air. He looked extremely miserable. Just as the Charming Witch thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided and was about to kill the clown girl, Shooting Death in the distance raised his gun and was about to save the clown girl. Then he saw the Berserk Wolf's head twist to the back and look at the Charming Witch. That little bit of flesh was not enough to support his big head. He could not see the Charming Witch, so the little ugly girl kindly held his head for him. Only then did he see the real person. The only fierce man is not afraid of any sneak attacks. Berserk Wolf pressed his head back onto his spine. His action was simple and rough, completely ignoring the blood vessels and nerves. 2 palm-leaf fan-sized hands squeezed his neck, and the powerful, self-healing ability connected the muscles on both sides of his neck. Soon, his neck, which had been torn in 2, was restored to its original state. After doing such a shocking thing, he didn't have any self-awareness. He grinned, picked up a big axe with his left hand, and chopped the Charming Witch into 2 halves from top to bottom. The self-healing ability of the black lamp was not weak either. A large number of black lines connected the 2 halves of the corpse. The Charming Witch's face was ferocious. She wanted to see whose self-healing ability was stronger. Seeing that the self-healing was over, she raised her hand and wanted to shoot a shadow arrow. However, she realized that her body was a little strange. She looked down and saw a round bomb with a smiley face painted on the front of it in her stomach. A short wire was exposed on the outside in an exaggerated manner. "Get off, idiot!" Berserk Wolf picked up a heavy chain with his right hand and slapped it on the face of the Charming Witch, knocking her off the motorcycle. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion, followed by 2 crazy laughs. Relying on the 2 crazy people to attract attention, John Diggle landed 2 emergency spaceships. Amanda and the others were finally rescued successfully. Laura saw that her husband was wearing an eye patch and was very confused. "You were fine during lunch. What's the meaning of this? How did you become blind in such a short time?" Technological equipment. Seeing his wife's concerned eyes, the black man was quite happy. He was not lying. Thea had to make him wear it willingly, so she integrated a bunch of communication, infrared, and positioning functions into the eye patch. It could be said that she had put in a lot of effort to make the black man look more like the braised egg next door. It was a pity. Double couplet character designs for Felicity were all focused on heroes. In the end, the former Miss Hacker had designed a tall and handsome white man based on her boyfriend's model to be the commander of all the heroes of humanity. This result made the Missy feel uncomfortable. It was only when the black man applied to lead the Celestial Mothership that this regret was made up for. After picking up everyone, the Celestial Mothership flew out of the atmosphere and activated the cloaking device. This cloaking technology from planet Dino was definitely the best in the universe. Back then, Thea and Batman could not discover it, and now Black Lantern could not find it either. Along the way, they stopped and did their best to protect the civilians. Supergirl and the Martian Hunter also brought the DEO agents to join the battle. When they arrived at Washington, the spaceship was filled to the brim. The miniature sun stopped in midair. Washington's sky was still in the hands of humans. The Celestial Mothership joined the battle and once again defeated the Black Lanterns who were besieging this place. Only then did they let everyone down. The Black Man continued to drive the Celestial Mothership to rescue more people. A few superheroes also followed. Amanda ordered her subordinates to station while she did not rest. She entered the White House. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to at least make a report. She had a good plan, but it took her a minute to push the door open because the house was full of people. Representatives, governors, and mayors had similar thoughts. These people were also using the excuse of protecting the president. Those who did not know would think that they were loyal. Moira was in a terrible state dealing with this group of people. She tried her best to persuade them that they could move to the new world. It was very safe there. Without special means, Black Lanterns could not pass through. She spoke nonsense every day. Today, it was rare for her to speak the truth. In the end, this group of people did not believe her. They did not understand the difference between a higher dimension and a parallel universe. This group of people was stubborn. It was safest to be around the president. As long as the president did not leave, they would not leave either. They would not leave, even if they were beaten with sticks. They would stay in the White House to protect the president. Moira did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only chat idly with this group of people. Thea had said that this time was different from the previous time. The participation of ordinary people was very low. Even the participation of superheroes was not high. The key to victory or defeat was still in the hands of a few people. Moira was quite optimistic. Even when she saw Robert Quinn Sr. turn into a Black Lantern, her gaze narrowed slightly. She did not do much. She would observe the situation quietly. Everything would be fine after dawn. Ordinary people only needed to sit and wait. That was what Thea had told her. Chapter 838. 30 miles west of Gotham City, Tim Drake was flying at a low altitude. After the Battle of the Cape, he called himself Red Robin and left for a period of time. He had just returned today. Now, he was using a self-made glider and looked like a big bird. If you exclude the boulders that were thrown at him from time to time, his posture could be said to be very elegant. For a normal person to be able to fly at this level, it was not something that could be described as very talented. Beside him was a young blonde girl wearing a tight red battle suit, golden wrist guards, and a dark red lasso around her wrist. This was Diana's disciple, Wonder Girl Cassie. The two of them met by chance. Cassie was just passing by while Tim received Dick's message that his biological parents had been revived by the Black Lantern. He hurried back to Gotham and met Wonder Girl on the way. After chatting for a while, he realized that she was not an outsider. After being scolded by Diana for a few months, Cassie was eager to make a name for herself and came to Gotham with Tim. The ambitious miracle girl had been knocked unconscious in her first battle as a fledgling. Solomon Grundy had escaped. This huge zombie that Sia couldn't defeat back then had taught the magical girl a solid lesson. Her little bit of pride had been beaten back to Angkor Wat. If Thea was there, she would definitely ask the Black Death Emperor if Solomon Grundy's situation was really considered dead. He was still alive. At least he was not completely dead. But Wonder Girl had no such inquisitive spirit. Solomon Grundy, who was born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, contracted a disease on Thursday, was seriously ill on Friday, died on Saturday, and died on Sunday, was a hard-working wretch. Back then, he needed the rookie Superman, the rookie Batman, and the rookie Thea to suppress him. All right, the latter two were just bystanders back then. Even so, his combat power was not something that Cassie could resist now. After 3 moves, Cassie was shocked. This random monster was unusually ferocious. He ignored her lasso and sent her flying with a backhand slap. If Tim did not save her, she would have been seriously injured. Casey thought of Diana's twin swords and lightning spears. His attack methods were too lacking. Hey, we can't lure him back to the city. We have to deal with him in the suburbs, she said to Red Robin beside her. Do I need you to tell me that? Wearing a mask? Tim resisted the urge to speak. After circling the outskirts twice, Tim thought of an idea. He turned his head and asked his new partner, "What ability do you have?" Casey was naturally not an idiot. How could he reveal everything about himself when it was the first time they met? She chuckled and said a few simple words. Tim pondered for a while and asked, "Can you fly to the moon by yourself?" Casey was a little confused. She didn't know about that. Because she had never tested it before, why would she go to the moon for no reason? Listen to me, the guy behind us can't fly, but we can't kill him. Let's throw him to the moon and deal with him later. That's our only option now. Casey looked back and asked with uncertainty, "But I saw that those black lights can fly. How can this guy?" In fact, Tim wasn't very sure either. He hesitated and said, "Miss Thea said in her TV talk that the black lights copy the memories of the deceased. But according to our records, Solomon Grundy isn't dead. He might not be able to use the full power of the ring." Tim didn't know how trustworthy his words were, but he was a practical person and was prepared to give it a try. The two retreated and let Casey deal with the big zombie. Tim opened one of Batman's secret rooms. In the roar of fire, a space shuttle rose into the sky. The big zombie's intelligence wasn't high. Seeing that one of its prey had escaped, it didn't know that it had fallen into a trap and jumped into the space shuttle. Tim was waiting for this opportunity. He activated the mechanism and locked the big zombie in the space shuttle while he jumped out. The two watched from the ground for a long time. The big zombie struggled hard, but Batman's black technology was very powerful. It couldn't break free in a short time. It roared and was taken out of the atmosphere by the space shuttle that was set to enter the moon's orbit. After a long time, the guy didn't jump down. Tim was relieved and said, "He probably can't fly." Casey was a little surprised. "Huh, this guy is quite resourceful. Such a troublesome enemy, and he took care of it so easily." The two of them were very responsible. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that there was no response, they went to Gotham together. Gotham was a mess. It had to be said that Batman's principle of not killing had a good effect. A bunch of criminals with ulcers on their heads and pus on their feet were living quite well. The two-faced man who had been hiding all this time even gathered his subordinates to attack the Black Lights. In his mind, Gotham was his territory. How could he let a bunch of dead people touch it? Most of the first-line criminals survived. Unfortunately, some of the second-line criminals who weren't very famous died in the fight. Now that they were all revived, together with Dick's parents and Tim's parents, the Black Lights turned Gotham upside down. When Tim brought Casey to find the then Batman Dick Grayson, they saw him and Damian each carrying a flamethrower and in a stalemate with the Black Lights. There were two people beside them, a man and a woman, who were carrying their own equipment and helping to set the fire. The woman was a local of Gotham. Tim had seen her before. She was Miss Firefly, who was good at setting fires. The man had a big head and a big body. He had a fierce face. This was Heatwave, who had specially come from the central city to find Miss Firefly to exchange his knowledge on setting fires. The four of them barely held the line. The Black Lights were blocked by the flames. Tim hurriedly led Casey to join the battle. The six of them fought to the death and finally broke out of the encirclement. "Let's go to the Gotham police station." Tim didn't say anything because he felt uncomfortable when he saw his parents who had passed away a long time ago. Dick was now using the identity of Batman. He gave orders without hesitation. The few of them knew to stick together. Even if Heatwave and Firefly didn't want to, they had no choice but to run for their lives. When Thea arrived at Gotham, Old Gordon had already returned. The police officers found their backbone and took out their flamethrowers to deal with the Black Lights. A group of superheroes also helped to stabilize the situation. She cast a legendary spell again and left a miniature sun to help them resist the Black Lights' attacks. "Boss, what about that guy down there?" Seeing that she was about to leave, the dead Boston Brand hurriedly stopped her. He wanted to ask what was going on. His own corpse was alive and kicking, killing people and setting fires down there, while he himself was still a lonely ghost. In fact, Thea couldn't figure out the situation of a dead person. Was he considered alive or dead? According to the Black Death Emperor's understanding, he was definitely dead. However, from the perspective of Thea's soul, the soul of the dead was still there. His consciousness was still there, so he was still alive. From this point, it could be seen that her definition of death was completely different from the Black Death Emperor's. "That's definitely not you. That's just a puppet. You must remember this," she said to the dead man very seriously. Thea was so busy that she didn't have time to give a long explanation. Seeing that the dead man was her lackey, she gave him a few simple instructions before leaving. The dead man was still very confused. Anyone who saw their own corpse wandering down there while they were floating in the sky would feel a sense of absurdity. He wanted to find out the truth. After visiting dozens of planets and seeing countless wonders in the universe, the dead Boston Brand felt more and more strange about himself. There was no special case like him who could wander around the universe after death. Chapter 839. Seeing that his body was still moving below, he no longer hesitated and rushed in as if he was possessed. A familiar body. When a dead man entered a rotten body, his first reaction was that it was so familiar that he forgot that he was dead, as if he were still alive. He subconsciously wanted to touch his head, but his arm moved slightly, and he was swallowed by a more magnificent will. When he regained his consciousness, he found that he had become a dead man again, and it was all dark around him. Feeling that he seemed to have done something stupid, he immediately asked Thea for help. But both the light ring and the soul connection were extremely weak. The light ring went out directly, and the soul connection was barely there, as if it would break in the next second. The dead man looked around. It was pitch black everywhere. He had no idea where he was. He couldn't even tell if he was still on Earth. I'm already a dead man. Am I dead again? Could a dead man die again? What would he look like if he died again? He had a lot of philosophical questions in his head, and he suppressed his confusion. There was no difference at all around, except for darkness. He could only find a direction to fly in. He flew and flew. It felt like he'd been flying for a long time, but it also felt like a few minutes. Finally, he saw something beyond the black. There were strands of white floccule, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. White should have made people feel bright and comfortable, but the white here was full of decay and dilapidation, like an old house. Who is it? In the distance, a blue light slowly drifted over. The dead man didn't expect there to be an outsider here, so he asked warily. The person on the opposite side was also startled. When the two slowly approached, they were both relieved. They knew each other. Dr. Palmer, why are you here? Where's this place? No, you can see me. The dead man looked at the armored Atom Man and became more and more surprised. They shouldn't be able to see him. Atom Man was also stunned. How could he see a dead man? He wasn't wearing the yellow light ring, so he shouldn't be able to see him. Was he dead? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His face was pale. If it weren't for the helmet, the dead man would have laughed at him. Am I dead? Am I alive? The two of them looked at each other at the same time, and then looked at each other strangely. The dead man and Atom Man knew each other, but that was all. Only magicians could see the dead. Normally, even if they wanted to communicate, they couldn't. Moreover, one of them was one of the top scientists in the world. He was rich, young, handsome, and well-spoken. The other was simply a representative of feudal superstition. When he was alive, he didn't even finish high school and hung around with all kinds of bad women. These two people didn't have anything in common. When the topic of how to enter this mysterious space was brought up, they realized that the difference in their methods was simply too great. The dead possessed their original bodies and entered this world in a daze. The Atom Man was different. He had received a lot of atomization knowledge from Thea, but he did not know that it was his own research in the future. Now he was standing on his own shoulders, and the door to the whole microscopic world had been opened to Ray Palmer. Following the mobile phone signal transmission, his real body entered the online game world to fight monsters. A lot of the Atom Man's research was incredible. He had already broken away from the shackles of the original time and space. This time, he suddenly had an idea. He followed the internal cracks of the black lamp ring and prepared to explore the secrets within. After a few turns, he saw a dead man. The two of them talked for a long time, from the perspective of magic to science, from molecular structure to myths and legends, but they were all confused. In the end, they could only continue to explore together. Thea sensed that there was something wrong with the spiritual imprint on the dead man. It seemed that he had entered a strange place, but she didn't have time to think about it, because there was a huge problem that she had to solve. It was indeed huge. The man in the green hood, who was hundreds of meters tall, was on a killing spree. Cairo, theft, you're guilty. Tyne, robbery, you're guilty. Dozens of criminals were directly judged by this person and turned into ashes. Not even their souls were left behind. Not even a trace was left behind. This was the vengeful spirit of God, the ghost. Thea rubbed her forehead. Seeing the big black lamp mark on the ghost's chest, she didn't know what to say. This ghost was nearly 10 times weaker than when she first saw it. She could take it down with some effort, but she just felt that it was stupid to do this. She looked at the void beside her. Stranger, I know you're there. Come out. You need to give me an explanation. You knew that he possessed Jim Corrigan, but you still killed this host? Is there something wrong with you? After talking to the air for a long time, the phantom stranger hesitated a little, but he still walked out from the air. Thea was very dissatisfied. Can you explain why you did this? Is it the same as Raven? After sending his wife and child to heaven, the stranger regained his poker face, which was as cold as ice. I don't know. The voice of heaven told me to do it, so I did it. No reason, no grudge. Thea sighed. She really didn't understand the boss's thoughts. Aren't you all family? Is God's mental state so bad that his main consciousness is asleep and his several consciousnesses are fighting for themselves? He sent his own Smurf toy to kill another Smurf's host. What kind of F***ing thing is this? Then you don't have a solution, right? She asked tentatively. The stranger shook his head. He didn't care about the burial. If you don't like it, come and kill me. I don't want to live. Thea was speechless. You win. I can't afford to offend you. After observing for a while, she realized that the phantom was quite interesting. Without a host, he was invincible, but with a host, he immediately shrank. According to Thea's estimation, it was a problem of purity. Without a host, he was God's vengeful spirit. There was only one word to describe it: strong. With a host and impurities, his realm instantly fell to the mortal realm. Now that he had become a black lamp, his power was separated by a layer. From Thea's point of view, she could still take him down with some effort. She was depressed. This guy could only be fought by her. It was a joke to leave him in Gotham and let Dick, Barbara, and the others deal with him. Hey, big guy. She raised her hand and struck the phantom's face with lightning. His granite-like face didn't change at all, even after being changed hands by the black lamp. The supreme power made him immune to most magic. Thea's lightning could turn a normal person into ashes, but in front of this person, it disappeared without even a splash. The 100-meter-tall judge looked at her, as if he was judging whether she was guilty or not. The result was good. In his eyes, Thea wasn't a good person, but she wasn't a bad person either. Chapter 840. The spirit turned back to deal with the ordinary criminals. Thea formed a sword with her right hand and aimed at the spirit's chest from afar. The light element magic was compressed to the extreme, and the sword was dazzling. Even in this dark night, it was as bright as the sun. The giant raised his hand to block, but Thea flipped her wrist, and the sword continued to attack his head without flinching. Don't obstruct my sacred mission. The giant was a little annoyed and said with a thunderous voice, Do you really think you're spirit? Wake up, you're just a copy of Jim Corrigan's memory. You're neither a spirit nor the host. You're just the host's corpse. Thea's words made the spirit fall into a daze. She took the opportunity to draw a cross on the spirit's chest. Unfortunately, the difference in size between the two was too big. The 7 to 8 meter long wound healed instantly on the spirit's body. Looking at the stranger who was watching the show from afar, Thea took out a blue lamp ring. This was given to her by the saint as a souvenir of the blue lamp's honorary leader. Wearing the blue lamp, she used the lamp ring that she hadn't used for a long time. She already had feelings of hope, and now, with the help of the lamp ring, the light of hope shone brightly, illuminating the whole of Gotham with an inexplicable sense of optimism. The stranger saw Thea's manifestation and almost jumped out to scold her. He saw the young mistress make an oversized version of a stranger according to the stranger's attire, with a blue cape and a blue hat. From afar, it looked quite similar. Originally, when Thea said that he wasn't a spirit, the black lamp spirit's consciousness space was already a little shaken. Even if Jim Corrigan was just an ordinary police officer, after being possessed by a spirit, it meant that he was extraordinary. The empty corpse still had a trace of its own consciousness, but it was very faint. Even the black lamp Diana had it, not to mention the spirit's host. Now that he saw the stranger that Thea had manifested, the host's memory finally took over. He remembered a lot, including his own life, his betrayal by the stranger, and his death under the gang's gunfire. Phantom Stranger, you are guilty of deceit. The attention of the Black Lantern spirit was finally diverted from the Gotham criminals on the ground. Old and new hatred surged forth, and the human nature took over. Thea saw the sudden change and almost laughed out loud. She waved her hand and said, Stranger, don't look. Come here. He's calling you. He had been watching the show happily from afar, but he didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse, and he was suddenly blamed for it. Even Thea could feel the subtle differences. Stranger was with the big boss every day, so he knew even better. The spirit of the Black Lantern borrowed Jim Corrigan's mouth to say, "Stranger Phantom, you are guilty." These words were spoken casually by normal people, like Green Arrow, who would say, "Immo so-and-so, you've let down this city." Normal people spoke casually without any effect. But the Spectre was different. He represented God. Even if Black Lamp was using the host, and the host was using the Spectre to say those words, it was still extraordinary. Moreover, his words were like the law. Stranger was speechless. Nothing good ever came out of meeting Thea, and he was the one who did it all. The Spectre didn't find the wrong person to look for, but he became the main character instead of spectator. He could only sigh. He rolled up his sleeves, and let's fight. Jim Corrigan's will is still in his body. As long as we save him, we can end the battle. Before Thea came, he had been watching the show for a long time. He didn't understand the principles of the Black Lantern, but it wasn't hard to break it. Thea didn't need him to say anything. When she cut open the Spectre's chest, she had already discovered that there was a normal person hiding inside. Now, she just confirmed her guess. This spirit of the Black Lantern spirit was very weak. He didn't know how to rebuild his consciousness, control space and time, control the mind, or control energy. He only knew how to punch and kick like a barbarian. Judging criminals was his instinct, but neither Thea nor Stranger was afraid of this move. The Spectre's original body couldn't judge the Limitless clan. Although Miss was only a reserve, this Spectre was also a fake. Stranger was even more so. He wanted to judge him to death, but God didn't let him die. Since death was useless, the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit could only fight with his fists and kicks. Stranger also had the ability to grow. The three giants surrounded each other and started fighting. The scene that appeared in front of the Gotham crowd was two giants with blue capes and blue hats beating up a giant with a green cape and green hat. From afar, the two blue capes looked exactly the same. "Phantom Stranger, you're guilty. Phantom Stranger, you deserve to die." Phantom Stranger. The spirit of the Black Lantern spirit couldn't beat them, so he could only take advantage of them with his mouth. Stranger was depressed. "Two people fighting you. Why do you keep cursing me?" The lantern ring was very good at imitating. The stranger that Thea conjured was very lifelike. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell who was real and who was fake. "You're guilty." The three of them were fighting. Suddenly, the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit slapped towards Thea's right. Who was he hitting? Seeing that she wasn't the target, Thea didn't care. However, she saw Stranger on her left. What was on her right? She heard a loud shout, "Hank, be careful." Thea hurriedly turned her head and saw the Warhawk in his white combat suit and red cloak. Hank Hall was caught off guard as he flapped his wings in a bid to leave the range of the Warhawk's palm. His younger brother, White Pigeon Hall, also stood in front of him, hoping to block the strike for his brother. Unfortunately, Tang Hall was too pure. The spirit of the Black Lantern spirit's hand passed through his body without any hindrance and hit Hank Hall directly. The wrath of God wasn't something he could withstand. His hands were stained with blood. Hank Hall was directly smashed into powder. Even his soul didn't escape. "No, I'll kill you." The furious Tang Hall ignored Thea and Stranger and punched the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit. "You're not guilty. Get out of the way." The spirit of the Black Lantern spirit looked at White Dove for a long time. This person was surrounded by holy light. Not only was he not guilty, he would be the best of the best, even in heaven. He couldn't judge him. White Dove ignored him. He only wanted to avenge his brother. At first, the spirit of the Black Lantern spirit didn't care. Thea and Stranger didn't stop attacking. They wanted to avenge War Eagle at least. However, after exchanging 2 blows, they all retreated. It was because the White Dove was too dazzling at this moment. Being pure didn't mean that he was easy to bully. White Dove had long forgotten the fact that he was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. As he attacked selflessly, dazzling white light appeared around his body. God, it's hard to imagine there's such a person in the human world. Angel Zorier, who had been following Stranger, walked out. He couldn't understand why this human was more angelic than an angel. Compared to White Dove, the Real Eagle Angel was like a fake. Chapter 841. Connection Disconnected. Connection Disconnected. In Gotham City, many of the black lights that came into contact with the White Dove's light disconnected and turned back into bones. Everyone looked at the place where they fought, wanting to know what happened. Don't stop it. The white light in front of her became brighter and brighter, covering the whole of Gotham. Thea only felt sad, heartbreaking sadness. In the strong light, he vaguely saw another Sia. He saw the little unicorn waving at her and being separated by force. This represented the kindest side of her. In the end, she fully burned with the White Dove and turned into a white light that hit the chest of the Black Lantern Spectre. Thea reached out her hand a few times and stopped several times. The past was the past, and she did not regret it. Even if she had to start all over again, she would still work hard to move forward. The white light enveloped the whole city and spread out for hundreds of miles. All the black lights in the area disconnected. However, the Black Lantern spirit was truly powerful. Facing the final blow of the White Dove that burned away its life force, it still managed to hold on. However, its gray body was severely damaged, and its dignified face was also burned by the white light until it looked like a ghost. Thea did not have time to feel sad for the brothers War Eagle and White Dove. She saw an opening and used her arms to block the spirit's punch. At the same time, her hands were like hooks, grabbing the spirit's chest and tearing it apart. The rotten flesh could not stop her. There was no flesh or heart behind the gray chest, only a curled-up figure. "Quick, pull the main body out." She shouted for the stranger's help. The stranger did not hesitate. He reached out and pulled out the host trapped in the Black Lantern spirit. Swoosh! As if a waterfall fell from the sky, a huge amount of energy poured down. The blue lantern was shattered, and Thea retreated hundreds of meters. The stranger was still holding the host in his hands. He was familiar with this energy. The real spirit had descended. The light flowed, and the Black Lantern was shattered into pieces. The host returned to his position, and so did the spirit. "Phantom Stranger, you will die a horrible death." The host opened her eyes and saw the stranger hovering in front of her. She remembered that she was betrayed by this guy and was beaten into a sieve by the gang. The host's heart was filled with hatred, and she blurted out this sentence. The stranger almost vomited blood. "You said this when you were under control. Why did you say this when you were out of control? Don't you know that I saved you?" The original host and Spectre were much more powerful than before. However, at this time, the host had just woken up and was at the peak of his resentment. Spectre might have given control to the host for the sake of unity. Stranger was unlucky. He was grabbed by the neck by the spirit and questioned why he betrayed the host when he was still alive. The stranger was enraged. "You're grabbing my neck. How am I supposed to talk?" She hurriedly looked at Thea. "Can you explain?" He turned his head and saw that Thea's face was extremely pale. She reached out and touched the ground. Her expression was as sad as one could imagine. Strangers had wandered the world for thousands of years and had seen this kind of expression too many times. This was the expression of someone who had passed away. Could it be that those two fellows were her relatives? Generally speaking, when Stranger wasn't carrying out Voice of Heaven's mission, he was very humane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rebuilt his family, and Zolj wouldn't have stayed by his side all this time. Seeing how upset Theo was, he did not want to disturb her, so he could only take on the spirit. Thea was indeed not happy. Seeing the brothers Warhawk and White Dove die together, she didn't know what she could do. "Are they your friends?" The angel Zolj walked to her side. Thea looked at him strangely. "Shouldn't you be protecting Stranger at this time? Old Stranger is about to be strangled to death by the spirit." She pondered for a moment and was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. "Yes, they're good people. Shall I lead them to heaven?" The angel said. "But their souls are already." Zolj pulled out his longsword. The blade lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Specks of fluorescent light gathered in the air. Many drifting fragments slowly gathered and finally took shape. Thea could see that the other party's method was not purely using souls. He had added some blessings, prayers, and the like. It was somewhat similar to the power of will in her order scale. Two colorless balls of light floated in the air. One of them was emitting a red light, which was the war eagle. The other one was too powerful, flickering with brilliance. Even from far away, one could feel the divine aura contained within, which was the white dove. Zawulj put away his sword. His breath was a little unstable. It could be seen that using heaven's method to reassemble souls was not easy for him. I brought these two souls back to heaven. They should be respected, the angel said solemnly. Thea glanced at him. What are you pretending for? The warhawk was just incidental. The white dove was the key. They would be respected. You would also be praised, right? From Thea's point of view, angels most likely had records of performance evaluations. Zawulj had followed Stranger for thousands of years. His previous evaluations had always been a 0. Now he had swept away all the negative trends. A soul like the white dove was rarely seen. Perhaps his promotion and salary would depend on this. Thea nodded lightly, indicating that she would let him go. Zawulj swept up the two souls and returned to heaven in a flash of white light. He even forgot about his good friend Stranger. Strangled by the spirit, Stranger reached out his left hand to the angel in despair. What he meant was, "Brother, don't run. At least give me a hand." Seeing that the angel had disappeared, he turned to look at Thea. She waved at him and ran away too. Thea was relieved. The spirit could not kill Stranger. He would just beat him up to vent his anger. She followed the two balls of light from afar. The souls of the warhawk and the white dove were brought back to heaven, but their powers were left in the world. Heaven also needed purity. Heaven did not care about the flying abilities, super strength, and super speed on Earth. She saw the balls of light fly into the bodies of a pair of sisters named Holly Granger and Dorn Granger. She made the sisters the new warhawk and white dove before leaving. The souls were taken away. The powers left behind now had nothing to do with her. What they did in the future was up to them. Only then did she have time to pay attention to the dead. After some investigation, she noticed that the dead were gone. At least, they were not in the physical world. This guy ran into the Black Death King's body. Thea did not know that the Atom Man was also in there. She could not help much. Fortunately, the Black Death King would be summoned later. Then, the dead would be free. Next, she ran around several major cities and teleported around with the Amulet of Anka. The first wave of attack of the Black Lanterns was blocked as expected. Fiora and Hal Jordan worked together and defeated General Zod. After that, they went to Star City. Oliver, who was in a dilemma, could only barely resist the old Black Lantern Robert. Fiora and Hal arrived and solved this big problem for him. Superman was providing support all over the world. Wherever there was danger, he would be there. Chapter 842, Energy 41, 19%. Thea heard the number in the black light ring and calculated the time. It was not too much beyond her expectations. In an hour at most, the Black Death Emperor would descend into the material world. She had to rescue the Green Lantern Corps immediately. The Green Lanterns could not defeat the Black Lanterns without the help of the other Green Lanterns. First, she contacted Kerrigan, who was lying in ambush outside Ura. The Guardian who escaped earlier must have returned to Ura. Thea was very unhappy. This bastard ran away without saying a word. If he ran back, Gant's authority would be reduced. She might as well let him be a guest at the Sharp Insectoids. Thea was very interested in the little blue man. She could interrogate him later to see how many secrets he knew. Kerrigan was weaker than the little blue man in a one-on-one fight, but the insectoids did not encourage one-on-one fights. With thousands of insectoids piling up, Thea was very confident in the outcome of the battle. After briefly explaining the situation to Diana and the others, she teleported back to the main planet of the Blue Lantern Corps. Her doppelganger had arranged everything here and was waiting for her to depart. "I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Remember this, Blue Lantern." A burly man wearing red armor with a big head and a thick body. From afar, he looked like a wall. This ferocious alien was the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, Attikitis. Compared to him, the Saint was thin and weak like a stick. However, the Saint's faith was firm, and he did not back down at all. Thea, of course, would not let her subordinates be bullied. She stood in front of the saint and sized up this explosive guy. There was no need for any laser or emotional impact. Just a simple stare calmed down Athakitas, whose heart was filled with rage. Atakitas, I am Atakitas. The Red Lantern Corps leader tried to make a last stand. Thea acted as if she did not hear him. Atakitas, this is the name you abandoned for a long time. I know you. If you don't want to participate in this battle, you can leave. I don't lack anger. She then stared at the Red Lantern Corps leader with fire in her eyes. The Red Lantern Corps leader looked at her for 2 seconds and chose to retreat. Thea looked to the other side. An orange figure was hiding in the shadows, trying to hide. And you greedy old dog, do you dare to stand out with your head held high? Laughless was dumbfounded. Didn't you say that I can't appear in front of you again? Thea felt that 3 black lines must have appeared on her forehead. She forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle him to death. With her return, Yellow Lantern Sinisto, Blue Lantern Saint, Green Lantern Maiden, Red Lantern Atakitas, Orange Lantern Laughless, and Purple Lantern Carol Ferris were all present. The 6 colored lanterns were clearly divided into their respective teams. The number of yellow lanterns was the largest. Even though Thea had removed many of the cruel members, there were still more than 1,000 of them. The Green Lanterns were slightly inferior, but there were still nearly 800 of them. The remaining lamps were all in a terrible state. There were only 50 Purple Lanterns left, 30 Red Lanterns for Blue Lanterns, and only 1 Orange Lantern, Laughless, was left. She originally wanted to depart immediately, but in her impression, whether it was in the movies or in reality, the leader always had to say a few words. The saint also told her that no matter what, she had to do a motivational speech to let everyone have hope and understand the meaning of the battle. In short, this was a habit before a big battle. She thought about the wording and made an opening speech. I know that everyone is confused. Why do we have to rescue the Green Lanterns? Aren't they our enemies? Let me tell you the reason. I want benefits. I won't do anything without benefits. Laughless hugged his orange lantern and squatted on the ground, muttering. Thea pretended not to hear and continued her speech. The Black Lanterns must be destroyed. They are the enemies of all life. They will fill our bodies with death. Endless emptiness will fill the universe. Emptiness? That must be referring to my stomach. I haven't eaten for 2 hours. Laughless continued to mutter in a low voice. Thea was furious. Talk more nonsense, and I'll kill you. Seeing the young lady's eyes burning with anger, Laughless trembled in fear and instantly shrank back. After being interrupted twice by him, Thea forgot the generosity that she had been brewing. She hurriedly said a few words. She talked about how the teeth would be cold without the lips, how the Green Lanterns could not be destroyed without the Green Lanterns, and how the Green Lanterns could not be destroyed without the 6 Lanterns. After repeating the same words, she waved her hand and teleported them off. Your Majesty, have you seen Gonda? Protector asked her in a low voice. Said was Gant's girlfriend. This couple had been together for hundreds of millions of years. She had to admit that it was quite impressive. Even though she was deprived of her feelings, still stuck with Gonda. Thea had a good impression of them. They were rare good people among the Blue Men. Just like the guy who was saved by Diana in the Central City. He was not very capable, but he was so arrogant that he flew back without saying goodbye. She had no qualms about dealing with people like that, but she was still very polite to Gonda and said, Don't worry, Lord said. Gonda is still in Ura. We will gather our forces and rescue them. Using the Green Lantern's teleportation, they arrived at Ura's main planet. There was a large number of protective devices and anti-air technology around the planet. Now, they were all destroyed. The protectors had spent a lot of effort to maintain the planet. The Green Lantern Corps had participated in the construction of Ura's main planet for hundreds of millions of years. Now, more than half of it was covered in darkness. Only bits of green could be seen through the gaps in the darkness, proving that there were still people resisting there. Thea closed her eyes. She could communicate telepathically too, but she was not as skilled as the Martian hunters. She frowned slightly and contacted Gonda. There were 3,600 sectors and 2 Green Lanterns in each sector. That was a total of 7,200 people. Including the same number of reserves, the Green Lantern Corps was the universe's police force and had the most people. Unfortunately, there were less than 2,000 Green Lanterns around Gotham, Ura's main planet. Excluding those who were in their sectors and could not return to the main planet in time, almost half of them had been sacrificed. After dark, even if the Green Lantern Corps armed all the reserves, only one lantern could be stationed in each sector. With less than 2,000 people, they could contend against hundreds of thousands of Black Lanterns. Hundreds of thousands of greatest Green Lanterns who could use the Lantern Ring when they were alive. Other than that, there were many enemies who had been defeated by the Green Lanterns. Thea saw a big guy. It was Mungo, a giant who could single-handedly defeat the entire Justice League. He did not go to Earth in this timeline. Instead, he came to Ura and was killed by the full force of the Green Lanterns. After his death, his body became part of the Little Blue Men's collection. Thea still had his son's body in her hands. She had sealed it in the new world in advance as a precaution. Now that Mungo had risen, and a large number of space criminals had been resurrected, the fate of the Green Lantern Corps could be said to be precarious. They could be wiped out at any time. Gonda joined the battle several times, but he could only retreat. Wait a moment. Thea ordered the troops to stop. She half-squatted on the ground and began to draw formation. Why aren't we killing our way in? Gonda is in danger, said anxiously. Xing Nu stopped her. Lord said, please wait a moment. Ura's space is abnormally slow. We can't teleport in, and the enemy can't come out. Lord Thea should be doing a more advanced space decryption. Said remembered that before she was exiled, she was also a member of the Guardians. She didn't know about this. Teleportation was not a very advanced skill. Esper abilities, psychic abilities, psionic abilities, and magic could all achieve similar effects. As Guardians, they naturally sealed their own space tightly. This was very awkward. The Green Lanterns inside could not meet them, and they could not kill their way in. Chapter 843. Thea lowered her head to calculate as she drew a magic circle. Don't worry, my portal can send everyone in, but I need some time to dismantle your OUA's space gap. I don't want to go in. Only Laughlets could say something like that. Thea lowered her head and ignored him. The method used by the Guardians was completely different from hers, more like a technological method. Fortunately, she was a genuine Grand Wizard, and with her suppressive level, she quickly found a flaw. A bright and colorful portal was directly erected. The Black Lanterns in the distance had already discovered them and swarmed towards them like mosquitoes and flies. Go in. Thea ordered her subordinates to go in immediately. The Green Lanterns were the most active, and the Yellow Lanterns were still unwilling to fight alongside the Green Lanterns. But under her strong pressure, they chose to obey. The remaining Purple Lanterns, Blue Lanterns, and Red Lanterns entered the portal one by one. Laughlets wanted to run, and his eyes were evasive. You get in too. Grabbing him by the collar, Sia threw Laughlets, who was trying to slip away, into the room. She raised her hand, and a fire tornado and two-chain lightning repelled the Black Lanterns. She was the last to enter the portal and canceled the teleportation. Her main goal was to meet up with the Green Lanterns, and she did not want to be attacked from both sides. The other side of the portal was very crowded. Seth and Gonda were hugging each other, and the remaining Green Lanterns were looking at the 6 lanterns in a daze. The intensity of the battle was too high, and it made them a little slow. On the other hand, they all had the same thought. Damn, there are so many colorful lights in the universe. Akiro, give me back my brother's life. A nameless character saw the Yellow Lantern General Akiro and rushed towards him like a madman, ignoring his trembling body. Sinisto, you traitor. A few other mentally retarded people mixed their own planet's dialect with the common language and yelled that they wanted a clean house. Sinisto was extremely brave and even dared to punch the Heavenly Father, so he did not care about these nameless characters and raised his left hand to attack. Thea hurriedly pulled him back, and at the same time, as if she was pushing an old woman, she knocked down a few stupid Green Lanterns in one move. How did they survive until now when they came to fight without seeing anything? Idiots! I know you don't believe it, But the green light mixed with any kind of light can defeat those black lights. But that's not the main point. The main point is that we have to break out immediately. A bunch of brainless Green Lanterns. Telling them about the disaster that the universe was facing was simply unrealistic. They would not believe it at all. Thea's plan was to kill their way out and then find a place to have a chat. Gonda immediately responded. As the most humane guardian, he had a high prestige among the Green Lanterns, especially now that there was no news of the remaining Guardians. Everyone chose to obey. However, there were still many Green Lanterns who avoided eye contact, as if they were afraid that the Yellow Lanterns would sneak up on them from behind. They weren't vigilant when they should have been. Thea secretly commented on this group of people. That's right. Let's kill our way out first. We'll talk later. The alien Green Lantern with a fish head and 4 arms was the first to respond. Thea knew him. He was Sarek, the Green Lantern who controlled all kinds of chores on the main planet of Ura, or rather, the Green Lantern supervisor. He was usually responsible for some of the missions issued by the higher-ups. To some extent, he was the bridge between the Guardians and the Green Lanterns. Yes, let's kill our way out. A few of Hal Jordan's friends who had seen Thea also voiced their support. There was harmony, and naturally, there was disharmony. Shut up. You betrayed the Green Lanterns. You're not my father. I have nothing to do with you. A purple-skinned woman pointed her finger at Sinisto, wanting to eat him up. Sinisto raised his arm and wanted to slap her. Thea could only grab him again. She had seen this woman before. She was Solonique Natu, Sinisto's daughter. Back in Corriga, Sinisto's family, who did not betray the Green Lanterns, were actually very happy. Unfortunately, everything had changed. If there's anything, you father and daughter can go out and fight. I don't care even if you kill me. Now, behave yourselves. The pressure that belonged to the gods surged in all directions. Intelligent creatures could feel a throbbing from their souls. Laugh lies hid behind Atakitis. I don't care what grudges you had before. Now, shut up. I showed mercy last time in OUA. Do you really think I won't dare to kill? A group of people then connected Thea to the people who fought the Green Lanterns and the Guardians. The large-scale soul shock last time had caused them to rest for a few months. They had just recovered. In fact, they were also complaining in their hearts. You were wearing regular clothes last time. This time, you've changed into a disguise. We don't know you. In the eyes of the aliens, Earthlings all look the same. You change clothes every day. Who would know you? No matter how much the Green Lanterns complained, the strong were respected. At least they understood this principle of the universe. The crowd quieted down, tacitly acknowledging the fact that they were fighting side by side. Thea looked at the Saint. She had to at least apply the buff before attacking. The Saint understood and raised his right hand. The remaining 3 members also raised the blue lamp that symbolized hope. The blue light shone brightly, followed by the exclamations of the Green Lanterns and Red Lanterns. Oh my God, my ring can recharge itself. 110%, 115%, the ring can break through the limit. Except for a few Green Lanterns who had participated in the Battle of Darkseid on Earth, it was the first time for most people to enjoy the ring breaking through the limit. For a moment, they felt that they were full of energy. The better the ring's material could reach 150%, and the worse ones could reach 120%. Thea looked at Atakitis. Let's see the bravery of the Red Lantern Corps. Of course, Atakitis didn't want to be the vanguard. The Red Lanterns were violent, but they weren't stupid. There were hundreds of thousands of enemies outside, and it would be dangerous to be the first to rush out. But he could not go. He looked violent, but when he was still called Atakitis, he was a psychologist. When he became the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, anger didn't overwhelm his rationality. Instead, it gave him a new ability, divination. Using the bones of the enemy to perform divination, this guy could be considered a mystical to a certain extent. Seth found law fleets and contacted the Red Lantern with the intention of giving it a try. He didn't expect law fleets to agree. This was the reason why the Red Lantern Corps was here. The divination told him that he had to come. There would be benefits if he came, but if he didn't, he would die. Thea saw that he didn't move and was a little impatient. What was the meaning of this? Not listening to orders? I'll go. Although he was more than 2 meters tall, much taller than Thea, he felt like a dwarf. His gaze became colder and colder as he looked at Thea. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly led his subordinates to charge out. Thea gave Qingnu a look. Qingnu led more than 100 people and followed closely behind the Red Lantern Corps. Attikitas was a long-lived species. He had lived for hundreds of millions of years since the massacre in Sector 666. His combat experience could only be described as rich. This was his fighting style. He conjured a blood-red great axe and shield and charged left and right amidst a group of Black Lanterns. His subordinates were much worse. They were all like madmen, violently attacking any enemy they caught. There was no formation to counter them at all. Unlike the other 6 lanterns, anger energy surged in their bodies instead of blood. They could spit out this energy in battle and inflict heavy damage to their enemies. But that little bit of damage was nothing to the Black Lanterns. Qingnu was on the battlefield, but she still maintained her otherworldly demeanor. The Blue Lanterns didn't use rings. Instead, they used a kind of cane. One of the important functions of the cane was that it could borrow light for a short period of time. Knowing why Thea wanted them to come out, the Blue Lanterns took turns to use their 7-colored light as if they were performing. Naturally, there was also green light among them. Chapter 844. The green lights were dumbfounded. So it's not us. Their mentality fell from being saviors to the ground, and they began to consider some practical problems. See? Green light with any type of light can make the Black Lanterns go offline. Don't hesitate. Kill our way out of OUA and head to the main planet of the Blue Lanterns. Thea gave the order to break out. The green lights responded in unison. They saw Qingnu and her subordinates working together to destroy the Black Lanterns. Their morale was greatly boosted. As long as they could kill the Black Lanterns, it was fine. They had been fighting for half a day, and none of them had died. That was too desperate. The Yellow Lanterns seemed to want to prove that they were stronger than the Green Lanterns. The Green Lanterns did not back down. They were all elites. If the Black Lanterns could be killed, then there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, the resurrection was a corpse, not the person himself. If the Black Lanterns went offline after hitting the ring, then they would only have 2 health points. They could win with a little cooperation. For a moment, the main planet of OUA was illuminated by a 7-colored light. Everyone rushed out together. Whether it was teleportation or flying, it was better than being trapped in OUA. In order to let them practice their cooperation, Thea used the excuse of running out of teleportation materials and followed the main group. Halfway through, Sarek suddenly thought of a problem. He asked Ganther's "What about the central power? Without it, the ring will run out of energy very quickly." Thea was surprised. "You still have the central power?" Sarek said truthfully. "As long as the Green Lanterns are in OUA, the central power will never go out." He looked like a devout believer. Thea was a little amused. "You guys are too idealistic. Do you think you have the central power just because you have the Green Lanterns? How did you deduce this causal relationship? How could you believe this kind of nonsense?" It was the ion shark that was supplying the power. She looked at Ganther with a half-smile. The ion shark could not be abandoned. It was the oldest lantern beast. There were so many people in the 7-Lantern Corps. It would take some effort to carry it back. The central power was easy to find. It was dozens of meters tall and could be seen by anyone with eyes. The main group made a slight turn and rushed out while carrying the central power. Just as they were about to rush out of OUA, the Black Lanterns behind them covered the sky. The leader was the giant Mungo. There were also countless enemies in front of them. "I'll cover you guys." Hal Jordan's good friend, the hippo-head Kilowog, stood out bravely. He wanted to use his own strength to stop the pursuers behind him and buy time for the rest of the team. Green Lantern's courage was not for show. In an instant, more than 10 Green Lanterns stood out, ready to fight to the death to bring up the rear. No need. Keep up with the main group. I have my own arrangements. You, get over here." Thea grabbed Orange Lantern Lapras. This guy was slacking in front of her. Even if she could tolerate it, she couldn't. "Use your materialization to block the pursuers behind us." Many of them had never seen an Orange Lantern before. Kirawag and the others couldn't bear to watch the skinny Laffles do it. The giant Mungo in the distance had an arm thicker than Laffles' waist. Even the Black Lantern couldn't hide his brutal aura. Which of the remaining people who could be left behind by the Guardians to boast about their battle achievements weren't famous, fierce people? The Green Lanterns felt that Laffles wouldn't even be able to make a splash. Wasn't this sacrifice in vain? Thea found it funny. She didn't expose the cruel reality. Your lantern rings had 100% energy, but this guy's energy was 100,000%. It was like a bug in the system. Sometimes she even wondered if it was because God was attached to the Schnauzer, so he had a special preference for the dog-headed guy. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that the Orange Lantern was so ridiculously strong. Laffles was 120% unwilling, but under Thea's coercion, he could only release a bunch of lantern rings to stop the pursuers. A few Green Lanterns, who were full of courage and prepared to cover the rear, were shocked when they saw the overwhelming orange brilliance that filled their vision. They didn't know the special characteristics of the orange lamp ring, and thought that Laffles was a hidden expert. A bunch of people rushed out of Ura's main star with the Green Lantern's main energy source. The Green Lanterns worked together to lead the team back to Ura's main star. The Blue Lantern's main star's quiet and comfortable environment, filled with positive emotions, made many Green Lanterns relax. A bunch of people were either lying down or sitting down. They were all exhausted. Thea led a few leaders to a unified view. Actually, there was no consensus. Wasn't the reason why they spent so much effort to save them to support Earth? The Yellow Lanterns and the Green Lanterns who were directly under her had no objections. Sunisto was gloriously ignored. The Blue Lanterns who were partly under her, and the Orange Lanterns who were intimidated into silence also had no objections. The leader of the Purple Lanterns, Carol Ferris, was an Earthling. She couldn't wait to fly back. The Red Lanterns Atakitas divined and agreed to support Earth. The only trouble was the Green Lanterns. Sarek was puzzled. Why do we have to go to Earth? There are so many planets in the universe that are suffering. Why don't we support them? Or we can take back Ura's main star. Thea glanced at Ghana. The little blue man shook his head slightly at her, indicating that he couldn't say anything about the spirit of existence. She couldn't explain it to this bunch of Green Lanterns, so she could only let them fight among themselves. She summoned a few Green Lanterns from Earth. Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, John Stewart, and the newcomer Kyle Rayner, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, spread out to the crowd to explain the importance of supporting Earth. Hal Jordan was a popular man. Half of the army had bragged and drunk with him. Although a bunch of people felt that the reason was a bit far-fetched, they still decided to go to Earth. Some gave face, and naturally, there were also cynical remarks that didn't give face. Thea stopped Hal, who was about to go fight. Those who don't want to go can stay here and protect Odium. We can't lose the main star of the Blue Lanterns. If Earth is lost, we can still fight back from here. The large group immediately split up. The Green Lanterns left more than 300 people, and Thea also left more than 300 Yellow Lanterns who didn't look so good to help defend. The rest all went to Earth. Thea, Barry said that a big guy came out of Seaside City. Diana said in the long-distance communication. Was the Black Death Emperor finally summoned? Thea's eyes narrowed. The moment had finally come. She had a brief conversation with Ganda, and the little blue man nodded at her. Thea immediately took Green Lantern Hal Jordan, Yellow Lantern Sinisto, Green Lantern Lady, Blue Lantern Saint, Red Lantern Atakitas, Purple Lantern Carol Ferris, and the unwilling Orange Lantern Laffles to Earth first. She found Diana first. The Valkyrie was surrounded by the Black Lanterns. Maxwell Lauder, the traitor in the Dark Side War, was pulled up by the Black Lanterns again. He immediately gathered the Black Lanterns to find Diana. 7 lanterns descended. Maxwell saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. They didn't have time to care about such a small character. They fought and retreated and finally broke out of the encirclement. A huge Black Lantern energy has descended on Seaside City. Barry is there. He said that he also saw a tall black shadow. Diana said urgently. Chapter 845. Now that Black Death King had appeared, Thea certainly wouldn't run over and start the fight. She brought 7 lanterns, Diana and herself, as well as the Flash, who was running around Seaside City to observe. There were only 10 of them. A super boss like Black Death King had to be fought together. If 40 companions weren't enough, she would bring 400. She had to cultivate everyone's initiative. After all, Earth wasn't her home. After sensing everyone's location, Thea found the Flash and brought them to the mothership to discuss the final battle. The serious black man with an eye patch was becoming more and more like the braised egg next door. As Thea listened to him giving out various orders, she felt a sense of accomplishment. The black man's situation was much better than that of the original space-time, where he didn't have a job and had to take care of his wife and children. There were many superheroes on the mothership. Although some heroes could fly, they couldn't fly as fast as the mothership. Not to mention, they could rest here and have all kinds of backup. Most importantly, the mothership stealth technology was very good. Other than Superman, who was not afraid of anything, the rest of the superheroes were basically here. There was the International League, the Female League, Amanda's Suicide Squad, and some young heroes, like Red Robin, Wonder Girl, Damian, Raven, Beast Boy, Blue Beetle, and so on. Why are these guys here? The Flash was a little confused as he looked at a few familiar faces. They were all his good neighbors in the Central City. Captain Frigid, Heatwave, the weather wizard who was pardoned after the rain in the New World, Captain Frigid's sister, Golden Glider, and Mirror Master, who could pass through glass. "We're here to help," Captain Frigid said ambiguously, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. What help? They were clearly here to take refuge. Thea knew that the passage between the two worlds in the Central City was now wide open. From time to time, a few Black Lanterns would jump out. Cisco, Caitlin, Wally West, Bart Allen, and the other superheroes from Earth 2 were guarding there. However, she didn't expose them. Captain Lung and his gang were not bad people. They followed the principle of don't kill unless it's absolutely necessary. They never bullied women and children. Their main business was to play with the Flash, and their side business was to rob banks when they had nothing to do. To be honest, with the money they robbed, any banker or economic expert could make money faster than them. It could be said that these guys were basically harmless. After pulling Diana away, Thea was about to meet up with the Junglian Alliance to discuss the next step of the plan when she bumped into 2 people. "Constantine, Zatanna, why are you here? Did something happen in the New World?" Constantine's face was pale. Zatanna could only explain, "The new continent is fine, but we heard that a few old friends have been revived." There were too many resurrected people, so Thea did not have time to observe them one by one. She asked casually, "Who are they?" "The ones from the Cold Flame Vatican who died before. Mage Sargon, Great Alchemist Tanarak, and I heard that someone saw my father. Giovanni Zatara." Zatanna nodded. "There's also Nick Nacro and Felix Faust," Constantine added. Thea scratched her head at the sudden revival of so many magicians. She was the one who killed Felix Faust, and Nick Nacro had nothing to do with her. This man was Constantine and Zatanna's old friend. Constantine's yellow trench coat with high magic resistance originally belonged to Nick Nacro. However, these guys were no longer worth her concern. The Great Mage in the eyes of the world and the Great Mage in her eyes were completely different concepts. Thea thought for a moment. In order to deal with these 5 Great Mages who had been revived, she urgently mobilized 500 spell breakers from the new creation planet's Magic Legion. It was more than enough to kill Black Lanterns and magicians. The Heavenly Father did not care about such a small matter. The 500 people came very quickly. A sonic boom opened, and 500 magic warriors in bright armor immediately came to receive orders. Thea glanced at Zatanna, meaning, "Is this enough? Not to mention your father's revival. Even your ancestor Da Vinci's revival can make him die again." Knowing that she had returned with the 7 lanterns and Superman had entered the mothership, everyone briefly introduced the information they had. In the end, there was nothing much to say. The enemy was at their doorstep. Let's fight. Everything was still going according to the original plan. The Black Lantern's main energy source descended on Earth. It directly chose Seaside City, which was half destroyed by the Parallax Devils and rebuilt. Now, it was completely a sea of corpses. Countless black lanterns occupied this place. In the center of the city, in front of the huge black lantern's main energy source, stood several figures. Floating in the air was the traitorous guardian, Scarface. The black chains in her hands were still binding her 7 former guardians. There was also a crazy guy, the Earthling William Hand, codenamed Black Hand. He was hugging 2 corpses and mumbling to himself. In the middle stood a tall figure. His hair was sparse and white, and his skin was covered with dark spots. His whole body was like a corpse. He wore a black robe, and there were huge shackles on his wrists and neck. However, the shackles had long been broken. The most eye-catching thing was the huge scythe in his hand. The scythe seemed to be able to absorb light. It was pitch black, and if an ordinary person looked at it, their heart would beat wildly, as if they were looking at a disaster. Even from a few miles away, the extraordinary aura of the Black Death Emperor could be felt. Calm. Thea carefully observed the path that the Black Death Emperor took. His goal was to die peacefully, to die silently. To live peacefully, to die peacefully. There were no waves, no passion, only a process that looked like a program. All the intelligent lives were like floating sand in a long river in his eyes. They flowed down with the current without leaving any trace. Although the sand was almost endless, he did not care. He only wanted them to finish this journey peacefully. Thea frowned and carefully felt the principles behind it. The Black Death Emperor's death was different from hers. However, even if he did not take this path, there was no harm in observing. Other heroes did not have this realm. Diana knew that she was trying to reach the depths of the soul. She was worried that her lover would eventually go down the evil path. She was prepared to persuade her during their next interaction, but she did not stop her now that they were facing a great enemy. The 7 lanterns were the first to rush out of the mothership. They were all ordinary people and could only feel the bone-chilling coldness. This guy with the scythe was like their natural enemy. Is this guy a lantern beast? Carol asked. She had seen the purple lantern beast raiders before. Thea chuckled. He's not. He's death itself. He represents the death of life. Such idealistic and even philosophical words made the 7 lanterns a little dizzy. Only the magicians Constantine and Zatanna felt that they understood.